Hey everyone, tonight we're peeling back the firework-fueled legends to explore what really happened on July 4th, 1776. Spoiler, there were no hot dogs or backyard barbecues, just quill pens, long debates, and a few very sweaty men in a hot room signing a document that would change history. It wasn't loud, it wasn't fast, but it was indeed monumental. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, please let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. I hope you all had a fantastic day celebrating the 4th of July, if that is a holiday you observe. Now turn off your lights, grab your blanket, and let's jump straight into the story. Picture this. You're about to witness one of history's most famous days, except nobody that morning knew it was going to be famous. July 4th, 1776 started like most summer days in Philadelphia, sticky, humid, and full of men in wigs complaining about the weather. The kind of morning where your shirt sticks to your back before you've even had your coffee, though back then it was more like lukewarm tea and stale bread. You'd find yourself walking through a city that smelled like horses, chamber pots, and the occasional whiff of something that might charitably be called colonial cooking. Philadelphia in 1776 wasn't exactly the city of brotherly love we know today. It was more like the city of brotherly, please don't dump your garbage in the street in front of my house. But inside the Pennsylvania State House, something extraordinary was brewing, and it wasn't just the tension. 56 men from 13 colonies had been gathering for weeks, arguing about something that would have gotten them hanged just for thinking about it a few years earlier. They wanted to tell the most powerful empire in the world to take a long walk off a short pier. Now you might imagine this momentous day began with dramatic speeches and stirring music, but the reality was much more mundane. Most of the delegates probably woke up with the 18th century equivalent of a hangover, not from alcohol necessarily, but from weeks of heated debate, poor sleep on lumpy mattresses, and the constant worry that they were either about to make history or become history themselves. The morning started with the usual colonial breakfast, maybe some cornmeal mush if you were lucky. The delegates shuffled into the State House like any group of middle-aged men heading to a particularly important meeting. Except this meeting was about treason, which does tend to focus the mind wonderfully. You'd notice that nobody was wearing red, white and blue yet. That would come later. Instead, you'd see a lot of brown, beige, and that peculiar shade of green that seemed to be popular with men who spent their time writing strongly worded letters to kings. These were not the marble statues we often see in museums. These were real individuals grappling with real issues, such as John Adams, who was already establishing a reputation for his lack of diplomatic skills. The funny thing about July 4th is that it almost wasn't July 4th at all. The Continental Congress had actually voted for independence on July 2nd, and John Adams was convinced that this would be the day Americans would celebrate forever. He was so confident about this that he wrote to his wife, Abigail, predicting that July 2nd would be celebrated with pomp and parade, with shows, games, sports, guns, bells, bonfires and illuminations. Poor John Adams. He was off by exactly 2 days, which in the grand scheme of history is pretty good, but in the world of national holidays it's like showing up to your birthday party on the wrong day. The weather that morning was typical for Philadelphia in early July. Hot, muggy, and the kind of humid that makes you wonder why anyone thought it was a good idea to build a city in a swamp. Even before the day officially began, the delegates were already perspiring through their wool coats. You can almost picture them fanning themselves with whatever papers they had handy, probably including some early drafts of what would become the Declaration of Independence. As the morning progressed, you'd sense the weight of what was about to happen. These men weren't just having a heated town hall meeting, they were about to sign what amounted to their death warrants if things went badly. King George III, not known for his sense of humour about rebellious colonists, imposed the death penalty for treason. Nobody had remembered to bring the fireworks, setting the stage for a day that would echo through centuries. By mid-morning, you'd find yourself in the midst of what might be history's most consequential editing session. Imagine trying to wordsmith your way out of being subjects of the British Empire. It's like writing the world's most important resignation letter, except your boss has cannons. The Declaration of Independence you know today wasn't just magically perfect on July 4th. It had been through more revisions than a college student's term paper, and Thomas Jefferson, the primary author, was getting increasingly frustrated with all the changes. You would observe him sitting there, likely tapping his fingers on the table as his meticulously crafted phrases were chopped up, rearranged, and sometimes completely discarded. Jefferson had originally written about 1,800 words, but by the time everyone got done with their edits, suggestions and helpful rewrites, it was down to about 1,300 words. That's roughly a 30% cut, which would make any writer wince. It's like cooking a perfect souffle only to have everyone in the kitchen suggest improvements until you're left with scrambled eggs. One of the biggest arguments that morning was about slavery. Jefferson had included a passage condemning King George III for the slave trade, calling it piratical warfare and cruel war against human nature. It was a bold statement, especially coming from a man who owned slaves himself. However, the delegates from South Carolina and Georgia protested so loudly that their complaints could likely be heard from a distance of 3 blocks. They weren't about to sign anything that might interfere with their economic interests, even if it meant keeping a glaring contradiction in their Declaration of Human Rights. Everyone was aware of the irony. Here they were, declaring that all men are created equal, while simultaneously refusing to address the fact that about 20% of the colonial population was enslaved. It's like declaring your house a democracy while keeping some family members locked in the basement. Despite the stark cognitive dissonance, they chose to defer solving this particular issue to future generations. You'd notice that the delegates were getting twitchy as the morning wore on. Every time someone walked past the windows, heads would turn. Were those British soldiers? Was that the sound of ships in the harbour? The paranoia was understandable. They were literally in the middle of committing treason, and the penalty for failure was considerably worse than a negative performance review. John Hancock, the President of the Continental Congress, attempted to maintain everyone's focus, but the task proved to be a challenging one. The situation resembled a herd of cats wearing wigs. Lawyers and landowners dressed in wigs held strong views on the use of commas and semicolons. You'd watch grown men argue for 20 minutes about whether to use unalienable or inalienable rights, apparently unaware that they were making the same point either way. The heat was becoming unbearable. Philadelphia in July is nobody's idea of pleasant, and the State House didn't exactly have air conditioning. The windows were open, but that just meant more flies and the occasional horse-drawn cart clattering by to interrupt important discussions about natural rights and the pursuit of happiness. Benjamin Franklin, the oldest delegate at 70, was probably the only one enjoying himself. His ability to find humour in even the most serious situations made watching a group of younger men argue about punctuation while committing treason a delightful experience. You'd see him occasionally make a dry comment that would either diffuse tension or accidentally worsen it, depending on how stressed everyone was feeling. The morning was rapidly passing, and they had yet to finalise the document. Some delegates wondered if they'd ever finish, or if they'd still be arguing over commas when the British Army came to arrest them. The pressure was mounting, and not just from the weather. They didn't know they were making something that would outlive them and their descendants. They were just trying to get through the day without getting hanged. As the afternoon heat settled over Philadelphia like a wool blanket soaked in soup, you'd find yourself witnessing something remarkable. 56 men trying to work up the courage to sign what was essentially a fancy suicide note. The declaration was finally ready, but now came the hard part, actually committing to it. The scene inside the State House was becoming increasingly surreal with each passing hour. These weren't action heroes or mythical figures. They were mostly middle-aged businessmen, lawyers and landowners who were sweating through their formal wear while contemplating treason. You'd see them fidgeting with their quill pens, adjusting their wigs, and probably wondering if it was too late to claim they were just visiting Philadelphia for the cheesesteaks. Despite his attempts to project confidence, John Hancock's nervousness was evident. When the time came to sign, he famously wrote his name large enough that King George can read it without his spectacles. It was a wonderful line, but you'd notice his hand was probably shaking just a little bit as he wrote it. Making jokes about the king while committing treason is the 18th century equivalent of whistling past the graveyard. The afternoon brought a parade of delegates to the signing table, each one probably having a small internal crisis as they approached. You'd watch them take the quill, pause for just a moment too long, then sign their names with varying degrees of flourish. Some signed boldly, others barely managed to scribble. A few looked like they were signing their death warrants, which, let's be honest, they probably were. Charles Carroll of Maryland was particularly nervous because he was the only Catholic signer, and Catholics weren't exactly popular in 1776 America. When someone pointed out that there were other Charles Carrolls in Maryland, he went back and added of Carrollton to his signature. It's like adding your middle name to make sure you get credit for your treason, or blame, depending on how things went. The humidity was making everyone cranky. Wigs were wilting, clothes were sticking, and the smell of 56 stressed men in wool coats was becoming noticeable. You'd see them fanning themselves with whatever papers they could find, probably including some copies of the Declaration itself. The irony of using your revolutionary document as a personal cooling device wasn't lost on anyone. Benjamin Franklin was still managing to find humour in the situation. When someone mentioned that they must hang together, Franklin reportedly quipped, "Most assuredly, or we shall all hang separately." It was funny but also true, which is the worst kind of humour when you're trying to stay optimistic about not getting executed. Some delegates were experiencing lingering doubts. You'd notice hushed conversations in corners, delegates stepping outside for fresh air, and the occasional nervous laugh that was a little too loud. The weight of what they were doing was sinking in. They weren't just making a political statement, they were essentially declaring war on the most powerful military in the world. The afternoon stretched on, and you'd realise that this momentous day was actually pretty tedious. History rarely happens in neat dramatic packages. Instead, it's usually a bunch of people in uncomfortable clothes, making difficult decisions in bad weather, while worrying about whether they're making a terrible mistake. What made it even more awkward was that they couldn't really celebrate yet. Signing the Declaration was one thing, but actually winning independence was going to require a war that many of them weren't sure they could win. It's like throwing a going-away party when you're not sure you're actually going anywhere. As the afternoon wore on, you'd sense the growing realisation that there was no turning back now. They'd crossed their Rubicon, burned their bridges, and any other metaphor for "we're committed now whether we like it or not." They had made their decision and were fully committed to the journey. As evening settled over Philadelphia like a slightly cooler but still uncomfortable blanket, you'd find yourself watching 56 men trying to figure out what to do next. They'd just signed the Declaration of Independence, but there was no manual for what to do after you've committed treason, a practical guide. The immediate question was surprisingly practical. How do you tell people what you've just done? This was 1776, not 2024. There was no Twitter, no CNN, and no way to instantly broadcast news. They'd have to rely on riders on horseback, which was like trying to go viral using carrier pigeons. The news would spread at roughly the speed of a horse, with excellent stamina, weather permitting. You'd notice the delegates were experiencing what we might now call buyer's remorse, except instead of regretting a purchase, they were second-guessing whether they'd just doomed themselves to a particularly unpleasant death. John Adams was pacing around, probably wondering if he should have stuck to being a lawyer. At least when you lose a court case, the worst that happens is your client gets upset, not hanged. The evening brought a strange mix of relief and terror. They felt a sense of relief as they had successfully conveyed their opinions about King George III's taxes and tea policies. They felt terror because they had just informed the King of England about their opinions on his taxes and tea policies, knowing he commanded the world's most powerful navy. Benjamin Franklin was still the calmest person in the room, probably because at 70 he'd already lived longer than most people could expect to in 1776. He was treating the whole thing like an intriguing experiment, which it was, except experiments usually don't end with the participants getting executed if the results aren't favourable. The practical concerns were starting to hit home. How do you fight a war against the British Empire when your army consists mostly of farmers with hunting rifles? What strategies can be employed to finance a revolution in the absence of a treasury? What steps do you take to establish a government after having dismissed the only form of governance you have ever experienced? These weren't theoretical questions anymore. They were Monday morning problems that needed solving. You'd see small groups of delegates clustering together, probably trying to figure out their next steps. Some were discussing military strategy, others were worried about their families, and a few were probably wondering if it was too late to claim they were just visiting Philadelphia and had accidentally signed the wrong document. The food situation was becoming another issue. Philadelphia in July was hot, humid, and not exactly known for its fine dining. The delegates were probably eating whatever they could find, bread, cheese, maybe some questionable meat, that had been sitting out too long in the heat. Revolutionary cuisine wasn't exactly a priority when you were trying to overthrow a government. As darkness fell, you'd noticed that the celebratory mood was mixed with genuine anxiety. They'd done something unprecedented, created a new nation with words on paper. But words on paper don't stop cannons, and the British had plenty. The gap between declaring independence and actually achieving it was looking rather large and intimidating. Some delegates were already thinking about how to explain the circumstance to their wives. "Honey, I'm home, and by the way, I've just committed treason," isn't exactly the kind of conversation you plan for. The domestic implications of revolution were probably just starting to sink in. The evening was also bringing practical concerns about security. Should they post guards? Were there British spies in Philadelphia? When did King George learn about this, and when did he take action? The paranoia was probably justified, but it wasn't making anyone more comfortable. You'd realise that July 4th, 1776 was ending not with fireworks and celebration, but with a group of exhausted, very worried men trying to figure out how to survive what they'd just started. They'd lit a fuse, but nobody was quite sure how long it was, or what exactly would explode when it reached the end. Now, as Philadelphia passes into the night, you might find yourself in the midst of what could be considered history's most consequential case of insomnia, similar to your situation. The delegates weren't exactly sleeping peacefully after signing what amounted to their death warrants. You'd imagine them tossing and turning on their lumpy colonial mattresses, wondering if they'd just made the biggest mistake of their lives. The taverns of Philadelphia were buzzing with nervous energy. You'd see clusters of delegates nursing ales and trying to convince each other, and themselves, that they'd done the right thing. The conversations probably went something like, "We showed them, didn't we?" This was likely followed by long pauses and nervous sips of whatever colonial beer passed for alcohol in 1776. John Adams was probably lying awake, mentally composing letters to his wife, Abigail, trying to explain how he'd gone from being a respected lawyer to a wanted traitor in the span of a single day. The letter writing was good practice, because if things went badly, his final correspondence might be coming from a prison cell. You'd notice that the reality of what they'd done was slowly sinking in. They'd essentially declared war on the most powerful empire in the world, and their army consisted of whoever George Washington could round up and convince to fight. It's like challenging the high school football team to a game when your team consists of the chess club and a few enthusiastic but uncoordinated volunteers. The night brought practical issues they probably hadn't thought of in the afternoon. How do you run a country when you've never ran one before? How do you collect taxes when you've just rebelled against them? How do you create a military when most of your experience with warfare comes from fighting Native Americans and the occasional border dispute? Benjamin Franklin was probably the only one getting any sleep, but even he was likely wondering if his diplomatic skills would be enough to convince France to help them fight the British. "Please help us fight your traditional enemy, even though we have no money, no real army, and no guarantee we won't lose spectacularly." The weather wasn't helping anyone's mood. Philadelphia in July is humid enough to make you question your life choices even under normal circumstances, and these weren't normal circumstances. You'd picture the delegates lying in their beds, sweating through their nightshirts, listening to every sound outside, and wondering if it might be British soldiers coming to arrest them. Some of the delegates were likely experiencing what we would now refer to as a panic attack. Thomas Jefferson, the primary author of the Declaration, was likely second-guessing every word he'd written. Did he make the case strongly enough? Did he make it too strong? Should he have included more about taxation? Should he have included less about natural rights? The perfectionist within him was likely experiencing a great deal of regret. The night also brought the sobering realization that they'd just made themselves the most wanted men in America. King George III wasn't going to respond to their declaration with a polite note saying, "We understand your concerns and will take them under advisement." King George III was prepared to respond with ships, soldiers, and a strong desire to set an example for colonial troublemakers. You'd sense that the delegates were starting to understand the difference between theory and practice. Sitting around discussing natural rights and the social contract in abstract terms is one thing. It's another thing entirely to stake your life, your fortune, and your sacred honour on those principles, especially when sacred honour doesn't stop bullets. The night was also bringing questions about leadership. Despite their recent declaration of independence, they lacked a president, a cabinet, and a well-defined chain of command. George Washington was off somewhere trying to build an army, but armies need supplies, food, and ammunition. none of which were in abundant supply. As the night wore on, you'd realise that July 4th, 1776 was ending not with triumph, but with uncertainty. They had embarked on a journey that could lead to either freedom or the gallows, and nobody was entirely sure which way it would go. Dawn broke over Philadelphia on July 5th like a hangover, after a particularly unwise night of decision-making. You'd find yourself witnessing the morning after one of history's biggest "what have we done?" moments. The delegates were waking up to the reality that they'd just committed treason, and coffee wasn't going to make this problem go away. The first priority was to print and distribute copies of the Declaration. This event was before Kinko's, so they had to rely on John Dunlap, a local printer who probably had no idea he was about to become a footnote in history. You'd watch him setting type by hand, letter by letter, creating what would become known as the Dunlap broadsides, the first printed copies of the Declaration of Independence. The printing process was painstakingly slow. Each letter required individual placement, and errors necessitated a fresh start. It's like trying to send a tweet, except each character takes 5 minutes to type, and if you make a typo, you have to start the entire message over. Dunlap was probably wondering why these particular customers seemed so anxious about their printing job. Meanwhile, the delegates were dealing with the practical implications of their decision. How do you communicate to your business partners that you've initiated a conflict with your largest trading partner? How do you inform your creditors that the currency they anticipate receiving payment in may not endure for much longer? The economic ramifications of the revolution were beginning to surface. You'd noticed that the mood in Philadelphia was shifting from revolutionary fervour to practical anxiety. The townspeople were beginning to hear rumours about what had happened in the State House, and reactions were mixed. Some were excited about independence, others were scared of war, and many were confused about how it would affect their lives. The news was spreading slowly through the city, carried by word of mouth and the occasional printed broadside. You'd see small groups of people gathering on street corners, discussing what they'd heard and trying to figure out what it all meant. The reactions ranged from enthusiastic support to complete panic, with most people falling somewhere in between. The delegates were also starting to worry about their families. Having your name on a document declaring independence from Britain was fine in theory, but in practice, it made you a target. British loyalists weren't going to be pleased about this development, and colonial justice wasn't exactly known for its gentle treatment of political dissidents. Benjamin Franklin was likely the busiest person in Philadelphia that morning, attempting to determine the best way to inform potential allies in Europe. The Americans were going to need friends, and they were going to need them fast. The diplomatic challenges were enormous. How do you convince other countries to support a revolution that might fail spectacularly? You'd realise that July 5th was when the real work began. Declaring independence was the easy part compared to actually achieving it. They needed to build an army, establish a government, create a treasury, and somehow manage to fight off the British Empire, all while making it up as they went along. The morning brought the first practical test of their new independence. How do you govern a country that doesn't officially exist yet? They were in the awkward position of having declared themselves free from British rule without having established what would replace it. It's like quitting your job before you found a new one, except the stakes were considerably higher. The weather was still hot and humid, which wasn't helping anyone's mood. You'd see the delegates sweating through their formal wear, trying to look dignified while dealing with the growing realisation that they'd just taken on the most powerful empire in the world with little more than good intentions and a strongly worded letter. The American Revolution began on July 5th, when the next steps were decided, not when the Declaration was signed. As you look back on that sweltering July day in 1776, you'd realise that what happened in Philadelphia wasn't just the birth of a nation. It was the moment when a group of flawed, frightened and very human people decided to bet everything on an idea. The concept of self-governance, the consent of the governed as the source of government power, and the necessity of risking all for a better future, all resonated with this idea. The funny thing about July 4th, 1776, is that nobody that day knew they were creating what would become the most powerful nation in the world. They were just trying to survive the next few months without getting hanged. The Declaration of Independence wasn't written by demigods or marble statues. It was written by middle-aged men in wigs who were sweating through their wool coats and arguing about commas. What makes their story so remarkable isn't that they were perfect. They weren't. They compromised on slavery, They argued about everything, and they were terrified of failing. What makes them remarkable is that they did it anyway. Despite the lack of certainty, they bravely took a risk that transformed the world. The real magic of July 4th, 1776 wasn't in the document itself, it was in the decision to take that leap. 56 men decided that the risk of failure was worth the chance of creating something unprecedented. They staked their lives, fortunes and sacred honour on the belief that individuals could surpass kings and subjects. You'd understand that the America they created wasn't the America we know today. They couldn't have imagined a country that would span from coast to coast, land on the moon, or become a haven for immigrants. They were just trying to create a place where people could live free from tyranny and make their own choices. The irony lies in the fact that the Founding Fathers would likely be astonished by the results of their bold decision. They were dealing with 13 colonies hugging the eastern seaboard, not a continental superpower. They were worried about convincing people to join their cause, not about being a global leader. They were just trying to make it through the next day. But that's what makes July 4th, 1776 so inspiring. It reminds us that big changes often start with small groups of people who decide to take a risk. The Declaration of Independence wasn't the result of a perfect plan. It was the result of imperfect people who decided to try something better. As you drift off to sleep thinking about that long-ago summer day, you'd realise that the real lesson of July 4th, 1776, isn't about the greatness of the Founding Fathers. It's about the power of ordinary people to do extraordinary things when they decide to take a leap of faith. They gave us not just a country, but an example of what's possible when people decide to risk everything for something better. The men who signed the Declaration of Independence weren't heroes when they woke up that morning. They became heroes by the time they went to sleep that night. And that's a reminder that heroism isn't about being perfect or fearless. It's about doing the right thing even when you're scared, unsure, and the consequences of failure are too terrible to contemplate. Good night. Remember, every great leap forward began with someone willing to take the first step, even when they couldn't see where it would lead. This is akin to the sweaty, nervous men in Philadelphia who transformed the world with just words on paper and the bravery to sign their names. And just like that, our little slice of history for tonight comes to a close. If you are struggling to sleep because of anxiety or insomnia, trust me, I understand. That's why we have included a variety of stories from both the past and present on the channel, in case you want to choose something different. Now I'll catch you later, my lovers of history. Take care and sleep well. Picture it, if you will, the year 1847. Comfortably perched on her throne, Queen Victoria remains oblivious to the spectacular deaths occurring among her subjects as they attempt to bake her daily bread. As she delicately nibbles on crumpets in the safety of Buckingham Palace, her bakers are engrossed in an industrial-scale game of flour roulette. You might assume, quite reasonably, that the most dangerous Victorian profession involved coal mines, where men descended into Stygian depths to wrestle black diamonds from the earth's reluctant grip. Or perhaps you'd wager on chimney sweeps, those sooty sprites who squeeze through flues narrower than a respectable woman's waist. Perhaps factory workers performed their risky routines amidst unprotected machinery, considering human limbs as mere extras. But no, the seemingly innocent art of baking bread was the Victorian occupation most likely to send you on your way. This revelation would undoubtedly surprise modern individuals who consider their greatest kitchen peril to be burning toast or discovering they've run out of sourdough starter. The Victorian bakehouse was not the cosy, flour-dusted sanctuary of contemporary imagination, populated by rosy-cheeked artisans humming while they knead. It was, quite literally, a deadly trap masquerading as a place of sustenance. The statistics, compiled by diligent Victorian bureaucrats who loved nothing more than categorising catastrophe, revealed that bakers died at rates that would make even the most hardened coal miner blanch beneath his perpetual coating of dust. Consider the irony. The very profession dedicated to sustaining life was remarkably efficient at ending it. Bakers, those stalwart providers of civilization's most fundamental foodstuff, faced mortality rates that transformed their daily routine into a macabre lottery where winning meant merely surviving until tea time. The reasons for this alarming state of affairs were as varied as they were absurd. explosions featured prominently, naturally. When you combine highly combustible flour dust with open flames and Victorian-era safety standards, which could charitably be described as suggestions, you create conditions ripe for spectacular disaster. Imagine walking into work each morning knowing that your workplace contained all the essential ingredients for a bomb, and your job required you to provide the spark. But explosions were merely the most dramatic of the baker's occupational hazards. The profession provided a diverse range of opportunities to escape death. Heatstroke claimed victims with ruthless efficiency during summer months, when bakehouse temperatures soared to levels that would make Hades himself reach for a cooling compress. Respiratory ailments flourished in environments thick with flour dust, creating breathing conditions comparable to working inside a particularly malevolent snow globe. Then there were more pedestrian dangers that accumulated, like interest on debt. Ovens radiated heat with the intensity of miniature suns, causing burns. The machinery, which operated on the principle that safety guards were for the weak-willed, caused injuries. Poorly ventilated ovens, silently releasing their deadly breath into confined spaces, caused carbon monoxide poisoning. The Victorian baker began each day not with a cheerful whistle, but with what amounted to a death wish and a prayer to whichever deity supervised bread making. They entered their domain of dough and danger, knowing that their chosen profession viewed longevity as a character flaw to be corrected with extreme prejudice. Yet they persevered, these brave souls who transformed grain into sustenance while risking life and limb. They rose before dawn, literally and figuratively, to feed a nation that consumed bread with the enthusiasm of locusts, blissfully unaware that each loaf represented a small victory over the forces of occupational obliteration. The tale of Victorian baking mortality is not merely one of industrial hazard, but of human determination in the face of absurd adversity. It speaks to our species' remarkable ability to pursue even the most lethal vocations when driven by necessity, pride, or simple stubbornness. Now then, let us get into the particular genius of Victorian flour, a substance that possessed the dual personality of being both a life-sustaining staple and an enthusiastic explosive. Modern bakers, coddled by health and safety regulations, can scarcely imagine working with a primary ingredient that harboured such violent tendencies. Flour dust, you see, is not merely the innocent byproduct of milling grain. In the proper concentrations and conditions, it becomes what pyrotechnicians would recognise as an exceptional accelerant. The Victorian bakehouse, with its primitive ventilation and cavalier attitude toward dust control, created ideal conditions for what we might politely term spontaneous architectural rearrangement. The science behind flour explosions is elegantly simple and terrifyingly effective. Suspend fine particles of any combustible material in air at the correct concentration, typically between 40 and 4,000 grams per cubic metre for flour, add an ignition source and observe as your workplace transforms into a temporary volcano. The explosion occurs when the suspended particles burn simultaneously, creating a rapid expansion of gases that expresses itself through the inconvenient destruction of whatever structure happened to be containing it. Victorian bakers worked in environments where flour dust hung in the air like a perpetual London fog, coating every surface and creating what amounted to a three-dimensional bomb waiting for someone to strike a match. Victorian health and safety experts apparently overlooked the irony that their profession required bakers to work with open flames while surrounded by explosive material, assuming such individuals existed, which remains a matter of historical debate. The Gateshead Mill explosion of 1857 serves as a particularly illuminating example of flour's volatile nature. What began as a routine day of milling grain concluded with an explosion that could be heard 15 miles away and left a crater where a substantial building had stood mere moments before. 25 souls perished in that particular demonstration of flour's explosive enthusiasm, including several bakers who had simply been collecting their daily supplies. But mill explosions, spectacular though they were, represented only one aspect of the flour-related mortality that plagued Victorian bakers. The daily build-up of dust in bakehouses created consistently dangerous conditions. A baker lighting his oven in the morning faced odds comparable to a munitions worker conducting fuse tests. The difference was that the munitions worker at least expected his materials to explode. Victorian ventilation systems, designed by individuals who apparently believed that fresh air was overrated, ensured that flour dust remained suspended in bakehouse atmospheres for extended periods. Opening windows was often impractical due to weather conditions or the need to maintain specific temperatures for the bread production. Such systems created enclosed environments where flour particles danced through the air like microscopic time bombs, awaiting their moment of glory. The concentration of flour dust varied throughout the baking process, reaching particularly dangerous levels during mixing and kneading operations. Bakers working with large quantities of flour essentially performed their duties while swimming through a sea of potential explosives. That more bakehouses didn't explode on a daily basis speaks either to remarkable luck or to the intervention of divine providence, with a particular fondness for bread. Consider the typical Victorian baker's morning routine. Arrive before dawn, light the ovens while surrounded by combustible dust, begin mixing flour in quantities sufficient to supply a small army, all while maintaining the kind of casual attitude toward personal safety that would give modern occupational health specialists apoplexy. The tools of the trade contributed to the hazard. Wooden paddles striking mixing bowls could generate static electricity sufficient to ignite suspended flour particles. Metal implements scraping against stone surfaces produced sparks with the reliability of Victorian clockwork. Even the humble act of sifting flour through wire mesh created opportunities for electrostatic discharge that could transform a routine task into an explosive finale. Yet bakers adapted to these conditions with the pragmatic acceptance that characterized Victorian attitudes toward occupational hazards. They developed techniques for minimizing dust clouds, learned to recognize dangerous accumulations of flour particles, and acquired an almost supernatural awareness of ignition sources. Their workplace might have been a powder keg, but they were determined to extract bread from it regardless of the personal cost. The explosive nature of flour dust wasn't limited to dramatic mill disasters. Smaller explosions occurred with distressing regularity in individual bakehouses, often resulting in severe burns, structural damage, and the occasional baker launched through a wall like a flour-dusted cannonball. These incidents rarely made headlines, being considered occupational hazards rather than newsworthy events. Having established that Victorian bakers worked with explosives disguised as baking ingredients, let us now examine their working environment, a realm where temperatures soared to levels that would challenge the constitution of a salamander, and make even the most dedicated sun worshipper reconsider their devotion to warmth. The Victorian bakehouse oven stood as a testament to humanity's ongoing dedication to transforming raw ingredients into edible form, regardless of personal comfort or survival prospects. These massive brick and stone constructions operated on the principle that, if some heat was good for baking, then temperatures capable of smelting copper were obviously superior. Imagine, if you will, stepping into a room where the ambient temperature regularly exceeded 120 degrees Fahrenheit, where metal surfaces glowed with heat, and where the air itself seemed to shimmer with malevolent energy. This space was the baker's daily office. This workspace would have impressed Dante as a particularly creative interpretation of infernal punishment. The ovens themselves reached internal temperatures of 500 to 800 degrees Fahrenheit, radiating heat that transformed the surrounding area into what could generously be described as a preview of the afterlife. Bakers laboured just a few feet away from these colossal ovens, meticulously loading and unloading bread, clad in clothing that provided the same level of protection as a gentleman's evening attire from a dragon's snarl. During summer months, conditions became genuinely murderous. The combination of external heat waves and internal oven temperatures created environments that challenged human physiology's ability to maintain basic functions. Heat stroke claimed victims with the efficiency of a well-organised plague, dropping bakers mid-task like wheat before the scythe. Victorian medical understanding of heat-related illness was, shall we say, primitive. The prevailing wisdom suggested that heat stroke resulted from moral weakness rather than physiological limits. These assumptions meant that bakers suffering from heat exhaustion were often encouraged to demonstrate greater fortitude rather than seek medical attention or, heaven forbid, take a break from their duties. The irony of dying from heat while producing food for a nation that complained constantly about cold weather was not lost on contemporary observers, though it provided little comfort to the families of bakers who had literally cooked themselves to death in service of their craft. Water was often scarce in bakehouses, as the combination of flour dust and moisture created paste that interfered with operations. Such conditions meant that bakers worked through scorching shifts with minimal hydration, their bodies fighting a losing battle against dehydration, while their profession demanded continued exposure to temperatures that would fell a camel. The clothing of the era compounded the problem. Heavy wool garments designed for Britain's typically cool climate became instruments of torture in bakehouse conditions. Changing clothes was considered improper, and lighter fabrics were expensive and impractical for manual labour. Bakers essentially worked while wearing portable saunas that trapped heat and moisture with a ruthless efficiency. Ventilation systems, where they existed at all, were designed by individuals who apparently believed that air circulation was a luxury rather than a necessity for human survival. To maintain oven temperatures and prevent flour contamination, bakers often kept windows closed, creating sealed environments that would have impressed ancient Egyptian tomb builders. The psychological effects of working in such conditions were profound. Many bakers developed a peculiar gaze, akin to someone who has stared too long at industrial-strength heat, only to find it staring back with interest. They moved with the deliberate pace of people conserving energy for mere survival rather than efficient productivity. Yet they adapted with remarkable ingenuity. Experienced bakers learned to work in brief bursts, timing their activities to coincide with marginally cooler periods. They developed techniques for manipulating oven doors and loading bread that minimized exposure to direct heat. Some pioneered early versions of cooling strategies, though these rarely involved anything more sophisticated than strategic positioning near the rare draft or the occasional splash of precious water. The relationship between baker and oven resembled a dangerous courtship, where familiarity bred not contempt, but a healthy respect for an entity capable of ending the relationship permanently. Bakers learned to read their oven's moods, to anticipate temperature fluctuations, and to recognize the subtle signs that indicated when their workplace had achieved particularly lethal levels of thermal enthusiasm. Burns were so common they were considered part of the baker's uniform rather than injuries requiring attention. Arms bore scars like military decorations, each mark telling the story of a close encounter with surfaces hot enough to brand cattle. The successful baker was not one who avoided burns, but one who had learned to function despite them. While explosions provided the dramatic spectacle and heatstroke offered the theatrical flourish, the humble flour dust pursued its victims with the patient persistence of a particularly dedicated assassin. Unlike its more flamboyant cousins in the pantheon of occupational hazards, flour dust preferred the slow approach, accumulating in lungs with the methodical thoroughness of compound interest. The Victorian bakehouse atmosphere contained flour particles in concentrations that would make modern air quality inspectors reach for their emergency inhalers. Every movement stirred clouds of dust that transformed breathing from an automatic bodily function into a conscious decision requiring careful consideration of risk versus necessity. Picture the typical morning scene. A baker enters his domain of dough and danger, and immediately encounters air thick enough to chew. Measuring flour sends particles dancing through the atmosphere, akin to tiny ballet dancers performing a deadly spiral. Kneading operations create dust clouds that would rival the Sahara during a particularly enthusiastic sandstorm. By mid-morning, the air in a busy bakehouse resembled a London fog composed entirely of potential bread ingredients. The Victorians had a rudimentary understanding of respiratory health. The prevailing medical wisdom held that strong lungs could process any substance with sufficient determination. These beliefs meant that bakers experiencing breathing difficulties were often advised to demonstrate greater respiratory fortitude rather than consider the possibility that their workplace atmosphere might be attempting to kill them. The cumulative effect of inhaling flour dust day after day created what we might now recognise as occupational lung disease, though Victorian terminology preferred more creative descriptions. Baker's lung became a recognised condition, characterised by persistent coughing, shortness of breath, and the gradual transformation of healthy lung tissue into something resembling poorly mixed pastry. But flour dust was merely the headline act in the respiratory horror show that was the Victorian bakehouse. Coal dust from heating systems mingled with flour particles to create a toxic cocktail that challenged even the most robust constitution. Yeast spores added their contribution to the atmospheric soup, while smoke from ovens provided a finishing touch that would have impressed the most dedicated tobacco enthusiast. The lack of ventilation meant that these airborne hazards accumulated throughout the working day, reaching concentrations that transformed simple breathing into an extreme sport. Bakers developed the peculiar ability to work while taking shallow, measured breaths, and consciously rationing their air intake to minimize the ingestion of particulate matter. Some bakers attempted to protect themselves by wrapping cloth around their faces, creating primitive masks that filtered the worst of the atmospheric assault. However, these impromptu breathing protection devices often interfered with their ability to taste and smell their products, which was considered essential to producing quality bread. Professional standards resolved the choice between breathing safely and baking competently, with predictable consequences for longevity. The seasonal nature of breathing problems added another layer of complexity to the baker's survival strategy. Summer brought additional dust from grain harvests, while winter sealed bakehouses against fresh air circulation. Spring cleaning operations, when accumulated dust was disturbed and redistributed, created temporary atmospheric conditions that resembled working inside a flour shaker during an earthquake. Children apprenticed to bakers faced particular challenges, as their developing breathing systems were less equipped to handle the constant assault of airborne particles. Many young apprentices developed chronic coughs that marked them as surely as any guild membership, a wheezing signature that announced their profession from considerable distances. Contemporary observers did not entirely miss the irony that bread, a symbol of life and sustenance, was produced in environments that systematically destroyed the health of its creators. However, Victorian society exhibited a remarkable ability to overlook uncomfortable realities. The contradiction was classified as an occupational necessity, rather than a systemic problem requiring attention. Experienced bakers developed an almost supernatural awareness of air quality, learning to detect dangerous concentrations of dust by subtle changes in light refraction and atmospheric density. They could navigate their workplaces during peak dust conditions with the skill of blind navigation, guided by instinct and hard-won experience rather than clear vision. The clean-up operations that concluded each working day created their own breathing challenges. Sweeping accumulated flour dust merely redistributed it into the air, creating temporary dust storms that transformed routine maintenance into a hazardous activity requiring careful timing and strategic breath-holding. Some bakers discovered that alcohol consumption seemed to provide temporary relief from breathing irritations, leading to the development of professional drinking customs that were justified as medical necessity rather than recreational activity. Whether these practices actually improved breathing function or merely made the symptoms more tolerable remains a matter of historical speculation. Having examined the environmental hazards that transformed Victorian bakehouses into inadvertent death traps, we must now turn our attention to the machinery employed in bread production, devices that appear to have been designed by individuals harbouring a personal grudge against anyone foolish enough to pursue a career in baking. The Victorian era's approach to industrial safety could be generously described as optimistic, or more accurately characterised as non-existent. The prevailing philosophy seemed to suggest that safety equipment was only for individuals who lacked sufficient moral character to prevent injury through sheer willpower. This attitude was particularly evident in bakehouse machinery, where moving parts operated with the exposed enthusiasm of mechanical predators eager to sample human anatomy. Consider the dough mixing apparatus, a marvel of engineering that combined effectiveness with lethality, in proportions that would have impressed medieval torture device designers. These machines featured rotating paddles and gears that operated without the inconvenience of safety guards, creating opportunities for bakers to become inadvertently incorporated into their products. The machinery's moving parts were positioned at precisely the right height to catch sleeves, aprons, and the occasional arm of anyone foolish enough to approach too closely during operation. The mixing machines operated on the principle that human reflexes were sufficiently quick to avoid entanglement with rotating metal components. This assumption proved overly optimistic with distressing regularity, leading to injuries that ranged from minor flesh wounds to complete limb removal. The machinery's indifference to human anatomy was matched only by its efficiency at processing dough, creating a workplace environment where productivity and personal safety existed in inverse proportion. Dough rollers presented their own unique challenges to baker survival. These devices consisted of heavy metal cylinders that rotated with sufficient force to flatten bread dough, and the occasional baker who failed to maintain appropriate distance. The lack of emergency stop mechanisms meant that once the rollers claimed a victim, the extraction process involved manual labour and creative problem-solving rather than simple machinery shutdown. The positioning of these rollers often required bakers to lean over or reach across moving parts during normal operation, creating scenarios that would challenge the agility of professional acrobats. Loading dough required careful timing and spatial awareness, as miscalculation could result in fingers, hands, or entire arms joining the bread ingredients in their journey between metal cylinders. Slicing machinery contributed to the list of occupational hazards. Large, unguarded blades operated with the reliability of Victorian clockwork and the safety consciousness of a medieval executioner. The positioning of bread for slicing required bakers to work near moving blades that could separate fingers from hands with surgical precision and considerably less medical supervision. The maintenance of this machinery fell to the bakers themselves, who were expected to clean, oil and repair equipment without the benefit of proper tools or safety procedures. Cleaning operations often required reaching into spaces occupied by gears, belts, and other moving components that viewed human fingers as foreign objects requiring immediate removal. Conveyor systems, where they existed, operated at heights and speeds that transformed routine bread loading into exercises in precision timing. Bakers worked beneath moving mechanical systems that occasionally shed components or entire assemblies onto the workspace below. The Victorian engineering philosophy that if it's working, don't fix it, meant that machinery operated until catastrophic failure rather than being maintained preventively. The steam systems used for oven operation created additional hazards through their combination of high pressure and primitive safety valves. Steam leaks occurred with predictable regularity, creating jets of superheated vapour that could cook human flesh with the efficiency of the ovens they were meant to serve. Pressure gauge failures transformed routine oven operation into exercises in mechanical roulette. Power transmission systems featured exposed belts and pulleys that operated at eye level and within easy reach of anyone working nearby. These systems were designed on the assumption that bakers possessed supernatural spatial awareness and would never accidentally contact moving machinery during their duties. The reality proved somewhat different, leading to entanglement injuries that provided harsh lessons in mechanical physics. The noise levels generated by this machinery created additional safety hazards by masking warnings, sounds, and preventing communication between workers. Bakers developed a form of sign language to communicate over the mechanical din, though this system proved inadequate for conveying urgent safety warnings or cries for assistance during machinery-related emergencies. Emergency procedures consisted primarily of shouting for help and hoping that someone would hear over the mechanical noise and respond before the situation progressed from dangerous to fatal. The concept of emergency stops, safety switches, or other protective measures had apparently not occurred to the designers of Victorian bakehouse equipment. Now that we have catalogued the impressive array of hazards that made Victorian baking such an enthusiastically lethal profession, we must examine how it compared to other occupations in the grand competition for workplace mortality. The results may surprise those who assume that coal mining or factory work held undisputed claims to occupational danger. Coal mining, that traditional champion of workplace fatality, certainly offered impressive mortality statistics. Miners faced cave-ins, explosions, flooding, and the slow death of black lung disease. The depths of British coal mines claimed lives with mechanical regularity, creating widows and orphans at rates that impressed even Victorian observers accustomed to industrial carnage. Yet despite these formidable credentials, coal mining ranked second to baking in occupational mortality rates, a distinction that would have surprised both miners and bakers had they been informed of this particular competition. The key difference lay in volume and exposure. While mining disasters were spectacular and well documented, they were also relatively infrequent events affecting limited numbers of workers. Baking hazards, by contrast, operated continuously and affected virtually every individual in the profession. Every baker faced daily exposure to explosive flour dust, lethal heat, respiratory hazards, and dangerous machinery, creating cumulative risks that exceeded even the considerable dangers of underground mining. Factory work, another traditional contender for most dangerous occupation, offered its own impressive array of hazards. Textile mills featured unguarded machinery that viewed human limbs as expendable components, while chemical works produced atmospheric conditions that challenged basic human physiology. Steel production combined extreme heat with molten metal and toxic gases, creating working environments that resembled elaborate methods of execution more than places of employment. Yet factory workers, despite their impressive mortality rates, benefited from certain advantages unavailable to bakers. Factory shifts were often limited to 12 or 14 hours, while bakers regularly worked 18-hour days to meet demand for fresh bread. Factory workers typically specialised in single operations, while bakers faced multiple simultaneous hazards throughout their working day. Most significantly, factory accidents were often discrete events, while bakehouse hazards operated continuously. Railway work earned recognition for spectacular fatality rates, particularly among those responsible for coupling cars or operating signals. The combination of massive moving machinery, primitive safety equipment, and time pressure created conditions ripe for dramatic accidents. Railway workers faced the constant possibility of being crushed, severed, or simply disappearing beneath the wheels of progress. However, while railway mortality was impressive, It primarily occurred during specific high-risk operations instead of throughout the entire working day. Construction work offered its catalogue of creative fatality methods, from falls to crushing injuries to electrocution as power systems developed. The construction of Victorian Britain's architectural achievements required workers to perform dangerous operations at considerable heights with primitive safety equipment. Scaffolding collapse, structural failure, and tool-related injuries created steady streams of construction casualties. However, construction workers enjoyed certain advantages in their competition with bakers for occupational mortality. Construction projects were temporary, offering workers periods of relative safety between dangerous assignments. Weather conditions often suspended operations, providing involuntary safety breaks. Most importantly, construction hazards were generally visible and immediate, allowing workers to develop specific strategies for avoiding particular dangers. Chimney sweeps, those sooty sprites of Victorian industrial society, faced their own unique collection of hazards. Working in confined spaces filled with toxic gases, navigating flues barely wide enough for human passage, and dealing with structural collapse created mortality rates that impressed even hardened Victorian observers. The combination of suffocation, toxic exposure, and the occasional dramatic plunge from significant heights made chimney sweeping a profession with limited retirement prospects. Yet chimney sweeps worked intermittently rather than continuously, moving between locations and spending significant periods in relatively safe environments. Their exposure to lethal. The hazards in this context were intense but brief, unlike those faced by bakers who encountered constant danger during their extended working days. The maritime trades offered spectacular opportunities for sudden death through drowning, shipwreck and weather-related disasters. Sailors faced storms, pirates, disease, and the general hostility of oceanic environments toward human survival. Fishing crews dealt with dangerous equipment, unstable vessels, and seas that viewed humans as unwelcome intruders requiring immediate removal. Maritime mortality statistics were impressive, but they reflected episodic rather than continuous danger. Sailors spent significant time in port or during calm weather when risks were minimal. Even the most dangerous voyages included periods of relative safety, unlike the continuous hazard exposure that characterized Victorian baking. The superiority of baking as a lethal occupation resulted from the combination of multiple simultaneous hazards operating continuously throughout extended working periods. While other professions might excel in particular categories of danger, none matched baking's comprehensive approach to occupational mortality. Bakers faced explosion, heat stroke, respiratory disease, machinery injuries, and toxic exposure simultaneously, creating cumulative risks that exceeded the sum of individual hazards. As our journey through the charnel house of Victorian baking draws to its conclusion, we must address the most perplexing question of all. Given that producing bread was more dangerous than mining coal or sailing storm-tossed seas, how did humanity manage to maintain its bread supply without completely exhausting the supply of individuals willing to risk their lives for the sake of a decent loaf? The answer lies in the peculiar combination of human strength, economic necessity, and the remarkable capacity of our species to adapt to even the most unreasonable circumstances. Victorian society managed to maintain its bread production through a combination of factors that would have impressed survival experts and appalled modern safety regulators in equal measure. Economic desperation played a significant role in maintaining bakehouse staffing levels. The Victorian economy offered limited opportunities for individuals lacking substantial educational capital, making dangerous occupations attractive by default rather than design. Baking, despite its impressive mortality statistics, provided steady employment and relatively good wages for those brave or desperate enough to pursue it. The profession's high turnover rate, due to factors both voluntary and involuntary, created continuous opportunities for advancement that attracted workers despite the obvious risks. Geographic concentration contributed to the profession's sustainability. Urban and rural communities distributed baking, ensuring that local disasters rarely affected the entire industry simultaneously. Although a mill explosion might eliminate several experienced bakers, the overall baking profession continued to operate due to the survival of practitioners in other locations. This distributed risk model ensured continuity of bread production, even as individual bakehouses demonstrated flour's explosive potential with distressing regularity. The apprenticeship system provided a continuous supply of young workers who possessed the combination of energy and inexperience necessary to enter such a dangerous profession. Young apprentices, blessed with the optimism of youth, and lacking detailed knowledge of occupational mortality statistics, entered baking with enthusiasm undimmed by realistic risk assessment. By the time they gained sufficient experience to understand the true dangers of their chosen profession, they had also developed the skills necessary to survive, if they had survived to develop them. Technological improvements, while slow to arrive and slower to be implemented, gradually reduced some of the more spectacular hazards associated with baking. Better oven designs improved heat management, while primitive ventilation systems began to address the worst accumulations of flour dust. Safety equipment, when it existed at all, provided marginal improvements in survival prospects. These advances occurred at a pace that would have impressed geological formations, but they did eventually contribute to reducing the profession's astronomical mortality rates. The development of professional knowledge and survival techniques allowed experienced bakers to accumulate wisdom about navigating their hazardous environment. Veterans of the flour wars developed almost supernatural awareness of dangerous conditions, learning to recognize the subtle signs that indicated imminent explosion, heat stroke, or machinery malfunction. This accumulated expertise was passed to apprentices through a combination of formal instruction and dramatic object lessons provided by those who had failed to master survival techniques. Social adaptation played a crucial role in maintaining the baking profession's viability. Communities developed support systems for the families of bakers killed in the line of duty, creating social safety nets that made the profession's risks more bearable for those considering entry. Professional organisations, where they existed, provided mutual aid and shared knowledge about survival techniques. The development of professional pride and identity helped maintain morale despite the obvious hazards. The gradual recognition of occupational hazards led to incremental improvements in working conditions, despite the slow pace of Victorian industrial safety progress. Some acknowledgement of workplace dangers eventually led to marginal improvements. Better building ventilation, improved machinery guards, and basic first aid knowledge gradually decreased the number of preventable fatalities, although the overall mortality rate remained impressively high. Perhaps most importantly, human adaptation to extreme conditions demonstrated our species' remarkable ability to normalize even the most abnormal circumstances. Bakers developed mental frameworks that allowed them to function despite daily exposure to potentially lethal hazards. They created professional cultures that celebrated survival rather than dwelling on mortality, developing humour and traditions that made their dangerous occupation psychologically sustainable. The Victorian baking profession ultimately survived due to the same combination of factors that has enabled humanity to endure countless other challenges: necessity, adaptation, and the remarkable human capacity to keep functioning even in circumstances that might seem impossible to outside observers. Bakers continued to rise before dawn, light their dangerous ovens, and transform explosive flour into life-sustaining bread because civilization required them to do so. The legacy of Victorian baking mortality serves as a reminder of how far we have progressed in workplace safety, while simultaneously illustrating humanity's capacity to persevere under even the most challenging circumstances. Modern bakers, protected by safety regulations, ventilation systems, and manned machinery guards, owe a debt to their Victorian predecessors, who quite literally died to perfect the art of bread production. In the end, the story of Victorian baking mortality is not merely a tale of industrial hazard, but a testament to human determination and adaptability. It reminds us that even the most fundamental aspects of civilization, including something as basic as daily bread, often come at costs that are hidden from those who benefit from them. The Victorian bakers who risk their lives to feed their communities deserve recognition not only for their courage, but also for their contribution to the gradual development of safer working conditions that we now take for granted. Their sacrifice, measured in explosions survived, heat strokes endured, and respiratory systems gradually destroyed, helped create the foundation upon which modern food production stands. We owe them, quite literally, our daily bread, and the acknowledgement that civilization's most basic necessities often require the greatest personal courage from those who provide them. We're starting off with the veteran and the sacred spring, Republic 2nd century BC. Marcus Licinius let out a pained breath as he lowered his battle-scarred body into the steaming stone basin. The midday sun filtered through olive trees around the rustic bathhouse, turning the rising vapours golden. For a man who had spent years rinsing in frigid camp rivers, this languid heat was a luxury. He closed his eyes, feeling old javelin wounds in his shoulder and thighs for the first time since the wars against Carthage. Standing nearby, the Greek physician Philon watched and smiled knowingly, ladling scented warm water over the veteran's back. These Greek contrivances, Marcus began to grumble, but his voice softened into a sigh as warmth seeped into his bones. Bathing was a custom introduced to Italy from Greece only recently, and traditional Romans like him still met it with equal parts curiosity and scepticism, yet pain had a way of overcoming pride. Philon recalled how Marcus had limped into the grove that morning leaning on a staff and refusing help. Now the soothing aromas of lavender and laurel in the water softened the soldier's hard expression. Philon had come to Rome as a captive Greek healer and earned his freedom through medical skill. Back home, healers understood the power of balneum, the bath, as a place of cure. He had learned illness came from imbalances within, and believed water and heat could help restore harmony. The physician gently helped Marcus lean against the pool's edge, and, with a bronze strigil, began scraping sweat and oil from the skin, removing grime as well as what he called bad humours. Marcus did not fully grasp the theory of the four humours, but he understood one thing: the ritual felt cleansing and oddly renewing. They were not alone in this modest bathhouse by the sacred spring. Nearby, a pair of villagers quietly soaked their aching limbs and inhaled herbal steam for stubborn coughs. The atmosphere was hushed and reverent. This place wasn't a grand public thermae, but a simple balneae beside an ancient spring long believed to be touched by the gods. Marcus recalled tales of miraculous waters curing the afflicted. The spring fed a small hot bath chamber and a cold pool downstream, and its reputation had spread after soldiers claimed wounds healed faster here than elsewhere. As Marcus's body grew acclimated to the heat, Philon guided him to the next step of the regimen. Now for the cold plunge, the physician said. Marcus grimaced but complied, hobbling to the frigidarium, a circular stone pool under the open sky. He braced himself and descended. The cold water gripped his skin like an icy fist drawing a sharp gasp. Every instinct screamed to leap out, but Marcus stayed, recalling Philon's counsel that the sudden change in temperature would stimulate his blood and invigorate the body. After a few breaths, the ache in his leg dulled to a manageable throb. The shock of cold following the deep warmth left him breathless yet strangely revitalized. Shivering but smiling, Marcus emerged and wrapped himself in a woolen towel offered by an attendant. He rolled his shoulder and found it looser, the usual stabbing pain notably diminished. Perhaps there is something to these baths after all, he admitted, meeting Philon's eyes. The Greek patted his arm. Not magic, friend, nature's gift. Heat and water can do more than any salve. Marcus had to agree. At the edge of the spring-fed pool stood a small altar covered in thank offerings, clay votives shaped like limbs and tablets etched with words of gratitude. Despite years of battle-hardened skepticism, Marcus felt compelled to step over. He murmured a few words to Aesculapius, the god of healing, giving quiet thanks in the old way. A breeze rustled the olive branches overhead as if in gentle approval. Marcus stood taller. The weight of his armour was gone, replaced by a lightness he hadn't felt in decades. In the silence, broken only by trickling water, a battle-weary Roman discovered a new kind of victory, the healing power of water and rest. With Philon's help, Marcus donned his tunic. The veteran's scars would remain, but he felt that a piece of the war's burden had been lifted from him, left behind in those sacred waters. As they departed the grove, Marcus glanced back at the spring one last time. In that tranquil refuge of warmth and faith, he had found hope that even the deepest wounds might one day mend. A day at Agrippa's Thermae, between 27 BC and 12 BC, early empire, steam swirled through the cavernous caldarium as Lucius adjusted a bronze pipe, redirecting hot air beneath the marble floor. He was a servus balnearius, bath attendant, in the magnificent baths of Agrippa, starting work before dawn in the furnace room. Face flushed from stoking the wood-fired hippocaust, Lucius finally climbed out into the main halls carrying baskets of fresh olive oil and folded linens. The baths were already coming alive. Aristocrats in elegant togas, weathered legionaries, merchants from afar, and even freedmen and slaves scraped together the tiny fee for entry, all arriving in the morning light. Social distinctions melted away once inside. Senators, merchants, soldiers, and even slaves mingled freely here on common ground. By mid-morning they stationed Lucius in the apoditerium, a changing room filled with cubbyholes for clothes. A kindly senator pressed a quadrans, the customary fee, into Lucius's palm as a gratuity. Since Agrippa's death, the magnificent Thermae were left free to the people, so any payment now was a personal gift. Lucius smiled gratefully and tucked the coin away. Suddenly, a shout at the far side signalled that a bather's cloak had gone missing. Lucius's stomach dropped. Theft in the crowded baths was unfortunately common, and he knew the gods would receive another bitter prayer against a thief before nightfall. As the rush of bathers slowed, Lucius took a moment to breathe. He wandered through the tepidarium, the warm room, where clusters of men reclined on heated benches. 2 scholars soaked and debated in Greek about Aristotle. Nearby, a poet declaimed new verses to an appreciative circle. He often saw philosophers and poets here, sharing wisdom with anyone who would listen. Though he dared not interject, Lucius felt proud to work in a place where knowledge flowed as freely as water. His reprieve was brief. A call from the palaestra, exercise yard, sent him running. One of the wrestling trainers needed more oil for athletes to anoint themselves. Lucius fetched a jug of scented oil and marvelled at the surroundings as he trotted through a colonnade. Agrippa's complex was not only baths and gyms, but also gardens and promenades. Through arched doorways he glimpsed manicured courtyards and colonnades, like the Greek gymnasia but even more sumptuous. Patrons strolled those paths to cool down, surrounded by statues and greenery, a carefully crafted landscape of leisure and health. Back in the main bath hall, Lucius carefully poured oil into the hands of a burly veteran, preparing for a massage. The man nodded in thanks, scars crisscrossing his back. He mentioned that his old war wounds pained him less after a hot soak. Lucius offered a polite smile and moved on, but inside he felt a spark of satisfaction. He saw daily how much relief the baths brought to weary bodies. People left these halls walking taller than when they entered. By late afternoon the crowds thinned. Lucius helped sweep the now empty frigidarium, the cold plunge room shivering a bit in the clammy air left behind. He gathered stray strigils and tidied shelves of oils. At last, as dusk approached, the Thermae closed for cleaning. Sore and exhausted, Lucius crept to a quiet corner of the caldarium. With no patrons around, he finally dared to slip into the warm bath himself. The embrace of hot water was immediate bliss to his aching muscles. Eyes closed, he floated for a minute, letting healing warmth wash over him. In that brief moment, the grand bath he served each day became his sanctuary too. Lamplight flickered in the corridors as he finished his duties. Before leaving, he paused by the small altar where patrons offered thanks to the goddess of health, Salus, and bowed his head. He had witnessed both nobles and workers find solace, cleanliness, and companionship beneath these vaulted ceilings. Lucius locked the massive bronze doors from outside. In the amber glow of sundown, the baths of Agrippa stood silent and steamy behind him, an enduring gift to Rome. Tomorrow at dawn he would return to ignite its fires anew, knowing that within those walls the aches of rich and poor alike were soothed by the same healing waters. In the sacred waters of Sulis, Aquae Sulis, Britannia, 2nd century AD. Eberacca lifted her hands above the steaming pool as dawn's first light crept through the open roof. As a priestess of Sulis Minerva, she began each day in prayer by the sacred spring. Tendrils of mist curled around her, and the lone Roman veteran who stood shivering in the cool morning air. Marcus Julius, a retired centurion, had travelled hundreds of miles to Aquae Sulis in hopes these famous thermal waters might ease the agonizing pain in his joints. He watched with cautious reverence as the priestess invoked the goddess. "Sulis Minerva, healer of ills, bless us," she intoned. Sulis was venerated as a healing divinity whose sacred hot springs could cure physical and spiritual suffering, and Eberacca felt the goddess's presence in the rising steam. At her nod, Marcus disrobed his tall, scar-scored frame and gingerly descended the stone steps into the great bath. He inhaled sharply. The water was near scalding, rich with sulphur and minerals that tinged it a translucent green. Every day Eberacca saw newcomers react the same way, a gasp at the heat, then a sigh as the warmth penetrated aching bones. Marcus settled neck deep, his muscles gradually unclenching. Eberacca took up a shallow pewter bowl, dipped it, and slowly poured the hot mineral water over the veteran's shoulders. This act was part of the healing ritual. The water trickling off his body was thought to carry the spring's healing essence into him. The centurion closed his eyes while the priestess gently poured the shimmering water again and again, murmuring prayers in both Latin and the ancient Brittonic tongue of this land. All around them the baths of Sulis were stirring awake. Fellow pilgrims and local townsfolk began to arrive, their footsteps echoing under the portico. Families with sick children and elderly farmers with crutches came seeking relief. Ebiraka greeted each quietly. Though Rome governed Britannia now, in this complex the goddess welcomed all with healing waters. Within the adjacent temple, acolytes prepared offerings of food and carved plaques to present at Sulis Minerva's altar. The air smelled of moist stone, burning incense, and the metallic tang of the spring. For a moment, Ebiraka glanced toward the temple's inner sanctum, where a gilded bronze statue of the goddess caught the light. She whispered a promise under her breath that Sulis's power would never be forsaken here, even as foreign customs swirled around her. Marcus roused her from her thoughts with a quiet groan. He had been soaking for a while, eyes half closed as the thermal heat worked on him. The priestess stepped to the water's edge. "How do you feel?" she asked softly. The soldier rolled his shoulder experimentally beneath the green surface. "Better, I think," he replied, a note of wonder in his voice. He moved his knee that had been stiff with arthritis. It was still inflexible, but the stabbing pain had lessened. "The goddess smiles on you," Ebiraka said with a gentle smile. She offered him a cup of the spring water. Many believed drinking it cleansed one from within as well. Marcus drank the warm, metallic-tasting water and managed a grin. It was the first time Ebiraka had seen the stern man smile that morning. By midday, Marcus, now wrapped in a woolen cloak, joined Ebiraka and other supplicants at the circular spring for a communal ritual. One by one, they placed tokens in the bubbling water in thanks or petition. Marcus dropped a worn legion pendant into the depths as an offering, while others tossed coins that glinted beneath the ripples. The group then chanted a hymn of healing in unison, their Latin and Brittonic prayers intermingling under the high roof. Ebiraka's voice rose strong and clear, invoking Sulis as a nourishing mother and vigilant Minerva all at once. When the rites concluded, Ebiraka noticed tears in the centurion's eyes. "I feel new again," Marcus whispered, amazed. He flexed his hands, finding the usual morning stiffness gone. Despite his scars from war and age, the hot waters had restored his vitality. Ebiraka helped him to his feet and guided him to give thanks at the altar. Marcus bowed deeply and left his old crutch propped against a pillar, a silent testimony that he hoped not to need it again. That evening, as the last devotees departed, Ebiraka lingered to thank the goddess. She sprinkled rose petals into the steaming pool and fed the altar fire until it glowed. Many would depart Aquae Sulis carrying tales of relief and healing back to their homes. Priestess Ebiraka offered one final prayer that these sacred springs would remain a sanctuary of healing for all who truly needed it. The Physicians' Council, Rome ca. 180 AD, Julius Frontinus, arrived at the baths of Trajan at dawn. A trained physician, he often met patients here amid the marble halls and healing waters. This morning he had invited his friend Fabius for a private consultation in the bath's soothing environment. Fabius had been listless and sorrowful since losing his wife last winter, a classic melancholia as Julius saw it. Julius believed the baths could succeed where months of mourning had failed, to restore his friend's body and spirit by rebalancing the humours thrown off by grief. They found a quiet corner of the tepidarium, where gentle warmth emanated from the floors and walls. Julius encouraged Fabius to recline on a heated bench. "We will begin here to warm your blood," he explained. In the soft light, mosaics of Hygeia looked down as if supervising the therapy. Julius mixed a few drops of eucalyptus oil into Fabius's palm, a trick he had learned to open the lungs and lift the mood. As Fabius inhaled the sharp scent, Julius noted his friend's posture change. The philosopher's shoulders, long tense, began to relax. Gradual warmth was known to purge unwholesome vapours and prepare the body to release its burdens, and indeed, Fabius's chest seemed to lighten with each breath. Next, Julius led his friend into the caldarium, the hot steam chamber. A wave of moist heat enveloped them. Fabius frowned at the discomfort, but Julius sat him by the hot fountain and urged him to breathe deeply. Soon sweat was streaming down Fabius's body. Julius gently scraped it away with a bronze strudel, as if peeling off a layer of sorrow along with the sweat. The intense heat began to loosen his stiff muscles and even ease his tight chest. Fabius's breathing, shallow at first, grew deeper and more rhythmic. After a thorough sweat, Julius guided the trembling philosopher toward the domed frigidarium. A circular pool of cold, clear water awaited. Fabius balked on the edge, eyeing the chilly basin with dread. "Trust me," Julius said. With a supportive arm, he helped Fabius step down. The cold hit him with a brutal shock. Fabius gasped and almost bolted out, but Julius held him a moment until the panic passed. His heart pounded and his skin tingled. Such a sudden change in temperature was believed to stimulate circulation and sharpen the senses, and indeed Fabius felt more alert than he had in ages. He waded out of the pool on his own. A look of astonishment turned his face. "I feel awake," he marvelled through chattering teeth. Julius briskly rubbed him down with a coarse towel, restoring warmth to his skin. Colour returned to Fabius's cheeks and a light to his eyes. They rested in a sunlit courtyard, wrapped in fresh linen robes and sipping watered wine. Fabius's limbs were loose and his mind clear. He grasped Julius's hand gratefully. Grief had driven his humours to imbalance, but nature, aided by hot water and cold, had helped restore what was lost. Julius gently reminded him that regular bathing purifies the body of toxins and can uplift the spirit. As they prepared to depart, Julius observed a cluster of men by the colonnade engaged in a lively debate on Aristotle's ethics. The physician smiled. Bathhouses often served as informal forums for scholars and physicians alike. He himself had exchanged remedies and insights in these halls many times, knowledge flowing freely among those dedicated to wellness. Indeed, this place cared for the spirit just as much as the body. He noted that Fabius now sat upright, calmly watching the morning bustle, the haunted look gone from his face. Before departing, Julius gave Fabius a small vial of soothing herbal oil, instructing him to use it each night. Fabius thanked him, and promised to return to the bath soon, not as a patient, but as a friend. For Julius, this was the true reward of medicine, easing an ailment and seeing hope rekindled. In the vaulted halls of the baths, a soul weighed down by sorrow had truly been lightened. Healing had come through hot and cold water, medicine and friendship all in harmony together. In Rome, 217 AD, a merchant at Caracalla's baths named Lysander of Tyre stepped through the towering entrance of the baths of Caracalla and felt his breath catch in his throat. He had travelled across half the empire but never seen a monument to leisure as magnificent as this. A vast hall stretched before him, its vaulted ceiling held aloft by dozens of columns. Everywhere stood marble statues of gods and heroes. Colossal Hercules leaning on his club dominated the scene. The complex was renowned for its unparalleled lavish decoration. The merchant passed bronze fountains tinkling gently, their water music echoing off the high walls. Clad only in a simple loincloth provided at the entrance, Lysander moved from the grand atrium into the bustling apoditerium. Here, garments of rich and poor hung side by side in the wall niches. Two young bath attendants helped Lysander stow his belongings. He cast a cautious eye toward his satchel of precious spices, until an attendant assured him it would be safe. With a nod of thanks, Lysander stepped gingerly onward, the smooth marble floor warm under his bare feet thanks to the hypercaust fires below. He first entered the tepidarium, a warm chamber where an inviting heat caressed his travel-weary muscles. Golden light filtered through high windows, illuminating mosaics of sea creatures across the floor. Groups of men reclined on heated benches along the walls, chatting in a dozen tongues: Latin, Greek, Egyptian, Aramaic, and even his native Syriac. Despite differences in speech and status, here all were simply bathers at ease. A portly Roman negotiator struck up a friendly conversation about caravan routes, and even offered Lysander a dab of citrus-scented oil from his flask. The merchant graciously accepted, rubbing it into his skin as the tension of months on the road began to melt from his shoulders. Next he followed the flow of bathers into the caldarium, the enormous hot room. At one end of this cavernous hall roared a circular pool of steaming water flanked by enormous marble tubs. The air was thick and steamy, muffling every sound to a murmur. Lysander eased himself into the central hot pool. The water embraced him, almost too hot at first, but he slowly sank up to his chest. Waves of heat unfurled through his limbs, dissolving the stiffness in his spine from weeks of jostling in a camel-drawn wagon. Nearby, a pair of off-duty legionaries sighed with relief as they submerged themselves. Lysander closed his eyes and let sweat bead on his brow. A bath attendant appeared with a bronze strigil, and Lysander allowed the young man to briskly scrape the perspiration and oil from his skin. He marvelled at the sight of even this humble task in the Palace of Well-being. Properly steamed and scrubbed, Lysander was ready for the final trial, the frigidarium. He braced himself as he stepped into the next chamber, an airy hall with a vast cold swimming pool, natatio, open to the sky. The sun had climbed higher now, its rays dancing on the turquoise water. With a hearty exhale, Lysander plunged forward. The cold shocked him to his core. He gasped as the chill enveloped his overheated skin. When he surfaced invigorated, he was glad for it. He laughed out loud in surprise. Some nearby bathers chuckled at his shocked face, and he grinned back. The sudden contrast from hot to cold sent new energy coursing through his veins, leaving him alert and renewed. After swimming, Lysander wandered into a landscaped garden adjoining the natatorium. Clipped hedges and fruit trees offered dappled shade. He strolled along a portico where others lounged, cooling off, some enjoying a light snack. In one corner stood a small shrine to Aesculapius, the god of healing. Though not a devout man, Lysander paused to bow his head and offer a silent thanks to the powers watching over weary travellers. Only that morning he had arrived in Rome bone-tired and sore in every joint. Now he felt practically reborn. As he prepared to leave, Lysander felt the day's burdens completely lifted. Stepping back out through the grand doors into the bustling streets, the Syrian merchant carried with him a newfound vigour. The baths of Caracalla had cleansed the dust from his skin and washed away the weariness of his long journey. Refreshed and optimistic, Lysander hefted his satchel of spices, surprisingly lighter on his shoulders now, and set off to conclude his business in the capital, rejuvenated by the restorative powers of Rome's grandest baths. The Saint of the Baths, Rome c. 420 AD. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows through the half-empty baths of Titus, illuminating motes of dust swirling above the tepidarium pool. Flavia, a middle-aged deaconess of the Christian church, wrung out a linen cloth in warm water and gently laid it over an old woman's arthritic knees. Around them, a handful of the sick and poor soaked quietly in the small bath hall. This once grand facility had seen better days. Mosaics missing tiles, a dry fountain niche where a statue of Apollo had stood. Yet to Flavia, it was a sacred place of healing. In the corner, where a fresco of nymphs was fading, a simple wooden cross hung on the wall. She offered a silent prayer as she worked, not to pagan nymphs or gods, but asking Christ to bless these waters as he once did the pool of Bethesda. The city's elite now shunned public baths, preferring private tubs or avoiding them on moral grounds. Church leaders condemned bathhouses as dens of sin, outlawing mixed bathing and segregating men and women by hours. Many once great bath complexes were closing due to neglect, but Flavia saw opportunity in the decline. With few pleasure seekers left, one wing of the baths of Titus now served as an unofficial infirmary. Its warm rooms and water comforted those too poor or ill to bathe at home. Her patients this day included Septimius, a feverish stonemason, Nereus, a retired legionary with a festering leg wound, and old Livia, whose knees throbbed with arthritis. One by one, Flavia guided them through a gentle bathing regimen. In the tepidarium's mild warmth, stiff joints loosened and fevers began to break. She crushed a bit of rosemary and eucalyptus into hot water, filling the air with sharp, cleansing vapours that drew a weak smile from feverish Septimius. Next, with help from a few volunteers, former bath attendants now serving as Christian helpers, Flavia brought them into the small caldarium. In the hazy steam she softly sang a hymn. Nereus, the old soldier, closed his eyes and joined in between deep breaths of hot air. "This beats the army camps," he murmured with a faint grin. "Even if we sing to a different god now," Flavia chuckled. Even as times changed, the enduring practice of soothing weary bodies with heat remained. After the steam bath, Flavia led the group to the frigidarium. Only a trickle of cold water still flowed, but it was enough. Livia gasped as Flavia poured a bowl of the cool water over her swollen knees. "Easy," Flavia soothed. The brief cold shock brought relief. Livia sighed as the inflammation in her joints eased. Flavia thought of how ancient physicians praised the contrast of hot and cold to stimulate healing, and how even a Christian bishop had urged the use of God-given remedies like baths. Their circuit complete, Flavia helped the weakened bathers dry off and rest along the courtyard colonnade for fresh air. twilight approached, a breeze carrying in the scent of olive trees outside, she ladled out cups of warm broth from a pot simmering where perfumed oils were once heated. In the fading light, the group murmured prayers of thanks. Septimius's fever had broken, sweat beaded on his brow, but his eyes were clear. Nereus flexed his leg and found the wound clean. The pain abated. Livia squeezed Flavia's hand in gratitude, and for the first time in weeks, Livia felt her pain ease. As Flavia packed away her supplies, a young acolyte lit a few oil lamps along the walls. Their gentle glow fell on faded paintings of Roman gods and the simple crosses scratched by the faithful. The old and new converged here. These baths once echoed with pagan odes and idle gossip. Now they heard prayers and hymns. The water that Romans once dedicated to Aesculapius was now blessed in Christ's name. Different prayers led to the same healing waters. Before closing for the night, Flavia knelt by the pool and dipped her hand into the warm water, whispering a final prayer of thanks. This derelict bathhouse turned infirmary felt as holy to her as any chapel, a place where suffering was eased and dignity restored. With that thought warming her heart, Flavia shuttered the doors. The baths of Titus fell into quiet darkness, save for the gleam of the wooden cross on the wall, a reminder that even as empires fade, the call to care for the sick endures. Under a leaden winter sky, Marcus pushed open the heavy doors of the baths of Diocletian in our final story of the twilight of the Thermae, Rome, 537 AD. A sharp wind followed him in, swirling fallen leaves across the floor. Only a dozen patrons huddled in the vast complex. The bath's emptiness was palpable. Marcus had served as curator aquarum, a water engineer for over 30 years, tending Rome's aqueducts and bathhouses. He remembered when these halls echoed with laughter each afternoon. Now many pools sat dry or lukewarm. Still he made his rounds, determined to offer what comfort he could to those few Romans who clung to the old ways. In the tepidarium, only 2 loyal patrons lingered in the lukewarm pool. Marcus checked the water with his hand, cooler than it should be. The furnaces had barely any fuel left, wood being scarce during the siege. He fed the last bits of charcoal into the boiler, coaxing a meagre flame. Moving on, he passed through the empty palestra, now strewn with dust. In a corner, weeds sprouted between cracked marble tiles where athletes once wrestled. He sighed and entered the caldarium. Only one pool here was still in use, fed by a trickle of warm water. A gaunt mother bathed her young son in the shallows of the one remaining warm pool. The same need for warmth and water which had sustained so many before them, drew them here. The mother looked up at Marcus and gave a polite, hopeful smile. Marcus mustered a nod in return, even as his heart clenched with the knowledge he bore. At dawn, Marcus had scouted the aqueduct outside the city and discovered the grim truth. Gothic soldiers had cut the Aqua Marcia, toppling its arches to choke off Rome's water. The lifeblood of the baths was severed. What little water remained in the pools was all there would ever be. By tomorrow, the baths of Diocletian would fall silent. He made his way to the Frigidarium, a cavernous hall that once housed a cold swimming pool larger than a forum. Now it was dry, the mosaic of Neptune on its floor exposed and dull. Marcus ran a hand along a cracked column. How many generations had cooled their brows here after the steam? He could almost hear ghostly splashes and youthful shouts from centuries past. Returning to the tepidarium, Marcus gently informed the few remaining bathers that the baths would likely close after today. The old men bowed their heads in resigned understanding, and the young mother's eyes brimmed with tears as she held her son closer. A patron placed a rolled parchment into Marcus's hand as a token of appreciation for his years of service, causing Marcus to swallow a lump in his throat. He promised the mother he would direct her to a nearby church offering heated rooms for refugees, a small solace. As twilight fell and the last bathers departed, Marcus remained alone in the cooling caldarium, the hiss of water gone. He sat by an empty basin. An old saying echoed, "While the baths remain, Rome remains." But Rome had changed, its people scattered, its aqueducts broken. Communal bathing, once the pride of Roman life, was now slipping into memory. Yet in the gathering darkness, Marcus felt a measure of peace. The legacy of the Thermae would not vanish. In the Eastern Empire, massive baths still thrived, and in country villages, people still sought natural hot springs for relief, just as they always had. Rome had introduced the world to the benefits of bathing, and subsequent generations would continue this legacy. Perhaps future generations in better times would build new bathhouses, or find new ways to use water's healing touch. Marcus rose and made his final rounds, snuffing out lamps and securing doors. He took one last look at the silent halls. This chapter was closing, but he did not feel despair. Water's soothing power was eternal, and he believed that someday its fountains would flow again for those in need. With that hope, Marcus Valens left the baths of Diocletian and shut its doors behind him. In the fading light, the great complex stood dark and still, a sleeping giant awaiting a new dawn in some distant future. In the mid-13th century, Venice was not simply another Mediterranean port. It was the nexus of an economic empire built on salt, ships, and shrewd diplomacy. When Marco Polo entered the world in 1254, he was born into a city undergoing profound transformation. The Venice of Marco's childhood existed in a perpetual state of reinvention, balancing between Byzantine heritage and an increasingly independent identity. The Polo family themselves exemplified this complex position. Niccolo and Maffeo Polo weren't merely merchants, but sophisticated entrepreneurs operating within intricate networks of commerce and politics. The traditional narrative often portrays young Marco as simply a merchant's son awaiting his destiny. The reality proved considerably more nuanced. While his father and uncle embarked on their initial journey to the Mongol Empire in 1260, Marco remained with his mother, Donna Polo. Her influence on the boy's development typically receives minimal attention in historical accounts, yet contemporary Venetian records suggest she belonged to a family with connections to the naval administration. These early exposures likely shaped Marco's later attentiveness to maritime matters, in his accounts of Asian waterways and naval technologies. Marco's education reflected Venice's peculiar position between East and West. Unlike Florence or Bologna with their classical curriculum, Venetian education emphasized practical knowledge, mathematics for commerce, languages for the negotiation, and geography for navigation. Young patricians studied Arabic numerals rather than Roman calculations, a pragmatic choice that outraged traditionalists, but prepared Venice's next generation for global trade. Marco likely received instruction not only in Latin and Greek, but possibly rudimentary Arabic and Persian, languages that would prove invaluable during his travels. The Venice of Marco's youth functioned as an information clearinghouse where rumours and reports from disparate corners of the known world collided in marketplaces and merchant houses. The city's position as a commercial republic rather than a traditional monarchy created a distinctive civic consciousness. While mainland Italian cities remained locked in bloody feuds between Guelphs and Ghibellines, papal and imperial supporters, Venice cultivated a pragmatic approach to power, forming alliances based on commercial interests rather than ideological commitments. What often goes unrecognised is how Venetian colonial expansion fundamentally shaped Marco's worldview. By the time of his birth, Venice controlled significant territories along the Dalmatian coast and numerous Aegean islands. These weren't mere trading posts but administered territories with Venetian governors and legal systems. Young Marco would have encountered returning officials and merchants from these colonies, absorbing stories of governance and cultural adaptation that informed his later observations of Mongol administrative techniques. The religious atmosphere of 13th century Venice defied easy categorization. While nominally devout Catholics, Venetians maintained a distinctly arm's-length relationship with papal authority. The city's extensive trade with Muslim and Orthodox territories fostered a pragmatic religious tolerance was unusual for medieval Europe. The Fourth Crusade's controversial diversion to sack Constantinople in 1204 had yielded Venice tremendous wealth and liturgical treasures, but also created complex theological justifications for interaction with non-Catholic powers. Marco grew up in a city whose magnificent St. Mark's Basilica incorporated Byzantine domes, Islamic decorative elements, and classical columns, architectural evidence of Venice's cultural hybridization. When Marco was 15, his father and uncle returned to Venice after their initial journey eastward. Traditional accounts emphasize the emotional reunion, but contemporary evidence suggests their return served specific diplomatic purposes. The Polos carried letters from Kublai Khan requesting educated Europeans to return with them, particularly those who could explain Christian theology and European technical knowledge. This request reflected not merely curiosity but calculated policy. The Mongol Empire actively recruited administrative talent from across their conquered territories, implementing a system that transcended ethnic and religious boundaries. The Venice that the teenage Marco prepared to leave in 1271 had already begun evolving beyond the city of his childhood. Political reforms under Doge Ranieri Zeno had strengthened the Great Council's authority, while naval conflicts with Genoa intensified competition for Mediterranean trade routes. The eventual journey would consume nearly a quarter century of Marco's life, transforming not only his understanding of the world, but ultimately Venice's conception of itself within a rapidly expanding global context. The conventional narrative of Marco Polo's travels typically begins with his departure from Venice in 1271. This simplified chronology overlooks a critical element of the Polo saga, the first journey undertaken by Niccolo and Maffeo Polo that laid the groundwork for Marco's later expedition. This initial voyage, occurring between 1260 and 1269, remains curiously under-examined despite its profound influence on subsequent events. When Niccolo and Maffeo first ventured eastward, they weren't pioneering an unknown route, but rather extending established Venetian commercial networks. However, what distinguished their journey was the remarkable timing. They departed during a unique geopolitical window, after the initial Mongol conquests had stabilised into the administrative structure known as the Pax Mongolica, but before European knowledge of Asian political realities had crystallised. The brothers originally intended a conventional trading expedition to Constantinople and the Crimean port of Soldaya, modern Sudakin, where Italian merchants maintained trading posts. What forced the Polos to deviate from their intended route was not adventurous spirit, but pragmatic necessity. Civil war between Mongol factions had temporarily closed their planned return path. Rather than retreat, they pressed eastward to Bukhara in modern Uzbekistan, where they remained for 3 years. This extended stay, often treated as a mere precursor to later events, actually provided the linguistic and cultural immersion that would prove invaluable for the subsequent journey with young Marco. In Bukhara, the brothers encountered an ambassador from Hulagu Khan, grandson of Genghis Khan, travelling to the court of his brother, the great Khan Kublai. The ambassador's invitation to join his embassy represents a frequently misunderstood aspect of Mongol diplomatic practice. The Mongols actively collected knowledgeable individuals from across their territories, viewing diverse expertise as valuable intelligence assets. The Mongols did not select the Polos for their individual importance, but rather as representatives of Latin Christendom, who could provide valuable information about European politics and technology. Their journey to Kublai's court at Shangdu, immortalised as Xanadu in European literature, traversed the Eastern Silk Road through regions no Venetian had previously documented. Contemporary accounts suggest they travelled as members of an official Mongol embassy, which granted them access to the imperial post system with its relay stations and official protection. This status explains how merchants of modest standing managed to traverse thousands of miles of territory safely. They moved within administrative infrastructure designed to facilitate official communication across the empire. Upon reaching Kublai's court, the brothers encountered not an exotic, oriental despot of later European imagination, but a sophisticated ruler preoccupied with governance challenges. The Mongol Empire of 1266 was experiencing substantial administrative evolution, incorporating Chinese bureaucratic practices while maintaining nomadic military traditions. Kublai's questions for the Polos focused primarily on practical matters: European military capabilities, political structures, and technical innovations. The Khan's famous request for 100 learned men from Europe reflected not mere curiosity but strategic intelligence gathering about potential Western allies or adversaries. What's often overlooked is that the Polos' return journey to Venice carried specific diplomatic communication. They transported formal letters from Kublai to Pope Clement IV requesting Christian teachers. This diplomatic component transformed what might have been merely an extraordinary commercial venture into an unofficial embassy between powers. Upon reaching Accra in 1269, they learned of Pope Clement's death 2 years earlier, which complicated their diplomatic mission. Rather than proceeding immediately to Rome, they returned to Venice, where Niccolo discovered his wife had died during his absence, leaving his son Marco in the care of extended family. These 3 years in Venice between journeys, 1269 and 1271 represented a crucial period of preparation for Marco. Traditional accounts depict him merely waiting to depart, but evidence suggests this interlude involved intensive education tailored to the planned eastern journey. He likely received specialised instruction in languages, astronomical navigation, and manuscript preparation, skills that would prove invaluable for documenting the subsequent travels. The Polos also arranged commercial partnerships and credit instruments to finance their second journey, developing complex arrangements that allowed them to transport valuable goods while minimising physical carrying of currency. When the three Polos finally departed in 1271, they carried not only papal letters from the newly elected Gregory X, but also diplomatic credentials and commercial contracts representing multiple interests. The foundation laid by Niccolo and Maffeo's first journey, establishing relationships, understanding routes, and gaining imperial favour, provided the essential framework that made Marco's subsequent journey and chronicle possible. This overlooked first expedition represents not merely a prologue, but the essential foundation for the epic that followed. The departure of the three Polos from Venice in 1271 marked the beginning of a journey frequently reduced to a simplistic east-west trajectory in popular accounts. The actual route reveals a far more complex diplomatic and commercial enterprise, shaped by evolving geopolitical circumstances rather than a predetermined path. Their initial progress followed established Mediterranean shipping lanes to Acre in the Crusader Kingdom of Jerusalem, where they obtained supplementary diplomatic credentials from Teobaldo Visconti, soon to become Pope Gregory X. This papal connection has traditionally been emphasised as their primary diplomatic sanction, but Venetian records suggest they simultaneously carried commercial authorisations from the Doge and several prominent trading houses. The Polos operated within multiple overlapping networks of authority, religious, commercial and political, that reflected the fragmented nature of medieval European power structures. After departing Acre, the expedition encountered its first significant deviation from planned routes. Traditional accounts mention briefly that war conditions forced them to turn northward, but the story dramatically understates the historical context. The Mamluk Sultan Baybars was actively campaigning against remaining Crusader territories and Mongol forces in Syria, making direct eastward travel impossible. This Mamluk-Mongol war represented one of the most consequential geopolitical conflicts of the 13th century, effectively establishing boundaries between Islamic and Mongol spheres of influence that would persist for generations. The Polos' adaptive response to this obstacle reveals their sophisticated geographical knowledge. Rather than abandoning their journey, they navigated northward through Armenian Cilicia, modern southern Turkey, where Christian rulers maintained alliances with both Mongols and European powers. This region functioned as a crucial interface between civilizations, maintaining diverse diplomatic connections that provided the Polos with updated intelligence about conditions further east. Their subsequent traversal of the Armenian highlands and northern Mesopotamia brought them through territories only recently incorporated into Mongol administration. The expedition's timing proved fortunate. They travelled during a period when the Ilkhanate under Abaka Khan, ruler from 1265 to 1282, had established relative stability following the destructive initial Mongol conquests. Archaeological evidence from this period shows revitalisation of urban centres and trading networks that had suffered catastrophic disruption just decades earlier. At Tabriz in northwestern Iran, the Polos entered one of the Ilkhanate's principal commercial centres. Marco's later accounts of this city's international markets reveal his growing awareness of transcontinental trade patterns. Here he first encountered merchandise from India, Central Asia, and China circulating alongside Russian furs, Byzantine textiles, and European metals. His detailed observations of currency exchange mechanisms and credit instruments used by merchants from diverse backgrounds reflect a sophisticated understanding of commercial operations, rather than the wide-eyed wonder often attributed to him in romanticised accounts. The journey's eastern progression through Persia followed not the most direct route, but rather a network of recently secured trade corridors. Near Kerman in southeastern Iran, archaeological evidence from the period shows way stations, caravanserais, being restored and expanded under Mongol patronage after years of neglect. These structures weren't simply convenient accommodations, but represented systematic infrastructure investment that facilitated administrative control and commercial exchange across the empire. The Polo's traversal of the Pamir Mountains, often characterised as a heroic passage through an inhospitable wilderness, actually followed carefully maintained routes regularly travelled by diplomatic missions and merchant caravans. Marco's descriptions of high-altitude terrain and climate demonstrate careful observation, but shouldn't be interpreted as evidence of pioneering exploration. His accounts of highland peoples and their customs show particular attention to practical matters like animal husbandry techniques and local commodities, reflecting his growing commercial acumen. Upon reaching Kashgar in what is now western China, the expedition entered the Tarim Basin, where Marco documented not only trade goods but also agricultural techniques and water management systems. His observations about irrigation networks reveal an appreciation for the administrative systems maintaining these complex infrastructures across political boundaries, a perspective reflecting his distinctly Venetian understanding of how governance enables commerce. The crossing of the Taklamakan Desert, often portrayed as the journey's most arduous segment, followed established caravan routes that had functioned for centuries. What distinguished Marco's account of this crossing was his attention to the economic niches occupied by different ethnic groups along the route: Uyghur merchants operating trading posts, Tangut herders supplying livestock, and Chinese officials administering taxation and security. This multi-ethnic commercial ecosystem operated under Mongol oversight, but maintained distinctive local practices that Marco documented with unusual detail. As the expedition approached the Chinese heartland, they encountered increasingly sophisticated administrative control. At Dunhuang, they entered a region where Mongol rule had been superimposed upon existing Chinese bureaucratic structures. Marco's accounts reveal his fascination with this hybrid governance system, particularly the imperial postal relay network that facilitated rapid communication across vast distances. This infrastructure enabled the Mongol Empire to maintain administrative cohesion across disparate regions while accommodating local governing traditions. Throughout the 3-year eastward journey, the Polos traversed not wild, unknown territories but a carefully administered network of trade routes, experiencing substantial integration under Mongol governance. Their achievement wasn't discovering new paths, but successfully navigating complex political, commercial, and cultural boundaries during a period of unprecedented transcontinental connectivity. The skills they developed, linguistic adaptation, diplomatic flexibility, and commercial awareness, prepared them for effective service in Kublai Khan's cosmopolitan court. When Marco Polo arrived at Kublai Khan's court in 1275, he encountered not the exotic oriental paradise of later European imagination, but a sophisticated administrative machine grappling with the challenges of governing the world's largest contiguous land empire. The traditional narrative emphasizes Marco's personal relationship with Kublai, suggesting the young Venetian became a trusted confidant almost immediately. Contemporary evidence suggests a more nuanced integration into court life, one that reflected the Mongol Empire's systematic approach to utilizing foreign expertise. Shangdu, the Xanadu of European literature, operated not merely as an imperial pleasure dome, but as a seasonal administrative capital within a complex governing system. The court regularly migrated between multiple capitals, including Beijing, then called Khanbalik or City of the Khan, allowing the ruler to maintain a personal presence across different regions while accommodating both Chinese administrative tradition and Mongol nomadic heritage. This mobile governance model, incomprehensible to stationary European bureaucracies, enabled direct imperial supervision across vast territories while symbolically maintaining Mongol traditions of movement. Marco's integration into this system began not with immediate elevation to imperial advisor, but through a typical assessment process applied to foreigners with useful skills. The Mongol administrative approach emphasized meritocratic utilization of talent regardless of ethnic or religious background, a pragmatic necessity for governing diverse populations across Eurasia. Chinese bureaucrats managed civil administration, Persian astronomers directed scientific research, Central Asian Muslims controlled financial operations, and Uyghur scribes handled diplomatic correspondence. Within this multicultural framework, Western Europeans like Marco occupied specialized niches based on their particular knowledge and capabilities. The traditional narrative suggesting Marco learned 4 languages oversimplifies the complex linguistic environment of the Mongol court. Contemporary evidence indicates communication occurred through layered translation processes, with documents often passing through multiple languages before reaching their final form. Administrative documents initiated in Mongolian might be translated to Uyghur, then Persian, then Chinese, depending on their intended audience and purpose. Marco likely developed working knowledge of Mongol court Persian, a lingua franca among administrative officials, rather than achieving full fluency in multiple unrelated language families. Marco's initial assignments reflected the standard Mongol practice of testing foreign abilities through provincial postings rather than immediate court responsibilities. His often referenced journeys to Yunnan and other Chinese regions weren't romantic explorations, but administrative assignments, likely tax assessment missions or diplomatic deliveries. These provincial postings served dual purposes, providing practical training while allowing imperial officials to evaluate foreign talent before entrusting them with more sensitive responsibilities. The Mongol taxation system that Marco encountered demonstrated remarkable administrative sophistication. Beyond simple collection, it encompassed censuses, resource surveys, and commercial regulations are administered through a hierarchical bureaucracy. His detailed descriptions of salt monopolies, paper currency controls, and standardized weights and measures reflect not mere curiosity, but direct involvement with these revenue systems. Archaeological evidence confirms Marco's accounts of tax receipts produced on mulberry paper with standardized seals, documents allowing goods to move through commercial networks without repeated taxation. When Marco Polo arrived at Kublai Khan's court in 1275, he encountered not the exotic oriental paradise of later European imagination, but a sophisticated administrative machine grappling with the challenges of governing the world's largest contiguous land empire. The traditional narrative emphasizes Marco's personal relationship with Kublai, suggesting the young Venetian became a trusted confidant almost immediately. Contemporary evidence suggests a more nuanced integration into court life, one that reflected the Mongol Empire's systematic approach to utilizing foreign expertise. Shangdu, the Xanadu of European literature, operated not merely as an imperial pleasure dome, but as a seasonal administrative capital within a complex governing system. The court regularly migrated between multiple capitals, including Beijing, then called Khanbalik or City of the Khan, allowing the ruler to maintain a personal presence across different regions while accommodating both Chinese administrative tradition and Mongol nomadic heritage. This mobile governance model, incomprehensible to stationary European bureaucracies, enabled direct imperial supervision across vast territories while symbolically maintaining Mongol traditions of movement. Marco's integration into this system began not with immediate elevation to imperial advisor, but through a typical assessment process applied to foreigners with useful skills. The Mongol administrative approach emphasized meritocratic utilization of talent regardless of ethnic or religious background, a pragmatic necessity for governing diverse populations across Eurasia. Chinese bureaucrats managed civil administration, Persian astronomers directed scientific research, Central Asian Muslims controlled financial operations, and Uyghur scribes handled diplomatic correspondence. Within this multicultural framework, Western Europeans like Marco occupied specialized niches based on their particular knowledge and capabilities. The traditional narrative suggesting Marco learned 4 languages oversimplifies the complex linguistic environment of the Mongol court. Contemporary evidence indicates communication occurred through layered translation processes, with documents often passing through multiple languages before reaching their final form. Administrative documents initiated in Mongolian might be translated to Uyghur, then Persian, then Chinese, depending on their intended audience and purpose. Marco likely developed working knowledge of Mongol court Persian, a lingua franca among administrative officials, rather than achieving full fluency in multiple unrelated language families. Marco's initial assignments reflected the standard Mongol practice of testing foreign abilities through provincial postings rather than immediate court responsibilities. His often referenced journeys to Yunnan and other Chinese regions weren't romantic explorations, but administrative assignments, likely tax assessment missions or diplomatic deliveries. These provincial postings served dual purposes, providing practical training while allowing imperial officials to evaluate foreign talent before entrusting them with more sensitive responsibilities. The Mongol taxation system that Marco encountered demonstrated remarkable administrative sophistication. Beyond simple collection, it encompassed censuses, resource surveys, and commercial regulations are administered through a hierarchical bureaucracy. His detailed descriptions of salt monopolies, paper currency controls, and standardized weights and measures reflect not mere curiosity, but direct involvement with these revenue systems. Archaeological evidence confirms Marco's accounts of tax receipts produced on mulberry paper with standardised seals, documents allowing goods to move through commercial networks without repeated taxation. The popular imagination typically places Marco Polo on camels traversing endless deserts, yet some of his most significant observations concerned maritime networks that connected East Asian economies. This nautical dimension of his account offers crucial insights into 13th century globalization rarely highlighted in conventional narratives. After approximately 1284, Marco's responsibilities increasingly involved maritime administration, likely overseeing commercial shipping regulations and customs collection in coastal regions. This shift from inland to maritime duties coincided with Kublai Khan's growing interest in naval power projection and maritime commerce following failed invasion attempts against Japan. Marco's Venetian background made him particularly valuable for maritime assignments. Despite their geographic distance, both Venice and Songyuan China had developed sophisticated naval architectures, navigational techniques, and maritime commercial systems. Marco's descriptions of Chinese shipbuilding technology reveal more than superficial impressions. His detailed accounts of hull construction techniques, particularly the multiple watertight bulkhead compartments that prevented sinking from localized damage, demonstrate technical understanding rather than mere wonderment. Archaeological evidence from shipwrecks confirms these construction methods, which remained unknown in European shipbuilding until centuries later. Similarly, his observations about rudder design and sail configuration indicate professional assessment rather than casual observation. Rather than being isolated ports, the maritime infrastructure Marco recorded across Southeast Asia represented interconnected commercial networks. His descriptions of Quanzhou, which he called Zaytun, emphasised not just its impressive harbour facilities but also the administrative systems coordinating vessel arrivals, cargo inspections and customs assessment. These descriptions reveal an understanding of port operations informed by his Venetian background, where similar though less extensive systems managed Mediterranean shipping. The spice trade routes Marco documented through the Strait of Malacca and into the Indian Ocean represented the world's most valuable commercial networks, ones that European powers would later compete violently to control. His accounts of these trading patterns provided among the first detailed European documentation of these systems, identifying key transshipment points and commercial centres. However, Marco observed these networks not as an outsider, but as a participant operating within established commercial patterns, dominated by Chinese, Arab and Indian merchants. Marco's descriptions of naval warfare techniques, particularly incendiary weapons, boarding tactics and formation movements, reflected professional military assessment rather than civilian observation. His accounts of naval engagements during Kublai's campaigns against southern Chinese resistance forces and Southeast Asian kingdoms provide valuable information about operational practices otherwise poorly documented in surviving records. These observations suggest Marco may have participated in naval operations beyond purely administrative roles, possibly serving in technical advisory capacities. The navigational technologies Marco encountered in East Asian waters demonstrated a sophisticated application of astronomical knowledge to maritime movement. His descriptions of Chinese compass use extended beyond the basic magnetic principles known in Europe to include standardized compass cards with directional calibrations and techniques for compensating for magnetic deviation. Similarly, his accounts of celestial navigation using the pole star and other astronomical markers reflect practical understanding of techniques developed through generations of transoceanic voyaging. The commercial vessels Marco documented ranged from massive treasure ships to specialized regional craft adapted to particular waterways. His descriptions of multi-decked ocean-going vessels carrying hundreds of merchants and thousands of tons of cargo accurately portrayed the world's most advanced commercial shipping at that time. Archaeological discoveries of period shipwrecks confirm his accounts of vessel sizes and construction techniques that wouldn't be matched in Europe until the Age of Exploration centuries later. What often goes unexamined is Marco's documentation of hybrid governance systems managing maritime trade. Unlike European models where territorial rulers claimed coastal waters, the maritime spaces Marco described operated under complex overlapping authorities. Harbour masters collected fees, guild representatives enforced commercial standards, imperial officials assessed taxes, and local authorities maintained navigation markers, creating layered systems of governance adapted to commercial needs rather than territorial control. This administrative complexity reflected a sophisticated understanding that maritime spaces required specialized governance distinct from land-based models. Marco's observations about marine resource exploitation, particularly pearl diving in the South China Sea and fisheries throughout Southeast Asia, documented sustainable management systems developed over generations. His accounts describe not just harvesting techniques, but also the regulatory systems governing access rights, seasonal limitations, and resource conservation. These observations countered later European colonial narratives depicting Asian waters as unregulated commons awaiting proper management. The final maritime journey that brought Marco homeward from 1291 to 1295 represented not an extraordinary expedition, but participation in regular commercial diplomatic patterns. The marriage convoy escorting a Mongol princess to Persia that Marco joined operated within established maritime networks, connecting Yuan China to the Ilkhanate. His documentation of this journey, recording navigation patterns, seasonal weather systems, and port facilities throughout Southeast Asia and the Indian Ocean, provided Europe with unprecedented information about maritime spaces that would become central to later colonial ambitions. Throughout his observations of maritime Asia, Marco consistently documented connections rather than exoticizing differences. He recorded how Vietnamese shipbuilding techniques influenced Chinese naval architecture, how Persian astronomical knowledge enhanced navigational practices, and how Indian commercial contracts facilitated multi-regional trade. This integrated perspective reveals a maritime world characterized by technological exchange, commercial interdependence, and administrative sophistication that defies simplistic East-West dichotomies. The circumstances of Marco Polo's return to Europe in 1295 involved considerably more intentionality than the romantic narrative of a homesick Venetian finally escaping foreign service. Contemporary evidence suggests the Polos' departure from Kublai's court coincided significant political transitions made the continued presence of foreign officials problematic. Kublai died in 1294, and subsequent succession politics created an increasingly factionalized court environment where foreign officials associated with previous administrations faced uncertain status. Their journey homeward followed established maritime routes rather than retracing their original overland path. This decision reflected not merely convenience, but strategic awareness of changing geopolitical conditions. The initial overland route had become increasingly destabilized by conflicts between Mongol khanates no longer unified under singular authority. By contrast, maritime networks connecting Yuan China to the Ilkhanate in Persia maintained regular diplomatic and commercial traffic despite political fragmentation of the broader Mongol Empire. The maritime return journey brought the Polos to Hormuz at the entrance to the Persian Gulf, where they transitioned to land routes through the Ilkhanate territories to Trebizond on the Black Sea, then continuing by sea to Constantinople and finally Venice. This multimodal journey exposed them to diverse commercial networks and political systems during a period of significant transition throughout Eurasia. Their return to Venice in 1295 placed them in a city dramatically transformed from the one they had left 2 decades earlier. The intervening period had seen Venice's commercial position simultaneously strengthened through expanded Mediterranean networks and threatened by rising Genoese power. The city's governance had evolved through constitutional reforms that strengthened oligarchic control while limiting individual ducal authority. The returning Polos encountered not simply a static homeland, but a dynamic commercial republic adapting to shifting geopolitical circumstances. The famous account of the Polos' return likely contains elements of literary embellishment, as they were initially unrecognized and revealed jewels sewn into their clothing to prove their identity. However, it reflects the genuine challenge of reintegration after extended absence. Their appearance, mannerisms, and perspectives had been profoundly shaped by 2 decades in Asian contexts, making their Venetian identity something that required performance and reassertion rather than automatic recognition. Marco's subsequent captivity during conflict between Venice and Genoa created the essential conditions for his account's creation. Imprisoned in Genoa around 1298, he encountered Rustichello of Pisa, a writer of chivalric romances also held as a prisoner of war. Their collaboration produced the text known variously as The Description of the World, The Travels, or Il Milione. This unusual cross-cultural literary partnership united Marco's first-hand observations with Rustichello's literary frameworks, creating a hybrid text that defies simple categorization. The conventional narrative portrays Rustichello merely as Marco's scribe, faithfully recording dictated memories. Contemporary textual analysis suggests a far more complex collaborative process. The manuscript exhibits characteristics of Rustichello's established literary style, particularly narrative frameworks drawn from Arthurian romances and rhetorical conventions from chivalric literature. Simultaneously, it contains specialised commercial, administrative, and geographic information that clearly originated from Marco's experience. The resulting text represents neither pure memoir nor pure romance, but a sophisticated fusion of formats addressing multiple audiences simultaneously. The original manuscript was composed in Franco-Italian, a literary language combining French vocabulary with Italian syntactic structures commonly used for commercial and literary documents in Mediterranean contexts. This linguistic choice reflected pragmatic concerns about audience and distribution rather than either author's native language. Franco-Italian provided access to elite audiences across multiple European regions while facilitating eventual translation into various vernaculars. The text circulated in multiple versions even during Marco's lifetime, with significant variations in content, organisation, and emphasis. Some manuscripts emphasised commercial information, while others highlighted exotic customs or political structures. This diversification suggests active adaptation for different reading communities, rather than unauthorised corruption of an original text. Marco himself may have participated in revising and extending certain versions following his release from Genoese captivity. The manuscript's reception reveals considerably more complexity than simple skepticism or acceptance. Different communities evaluated the text through diverse frameworks. Commercial agents assessed its practical information. Religious authorities examined its implications for missionary activity, and political figures considered its intelligence value regarding Mongol capabilities. Terms like accurate or fabricated inadequately capture these multidimensional readings, which often simultaneously accepted certain elements while questioning others. Marco's subsequent life in Venice after his return showed active engagement with the city's commercial and political networks, rather than retirement into obscurity. Legal documents from 1300 to 1324 show him engaged in commercial partnerships, property transactions, and family financial arrangements. He appears as a witness to legal agreements, in business ventures, and as a manager of family assets, functions requiring community recognition of his identity and capabilities. His will, dictated on January 1324, shortly before his death, revealed a substantial estate with diverse assets, including cash, jewellery, and commercial partnerships distributed among family members, religious institutions, and freed servants. These provisions reflect successful reintegration into Venetian economic networks rather than marginalised existence. Particularly notable were provisions for his daughter Mareta to maintain control of her inheritance independent of her husband's authority, an unusual arrangement suggesting familiarity with more expansive female property rights observed in certain Asian contexts. Throughout his later life, Marco maintained connections with travellers and merchants engaged in Asian trade, providing consultation and information based on his experiences. This ongoing engagement with transcontinental networks suggests he viewed his Asian experience not as a closed episode but as a continuing resource. Rather than simply narrating past adventures, he actively applied his knowledge to contemporary commercial and political questions, helping shape Venetian engagement with evolving trans-Eurasian networks during a period of significant reconfiguration following Mongol imperial fragmentation. The posthumous influence of Marco Polo's account extends far beyond the simplistic inspiration for European exploration. Its reception and utilization followed multiple distinct trajectories that reveal the complex interplay between knowledge, transmission, and cultural adaptation across diverse societies. In the immediate aftermath of the account's creation, its primary audiences were not visionary explorers but practical commercial agents seeking actionable intelligence about distant markets. Venetian and Genoese merchant houses consulted the text not for exotic curiosities but for specific information about commodity sources, exchange rates, taxation systems, and seasonal trading patterns. Annotations in surviving manuscripts from commercial archives highlight passages concerning customs duties, commercial regulations, and market conditions rather than sensational cultural observations. This pragmatic utilization underscores how the text functioned within existing commercial networks rather than inspiring entirely new directions. Manuscript's religious reception followed similarly practical trajectories. Franciscan and Dominican missionaries preparing for Asian journeys studied Marco's observations about Buddhist, Confucian, and various Central Asian religious practices. However, they approached this information not merely as curiosities but as intelligence for developing conversion strategies. The detailed information about religious hierarchies, ritual practices, and institutional structures provided tactical guidance for missionary activities that expanded significantly during the 14th century. This religious utilization extended beyond Christianity. Surviving commentaries suggest Jewish merchants similarly consulted the text for information about co-religionists in Asian communities. The transformation of Marco's account from practical document to literary phenomenon occurred gradually through multiple adaptations. As manuscript copies proliferated across Europe, translators and copyists modified the text to suit local interests and literary conventions. German translations emphasized commercial information relevant to Hanseatic trade networks, while Iberian versions highlighted potential military intelligence about Mongol capabilities. These weren't corruptions of an original text, but active adaptations for specific use contexts. The account's cartographic influence manifested not in immediate revolutionary change, but through gradual incorporation into existing geographical frameworks. Early 14th century Mappe Mundi shows selective integration of Marco's geographical information rather than wholesale revision. The famous 1375 Catalan Atlas incorporated details about inland Asian cities and routes while maintaining traditional cosmological frameworks. This selective utilization reflects how new information was evaluated against established knowledge systems, rather than automatically displacing them. The narrative that Columbus carried Marco's book on his voyages oversimplifies a complex intellectual genealogy. Columbus indeed possessed an annotated copy, but his geographical understanding derived from multiple sources synthesized through particular interpretive frameworks. His marginalia suggests selective reading focused on passages about eastern islands and maritime routes, while largely ignoring inland Asian information. This curated reading extracted elements supporting pre-existing theories rather than comprehensively engaging Marco's actual observations about Asian geography. The scientific reception of Marco's account deserves greater recognition than it typically receives. His detailed observations on coal use in China, paper currency systems, astronomical practices, and medicinal applications were circulated among European technical communities. Metallurgists noted Chinese furnace designs, fiscal theorists examined monetary systems, and medical practitioners investigated described remedies. These technical adaptations occurred through specialized knowledge networks distinct from broader literary or geographical reception. Beyond Europe, Marco's account experienced significant cross-cultural transmission through Persian and Arabic translations. These versions, appearing from the late 14th century onward, evaluated his observations against established Middle Eastern geographical knowledge about Asian regions. Persian geographical works incorporated material from Marco's descriptions of Southeast Asia and the Indian Ocean, while comparing them with existing Persian accounts of these regions. This integration process involved critical assessment rather than passive acceptance, with commentators noting where Marco's observations aligned with or diverged from established knowledge. The account's reception in East Asia followed particularly intriguing trajectories. While no complete Chinese translation appeared until the 19th century, specific information from Marco's text reached China through diverse routes. Persian geographical works incorporating Marco's observations circulated in Yuan and Ming scholarly circles, while Jesuit missionaries in the 16th to 17th centuries brought European geographical knowledge partially derived from Marco's account. This created fascinating scenarios where information originally observed in China returned in transformed form through multiple cultural mediations. The 19th century rediscovery of Marco Polo during European colonial expansion involved substantial reinvention of his significance. Colonial administrators and commercial agents reimagined him as a proto-colonial pioneer, rather than a participant in Asian-centered networks. This reframing extracted his observations from their original 13th century context of Mongol imperial integration, and repositioned them as precedent for European dominance. This colonial appropriation obscured how Marco operated within existing Asian systems, rather than pioneering European expansion. Academic study of Marco Polo's account developed through multiple phases reflecting broader disciplinary evolutions. 19th century scholarship focused predominantly on verifying or disproving specific observations, approaching the text as a straightforward historical source rather than a complex cultural product. Mid-20th century analysis shifted toward understanding its literary construction and transmission history. Recent scholarship increasingly examines the text within transcultural frameworks, analysing how information moved between cultural systems and underwent transformation through multiple mediations. Archaeological discoveries throughout the 20th and 21st centuries have provided physical evidence confirming numerous specific observations in Marco's account. Excavations of Yuan period cities have verified architectural details, recovered examples of paper money matching his descriptions, and uncovered administrative documents reflecting systems he documented. These material confirmations do not turn the text into mere factual reporting. Instead, they show how it blends precise observation with literary structures to present this information to European audiences. The enduring value of Marco Polo's account lies not in pioneering discovery or initiating European expansion, but in documenting a critical moment of Eurasian connectivity. His observations captured complex commercial, cultural, and administrative systems during a period of unprecedented integration under Mongol imperial frameworks. The continuing relevance of his account derives from this documentation of interconnection rather than exploration, providing insight into how diverse societies engaged in exchange networks that transcended cultural boundaries while remaining embedded in local contexts. He was truly one of the greatest to ever do it. Picture this, you wake up on a sweltering July morning and your first instinct is to reach for that blessed thermostat. But imagine just for a moment that there's no thermostat to reach for, no gentle hum of central air, no window unit rattling away like a mechanical cricket. Welcome to the world your great-grandparents knew intimately, a world where summer meant something entirely different than it does for you today. Before 1902, when a young engineer named Willis Carrier first figured out how to control humidity in a Brooklyn printing plant, humans had been dealing with heat the same way for thousands of years. They got creative, they got resourceful, and honestly, they got pretty good at it. You might think they were just sweating it out in misery, but you'd be surprised at how ingenious people became when comfort depended on cleverness rather than electricity bills. Your ancestors didn't just endure the heat, they developed an entire culture around it. They understood their environment in ways we've forgotten, reading the subtle signs of weather changes, knowing exactly which windows to open at what time of day, and timing their daily activities around the sun's path across the sky like choreographers of comfort. Think about your own relationship with heat for a moment. When it's 85 degrees outside, you probably consider that uncomfortably warm. Your great-grandmother would have called that a pleasant day and maybe even worn a light sweater in the morning. The human body's tolerance for temperature was remarkably different when it was regularly exposed to natural variations, much like how your eyes adjust to darkness when you're not constantly staring at bright screens. The pre-air conditioning world operated on rhythms that seem almost mystical to us now. People rose with the sun not because they were more virtuous, but because the coolest part of the day was precious and not to be wasted. They took afternoon naps not out of laziness, but because even the most ambitious person recognised that fighting the peak heat was often futile. Evening activities began later and lasted longer, creating social patterns that persisted well into the night when the air finally offered some relief. Communities were shaped by heat in ways that went far beyond personal comfort. Cities look different, you'll discover more about this soon, but the social fabric was different too. Neighbours knew each other better, partly because everyone spent more time outside on porches and stoops, seeking whatever breeze might be available. The evening constitutional wasn't just exercise, it was social networking, news sharing, and communal heat management, all rolled into one pleasant tradition. You've probably noticed how quiet your neighbourhood gets when everyone retreats indoors to their climate-controlled environments. In the pre-AC era, neighbourhoods came alive during the cooler hours. Children played in the streets until well past dark, adults lingered on front porches with glasses of sweet tea or lemonade, and the boundaries between private and public space blurred in the most wonderful ways. Food culture, clothing choices, architectural decisions, work schedules, social gatherings, and even romance. Everything was influenced by the simple fact that when it got hot, you had to deal with it using nothing but human ingenuity and natural resources. Your ancestors became masters of reading air currents, understanding thermal dynamics, and working with nature rather than against it. This isn't a story about how tough people used to be, though they certainly were resourceful. It's about how different life was when humans lived in closer harmony with the natural cycles, when comfort was something you actively created rather than passively consumed. It's about communities that formed around shared challenges and clever solutions that often worked better than our modern brute force approach of simply cranking up the AC and hoping the electric grid holds. As you settle in for this journey through the pre-air conditioning world, you'll discover that our ancestors weren't just surviving the heat, they were thriving in it, creating beauty and comfort and community in ways that might surprise you and maybe even inspire you. So let's step back in time together, when staying cool was an art form, and summer evenings were something people actually look forward to. Your ancestors were essentially climate engineers, and they didn't even know it. Before the advent of HVAC systems, builders were crafting structures that would leave modern energy efficiency experts in awe. They understood something we've largely forgotten, that the right building can be a natural air conditioning system, working with physics rather than against it. Walk through any historic neighbourhood, and you'll notice things that might seem decorative but were actually brilliant cooling strategies. Those deep wraparound porches weren't just for sitting, they were thermal buffer zones, creating shade that kept the sun's heat from ever reaching the main walls of the house. The wide, overhanging eaves you see on older homes weren't architectural flourishes, they were carefully calculated to block the high summer sun while allowing the lower winter sun to warm the interior. Consider the lofty ceilings of old houses, which may seem intimidating to those accustomed to modern 8-foot rooms. Your great-grandparents built those high ceilings because hot air rises, and they wanted it to rise as far away from them as possible. Those ceiling fans you see in historic homes weren't working against the natural convection. They were amplifying it, creating air movement that made 85 degrees feel like a comfortable 75. The most ingenious homes had what we'd now call passive cooling systems built right into their bones. In the south, you'll find houses built on tall piers that allowed air to flow underneath, cooling the floors from below. The famous dog trot houses, with an open breezeway running right through the centre, were essentially wind tunnels that captured every available breeze and funneled it through the living spaces. Your ancestors understood cross-ventilation like meteorologists. They positioned windows not just for light or views, but to create pathways for air to move through the house. They knew that a window on the shaded north side would draw cool air in, while a window on the sunny south side would let hot air escape, creating a natural circulation system that worked as long as there was even the slightest temperature difference between inside and outside. In hot climates, thick walls weren't just for durability, they were thermal mass, absorbing heat during the day and releasing it slowly at night, essentially smoothing out temperature swings. Adobe houses in the southwest could stay remarkably cool during blazing hot days because those thick walls acted like natural batteries, storing and releasing heat on a delayed schedule that favoured human comfort. Colour choices weren't just aesthetic decisions either. Light-coloured roofs and walls reflected heat rather than absorbing it, while strategic use of vegetation created microclimates around homes. Your great-grandmother's rose bushes and climbing vines weren't just pretty, they were living insulation, shading walls and cooling the air through transpiration. The Victorian era brought us some of the most sophisticated natural cooling systems disguised as architectural details. Those cupolas and roof monitors you see on old houses were actually thermal chimneys, designed to pull hot air up and out of the building. The decorative lattice work and fretwork weren't just ornamental, they provided shade while allowing air to flow through, creating natural evaporative cooling. Even urban planning was influenced by the need to stay cool. Cities were laid out with wide streets to allow air circulation, and generous setbacks between buildings prevented them from creating heat islands. Tree-lined streets weren't just beautiful, they were essential infrastructure, providing shade and cooling the air through evaporation. Your ancestors also understood the power of thermal zoning within their homes. The kitchen was often separate from the main house or located in a basement or outbuilding, keeping the heat from cooking fires away from living spaces. Bedrooms were typically on upper floors where breezes were stronger, while daily activities happened in the cooler ground floor rooms during hot weather. They selected the materials based on their cooling properties and aesthetic appeal. Hardwood floors stayed cooler than carpets, high-quality plaster walls had better thermal properties than thin drywall, and natural materials like stone and brick had thermal mass that helped regulate temperature naturally. These weren't just practical decisions, they created homes that were genuinely more comfortable than many modern houses. The constant air movement, the natural temperature regulation, and the connection to outdoor breezes and seasonal changes created living environments that worked with human physiology rather than trying to override it completely. Your great-grandparents' homes breathed in ways that our sealed, climate-controlled boxes simply don't. Your great-grandparents didn't just check the weather. They lived it, breathed it, and planned their entire day around it. They had an intimate relationship with atmospheric conditions that would seem almost supernatural to you now. While you might glance at your phone's weather app and grab an umbrella, they could feel a storm coming in their bones and predict the next day's heat by the way the evening air moved through their hair. The pre-air conditioning day began with what we might call a temperature reconnaissance mission. Before your great-grandmother even got out of bed, she was assessing the thermal situation. Was there still a hint of coolness in the air that could be captured and preserved? Were the windows that had been opened to the night breeze ready to be closed before the sun began its daily assault? This wasn't casual observation, it was a survival strategy disguised as a morning routine. You probably think of your daily schedule as being controlled by work hours, appointments and social obligations. Your ancestors organised their days around the sun's path and the thermometer's climb. The heaviest work, laundry, cooking and cleaning, happened in the early morning hours when the air was still cool and energy levels were high. By the time you settled in for your second cup of coffee, your ancestors had already accomplished what might take you all morning simply because they understood that working with the cool was far more efficient than fighting the heat. Midday brought what we might call the ultimate hibernation. Between 11 a.m. and 3 p.m., when the sun was most merciless, sensible people found shady spots and settled in for activities that required minimal movement. This wasn't laziness, it was physics. Your great-grandfather understood that his body was a heat-generating machine, and adding human-generated warmth to the day's natural furnace was simply poor engineering. The siesta, which we often think of as a quaint foreign custom, was actually brilliant thermal management. While you might power through the afternoon heat with air conditioning and iced coffee, your ancestors recognised that the human body naturally wanted to slow down during the hottest part of the day. They worked with their biology rather than against it, conserving energy for the cooler evening hours when productivity could resume. But here's where it gets interesting. Your ancestors didn't just endure these daily heat cycles, they found genuine pleasure in them. The evening awakening, when temperatures finally began to drop and life resumed its normal pace, was a daily celebration. Imagine the relief and joy of feeling that first cool breeze after hours of stillness, the way evening air felt like silk against skin that had been warm all day. These thermal rhythms also influenced the scheduling of social life. Dinner parties began later, when the air had cooled enough to make cooking and eating pleasant again. Evening visits to neighbours, walks around the community and outdoor games and activities, all of these began when the sun started its descent and continued well into the night, making the most of every degree of cooling. Your great-grandmother became a master of microclimate management within her own home. She knew which rooms stayed coolest at which times of day, which windows to open to catch the morning breeze, and which ones to close to keep out the afternoon heat. She understood that opening windows on the shady side of the house while closing those on the sunny side created natural air conditioning, pulling cool air through while allowing hot air to escape. The evening ritual of opening up the house was a precise science. As temperatures dropped, windows throughout the home were strategically opened to capture every available breeze and encourage air circulation. Your ancestors could feel the subtle pressure changes that indicated when outdoor air was finally cooler than indoor air, the exact moment when natural ventilation would begin working in their favour rather than against it. They also understood the art of thermal layering in their daily lives. Light, loose clothing during the day could be supplemented with light shawls or wraps as evening breezes picked up. During hot hours, they styled their hair up and off the neck, allowing it to flow freely when the coolness returned. Even the choice of where to sit, which chair to choose, and which side of the porch to favour, all of these decisions were made with thermal comfort in mind. Weather prediction became a survival skill. Your great-grandfather could read cloud formations, wind patterns, and atmospheric pressure changes like you read traffic signs. A shift in wind direction might mean relief was coming. Certain cloud formations promised afternoon thunderstorms that would break the heat. The behaviour of animals and the feel of the air provided advance warning of weather changes that could affect the day's comfort level. This daily dance with weather created a rhythm of life that was deeply connected to natural cycles, where human activity flowed with environmental conditions rather than trying to dominate them. Heat had a way of bringing people together that our climate-controlled world has largely forgotten. When staying cool required community effort and shared wisdom, social bonds formed around the simple necessity of surviving summer. Your great-grandparents didn't just endure the heat alone, they created entire social systems around managing it together, turning what could have been individual misery into collective comfort and even joy. The front porch served as more than just an architectural feature, it served as the hub of the community's cooling culture. While you might spend your evenings inside watching television in air-conditioned comfort, your ancestors gathered on porches as the sun went down, creating informal networks of conversation, shared cooling strategies, and mutual support. These weren't planned social events, they were spontaneous communities that formed wherever people could catch a breeze and share the relief of cooling air. Imagine a summer evening in your great-grandmother's neighbourhood. As temperatures finally began to drop, porch lights would flicker on and rocking chairs would creak into motion. Children would emerge from houses like flowers opening to cooler air, beginning games of tag and hide-and-seek that could continue safely in the gathering dusk. Adults would settle into conversations that meandered like the evening breeze itself, unhurried and comfortable. These porch communities shared more than just evening air. They exchanged cooling wisdom like valuable currency. Your great-aunt might share her secret for keeping bedsheets cool, hint it involved strategic folding and placement, while your neighbour would demonstrate his technique for creating cross breezes using strategically placed fans and open windows. Cooling knowledge was community knowledge, passed down through informal networks of neighbours who understood that everyone's comfort depended on shared intelligence. The evening constitutional, that leisurely walk through the neighbourhood that seems so old-fashioned now, was actually sophisticated heat management disguised as socialising. Your great-grandparents understood that moving slowly through cooling air was more refreshing than sitting still, and that community walks created opportunities for air circulation around their bodies while maintaining social connections. These walks weren't exercise in the modern sense, they were communal cooling therapy. Churches, schools and community centres became cooling sanctuaries during the most brutal heat. Not because they had air conditioning, they didn't, but because they were designed with high ceilings, large windows and architectural features that promoted air circulation. More importantly, they offered the psychological comfort of shared experience. Suffering through heat alone felt overwhelming. Enduring it as part of a community made it manageable, and even meaningful. Your ancestors created social rituals around heat relief that sound almost magical now. Ice cream socials weren't just sweet treats, they were community cooling events where shared cold provided both physical and psychological relief. Picnics were carefully planned for shady spots near water, where evaporation and tree cover created natural cooling zones. Swimming holes became social centres, not just for recreation, but as genuine relief stations where entire communities could find respite together. The sharing economy existed long before we had a name for it, especially when it came to pooling resources. Families with ice would share with neighbours whose ice had melted. Those fortunate enough to have deeper wells with cooler water would fill jugs for families whose wells ran warm. When electric fans became available, people borrowed and shared them like precious commodities. Community ice houses weren't just commercial enterprises, they were essential social infrastructure. Evening entertainment adapted to take advantage of cooling air and community gathering. Band concerts in the park weren't just cultural events, they were mass cooling therapy sessions where hundreds of people could gather in open spaces designed to capture evening breezes. Outdoor theatres, garden parties and community festivals all took advantage of the natural cooling that happened when the sun went down and people came together in open spaces. Children's play adapted to heat in ways that created their own social cooling systems. Games moved to shaded areas during the day and resumed in full energy as evening approached. Jump rope, hopscotch and tag became evening activities when the air was finally cool enough for active play. Swimming wasn't just recreation, it was essential cooling that happened in community, with neighbourhood swimming holes becoming social centres where entire families gathered for relief and fellowship. Your great-grandparents also understood that shared meals during hot weather required different social arrangements. Early in the morning or late in the evening, when temperatures were bearable, heavy cooking took place. Community kitchens, often outdoor spaces with good ventilation, became gathering places where the heat of cooking could be shared and managed collectively, rather than making individual homes unbearable. The social side of staying cool created bonds that extended far beyond summer heat. Neighbours who shared cooling strategies, families who gathered for evening porch conversations, communities that came together in cooling spaces, these relationships persisted year-round, creating social fabric that was strengthened by the shared challenge of managing summer heat together. Your great-grandfather's workday was unlike yours, with heat acting as an invisible choreographer guiding every step. While you might complain about a slightly warm office or adjust the thermostat a degree or two, he organised his entire professional life around the reality that work had to happen in whatever temperature nature provided. Managing temperature wasn't just about personal comfort. It was about survival, productivity, and creating sustainable rhythms that could last a lifetime. The agricultural world, where most of your ancestors likely spent their working lives, operated on what we might call thermal scheduling. Farmers weren't early risers because they were more virtuous than you, they were thermal strategists. The period between 4 a.m. and 10 a.m. represented precious hours when both air temperature and energy levels favoured productive work. Your great-grandfather could accomplish more in those cool morning hours than in twice as much time during the heat of midday. Harvest time reveals the sophisticated heat management strategies your ancestors developed. Grain cutting, haymaking, and fruit picking weren't scheduled by calendar convenience but by the intersection of crop readiness and thermal reality. Work crews would start before dawn, race against the climbing sun, and take extended midday breaks that weren't laziness but practical physics. The afternoon shift would resume only when shadows grew long and air began to cool. Indoor work adapted to heat with equal sophistication. Your great-grandmother's kitchen operated on thermal logic that would impress modern efficiency experts. Bread baking happened in the early morning, using retained heat for multiple batches before the day became unbearable. Canning and preserving, essential work that unfortunately generated lots of heat, was scheduled for the coolest days available or done in outdoor kitchens that kept the heat away from living spaces. Laundry day was perhaps the most thermally challenging work your ancestors faced. Heating water, boiling clothes, and using hot irons could turn a house into a furnace. Smart housekeepers developed strategies that sound almost military in their precision, heating water outdoors when possible, doing washing in early morning or late evening, and saving ironing for the coolest days. Some families even had separate wash houses, small buildings dedicated to heat-generating work that kept the main house comfortable. Professional work adapted to heat in ways that shaped entire industries. Blacksmiths and metalworkers, who dealt with extreme heat as part of their craft, developed techniques for managing both the heat of their forges and the ambient heat of summer. They worked shorter shifts during hot weather, started earlier and took longer breaks. Their shops were designed with sophisticated ventilation systems that would impress modern industrial engineers. The concept of the workday itself was more flexible into the pre-air conditioning era. During the hottest weeks of summer, many businesses would close during midday hours and reopen in the evening, staying open later to take advantage of cooler air. Such behaviour wasn't vacation, it was thermal adaptation that actually increased productivity by working with natural cycles rather than against them. Your ancestors understood something we've largely forgotten, that human performance varies dramatically with temperature, and fighting this reality is less efficient than adapting to it. Thermal comfort significantly affects cognitive function, physical endurance, and even mood, as modern research confirms their intuitive understanding. They scheduled demanding mental work for cool hours and saved routine tasks for times when heat made concentration difficult. Rest wasn't just the absence of work, it was active heat management. The afternoon siesta, which we often dismiss as laziness, was actually a sophisticated recovery strategy. Your great-grandparents understood that forcing the body to maintain high activity levels during the peak heat created fatigue that would affect productivity for the rest of the day. By resting during the hottest hours, they preserved energy for evening work when conditions improved. Sleep itself required thermal strategy. Your great-grandmother didn't just go to bed. She prepared for sleep with the same attention to cooling that you might give to adjusting your thermostat. Beds were positioned to catch evening breezes, bedrooms were open to night air, and even sleep schedules shifted with the seasons. Summer bedtimes were later, taking advantage of cooler evening hours, while wake times were earlier to capture the cool of dawn. The social aspects of work also adapted to heat. Quilting bees, barn raisings, and community work projects were scheduled for cooler weather when possible, or organised to take advantage of shared cooling strategies. Group work meant shared cooling wisdom. Someone always knew which areas stayed coolest, when breezes were strongest, or how to organise tasks to minimise heat generation. Your ancestors developed what we might call thermal efficiency, the ability to accomplish necessary work while generating and absorbing the least possible heat. Such efficiency wasn't just about personal comfort. It was about sustainable productivity that could be maintained throughout long, hot summers without exhaustion or heat-related illness. Your great-grandmother's wardrobe wasn't just about looking proper. It was an engineering marvel designed to make summer heat bearable while maintaining social respectability. Every fabric choice, every style decision, and every accessory served a dual purpose, keeping cool and looking appropriate. While you might throw on shorts and a t-shirt for hot weather, she had to work within social expectations that required much more coverage, making her cooling strategies far more sophisticated than yours. The fabrics your ancestors chose reveal their profound understanding of thermal properties. Linen, cotton, and other natural fibres weren't selected just because synthetic materials didn't exist. They were chosen because they breathed, absorbed moisture, and allowed air circulation in ways that kept the body cooler. Your great-grandmother knew that loose weave fabrics created tiny air pockets that insulated against heat, while tight weaves trapped hot air against the skin. Colour science played a crucial role in pre-air conditioning fashion. Light colours weren't just fashionable in summer, they were essential technology, reflecting heat rather than absorbing it. Your great-grandmother's white cotton dresses, light-coloured parasols, and pale summer hats were essentially wearable cooling systems that modern research has confirmed as remarkably effective heat management. The layering strategies your ancestors developed would impress modern outdoor gear designers. They understood that multiple light layers could be adjusted throughout the day as temperatures changed, allowing for fine-tuned thermal control. A light chemise, followed by a cotton dress, topped with a removable shawl or jacket, created a flexible system that could adapt to morning coolness, midday heat, and evening breezes. Your great-grandfather's summer work clothes tell their own cooling story. Those loose overalls weren't just practical for farm work, they allowed air circulation around the body while protecting skin from the sun. The wide-brimmed hats that seemed purely functional were actually sophisticated cooling devices, creating portable shade while allowing heat to escape from the head. Even suspenders served a cooling purpose, holding the pants away from the body to allow air circulation. Hairstyling in the pre-air conditioning era was as much about temperature management as it was about fashion. Your great-grandmother's elaborate updos weren't just decorative. They lifted hair off the neck and allowed air to circulate around one of the body's most effective cooling zones. Those intricate braids and buns that look so complicated in old photographs were actually practical cooling technology disguised as beauty routines. Undergarments of the era reveal the sophisticated understanding your ancestors had of thermal regulation. While the idea of corsets and multiple petticoats might seem stifling to you, these garments were designed to create air pockets and allow circulation while maintaining the silhouette that social expectations demanded. Summer undergarments were made from the lightest possible materials and designed to wick moisture away from the body. Thermal reality completely shaped food culture in the pre-air conditioning era. Your great-grandmother didn't avoid using the oven in summer because she was trying to save energy. She avoided it because heating the kitchen could make the entire house unbearable for days. Summer menus were essentially cooling strategies disguised as meals. Cold soups, fresh salads, and uncooked foods weren't just refreshing, they were thermal management. Your ancestors understood that digestion itself generates body heat, so summer meals were lighter, easier to digest, and required less internal energy to process. Those elaborate cold salads and chilled soups that seem so elegant in old cookbooks were actually sophisticated cooling technology. Preservation methods adapted to heat in ingenious ways. Root cellars, spring houses, and ice houses weren't just food storage, they were community cooling infrastructure. Your great-grandmother might plan her weekly menu around what could be stored without generating heat, what could be prepared without cooking, and what would actually help cool the body from the inside. Beverages became medicine in the pre-air conditioning world. Sweet tea, lemonade, and other cooling drinks weren't just refreshments, they were thermal therapy. Your ancestors understood that certain ingredients could actually help the body cool itself, while others would make heat worse. Mint, cucumber, and citrus served not only as flavouring but also as internal cooling agents. Even social dining adapted to heat management. Summer entertaining moved outdoors not just for ambiance but for thermal practicality. Garden parties, picnics, and outdoor dining took advantage of breezes and shade while keeping the heat-generating cooking activities away from living spaces. Your great-grandmother's summer dinner parties were carefully choreographed to minimise heat generation while maximising cooling opportunities. The timing of meals shifted with thermal reality. Breakfast might be substantial, taking advantage of cool morning air for cooking and eating. Lunch became lighter and simpler, while dinner was often delayed until evening, when both cooking and eating could happen in more comfortable temperatures. Your ancestors didn't eat by the clock, they ate by the thermometer. These weren't just survival strategies, they created a culture of elegance and sophistication that worked within natural limits rather than trying to overcome them. Your great-grandmother managed to stay cool, look beautiful, and maintain social standards without ever touching a thermostat, creating a lifestyle that was both practical and genuinely stylish. As you settle into your climate-controlled bedroom tonight, consider how different your great-grandparents' relationship with sleep was during the sweltering summer months. Night wasn't just a time for rest. It was the daily reward for surviving another day of heat. A precious opportunity to cool down, recharge, and prepare for whatever thermal challenges tomorrow might bring. The evening hours held a special magic that our artificially cooled world has largely forgotten. The transition from day to night was something your ancestors savoured like wine. As the sun finally began its descent, the entire household would shift into evening mode with the precision of a well-rehearsed orchestra. Windows that had been strategically closed during the heat of the day would begin opening in careful sequence, each one positioned to catch the first hint of cooling air and encourage it to flow through the house. Your great-grandmother had an intimate knowledge of her home's thermal personality. She knew which windows to open first to create the gentle suction that would pull hot air out while drawing cooler air in. She understood the exact moment when the outdoor temperature dropped below the indoor temperature, the magical threshold when natural ventilation changed from liability to blessing. This wasn't guesswork. It was science learned through years of paying attention to the subtle signals that told her when relief was finally available. The bedroom preparation rituals of the pre-air conditioning era would seem elaborate to you now, but they were essential technology for achieving comfortable sleep. Beds were positioned not just for convenience, but to catch every available breeze. Your great-grandfather might move the entire bed closer to windows during heat waves, transforming the bedroom layout to take advantage of night air movement. Bedding became a crucial element in thermal management. Heavy quilts and comforters were stored away for the summer, replaced by lightweight cotton sheets that could breathe with the sleeper. Some families had special summer sheets made from linen or cotton, so fine it was almost like sleeping under woven air. Pillows were swapped for thinner versions, and even mattresses might be replaced with lighter alternatives that didn't trap and hold body heat throughout the night. The evening cooling routine extended beyond just opening windows. Your great-grandmother might take a cool bath or splash cold water on her wrists and neck, areas where blood vessels are close to the surface and cooling them could affect the entire body's temperature. Hair that had been pinned up all day would be brushed out and arranged to allow maximum air circulation around the neck and head during sleep. Children's bedtime routines were especially adapted to heat management. Lightweight cotton nightgowns replaced heavier sleepwear, and children might sleep with damp washcloths on their foreheads or arms. Some parents would lightly dampen sheets with cool water, creating evaporative cooling that could make the difference between restful sleep and a night of tossing and turning. For families fortunate enough to have multiple sleeping spaces, summer brought strategic relocations. Sleeping porches, screened areas that were essentially outdoor bedrooms, became havens during the hottest weeks. Upper floors, which were stifling during the day, might become comfortable at night when breezes were stronger at higher elevations. Some families would move mattresses to the coolest rooms in the house or even outdoors under mosquito netting when heat became truly unbearable. The sounds of summer nights were different in the pre-air conditioning era. Instead of the constant hum of climate control systems, your great-grandparents fell asleep to the natural symphony of cooling air, the whisper of breezes through window screens, the gentle creak of settling houses as temperatures dropped, and the distant conversations of neighbours also seeking relief on their porches and in their yards. Night work took on special significance during hot spells. Tasks that generated heat during the day could be accomplished in the blessed coolness of evening and early morning hours. Your great-grandmother might do her ironing by lamplight, taking advantage of temperatures that made the additional heat bearable. Baking for the next day could happen in the pre-dawn hours when ovens wouldn't turn kitchens into furnaces. The social aspects of cooling extended into the night as well. Neighbours might visit each other's cooling spots, Perhaps one family had a better cross breeze while another had a deeper well with cooler water for late evening refreshment. These evening gatherings weren't formal social events but spontaneous communities of relief, where shared cooling strategies and mutual support made the heat more bearable for everyone. Dawn brought its rituals in the pre-air conditioning world. Your great-grandfather would rise early not just to get work done before the heat returned, but to savour those precious hours when the air was actually cool. The morning routine included assessing the day's thermal prospects, checking cloud cover, feeling the air for humidity, and making strategic decisions about how to capture and preserve the coolness for as long as possible. The cycle would begin again. Windows that had been opened to night air would be strategically closed as temperatures began to rise. Curtains would be drawn to block the sun's heat, and the daily dance with temperature would resume. But those hours of relief, that nightly promise of cooling air and comfortable sleep, made it all bearable and even beautiful. Your ancestors didn't just survive the heat, they created lives of grace and comfort within natural limits that required wisdom, patience, and community. They understood something we're still learning, that working with natural cycles rather than against them can create not just sustainability, but genuine contentment. As you drift off to sleep tonight in your climate-controlled comfort, you might just dream of summer evenings when cool air was a gift to be savoured, and relief was something earned through the simple passage of time and the reliable promise that every hot day eventually surrenders to the cooling mercy of night. Picture yourself settling into a comfortable chair on a quiet evening, perhaps with a warm drink in hand as we travel back to a time when the world was smaller and simpler, yet somehow more complicated all at once. You're about to witness one of history's most remarkable transformations, not through the eyes of kings or generals, but as someone watching ordinary people discover they had extraordinary courage buried deep inside them. It's the early 8th century, and you find yourself in what we now call Spain, though back then it was known as Hispania to those who bothered with such formalities. The Visigothic kingdom stretches before you like a patchwork quilt that's seen better days, some patches holding strong, others fraying at the edges, and a few that probably should have been replaced years ago. You'd think ruling a kingdom would be straightforward, wouldn't you? After all, you sit on a throne, people bow, and everyone does what you say. But the Visigoths had managed to turn monarchy into something resembling a particularly chaotic game of musical chairs. Kings came and went with the regularity of seasons, though with considerably less predictability. One day you'd have King Witiza on the throne, the next day his rival Roderick would be measuring the royal cushions for size. This constant game of thrones, and yes, that's exactly what it was, had left the kingdom about as stable as a three-legged stool on a ship during a storm. Nobles spent more time plotting against each other than actually governing, which meant that when real trouble came knocking, everyone was too busy looking over their shoulders to notice the front door being kicked in. The irony, of course, is that while the Visigothic nobility were perfecting the art of political backstabbing, they were completely missing the bigger picture unfolding to the south. Across the narrow strait that separated Europe from Africa, forces were gathering that would change everything. But you know how it is with people who are too caught up in their own drama. They rarely notice the storm clouds until the rain starts falling. The Muslim conquest of North Africa had been proceeding with the kind of methodical efficiency that would make a Swiss clockmaker weep with joy. City after city, region after region, until the Islamic forces stood at the very edge of the African continent, looking across those few miles of water toward Europe like a person eyeing the last piece of chocolate cake at a dinner party. Now, you might wonder why anyone would want to cross a body of water to conquer a land full of quarrelling nobles and political chaos. The answer, as it often is in history, comes down to opportunity meeting ambition. The Muslim forces weren't just looking for new lands to conquer, they were looking for lands worth conquering. And despite all its internal squabbling, Hispania was still rich in resources, fertile in agriculture, and strategically positioned at the crossroads of Europe and Africa. The stage was set for one of those moments in history when everything changes so quickly that people living through it probably felt like they were watching the world's most dramatic magic trick. One moment, you have the familiar chaos of Visigothic politics, with its predictable unpredictability. The next moment, everything you thought you knew about power, religion, and daily life is turned completely upside down. But here's what makes this story particularly fascinating from our cosy vantage point centuries later. The people living through these changes didn't know they were witnessing the end of one era and the beginning of another. They were just trying to get through each day, make sense of rapidly changing circumstances, and figure out how to protect themselves and their families in a world that suddenly seemed a lot less predictable than it had been the week before. The Reconquista, that centuries-long process of Christian kingdoms gradually reclaiming the Iberian Peninsula, wasn't born in a single moment of inspiration or divine revelation. It emerged slowly, organically, from the accumulated frustration and determination of people who found themselves living under foreign rule and decided, sometimes one person at a time, that they weren't going to accept this as their permanent reality. As you settle deeper into your chair, imagine yourself as one of those people, watching the old world crumble and wondering what kind of new world might rise from its ashes. Because that's exactly where our story begins, not with the end, but with the ending that became a beginning. In 711, if you lived near southern Spain, you may have seen something odd on the horizon. Ships. There were actually quite a few ships, and none of them were flying any flags that you recognised. This fleet wasn't the usual merchant traffic, or the occasional Viking raid that everyone had learned to treat as just another Tuesday inconvenience. The scene was something entirely different. The fleet approaching your shores belonged to Tariq ibn Ziyad, whose name would become so associated with this moment that the rocky outcrop where he landed, Gibraltar, literally means Jabal Tariq, or Tariq's mountain. It's one of those perfect historical coincidences that makes you wonder if someone somewhere has a sense of humour about these things. Now, if you were a military strategist sitting in your favourite armchair, you might assume that conquering an entire kingdom would require vast armies, years of planning, and logistics that would make a modern supply chain manager break out in hives. But Tariq had something perhaps more valuable than massive numbers. He had timing, determination, and an opponent that was essentially doing half the work for him. The Visigothic kingdom at this moment was like a house with a beautiful facade but termites in the foundation. King Roderick was dealing with rebellions in the north, noble families were still playing their endless game of political chess, and the army was scattered across the peninsula dealing with various internal squabbles. It was rather like trying to defend your home from burglars while your family is having a loud argument in the living room. Tariq's initial force was relatively modest, somewhere between 7,000 and 12,000 men, depending on which historical account you trust. These weren't just random soldiers looking for adventure, though. They were experienced fighters who had already proven themselves in the conquest of North Africa, and they brought with them something the Visigothic forces lacked: unity of purpose and a command structure that actually functioned. The landing itself must have been one of those surreal moments in history. Picture yourself as a local fisherman, going about your normal morning routine, when suddenly the bay fills with foreign ships disgorging thousands of armed men who clearly aren't there for the local tourism opportunities. You'd probably spend a few moments wondering if you were still dreaming, then realise the moment was definitely one of those days when staying home might have been the better choice. What happened next demonstrates one of history's recurring themes. Sometimes the outcome of momentous events depends less on grand strategy and more on basic human psychology. When news of the landing reached King Roderick, he did what any reasonable monarch would do. He gathered his forces and marched south to deal with this invasion. The problem was that gathering his forces in a politically fractured kingdom meant trying to assemble an army from nobles who weren't entirely sure they wanted him to succeed. The Battle of Guadalete, fought sometime in July 711, became one of those encounters that historians describe with words like decisive and pivotal, which are academic ways of saying everything changed rapidly. Roderick's army was larger on paper, but paper armies and real armies are two very different things. When your troops include people who might actually prefer to see you lose, military mathematics becomes considerably more complicated. The battle itself was less a clash of titans and more like watching a carefully stacked house of cards encounter a sudden breeze. Roderick's forces didn't just lose, they collapsed with the kind of spectacular completeness that makes military historians shake their heads in amazement. The king himself disappeared during the fighting, and while various stories emerged about his fate, the practical result was the same. The Visigothic kingdom had just lost its head, literally or figuratively. But here's where the story becomes particularly captivating from your comfortable evening perspective. The speed of what followed defied all reasonable expectations. Within a few years, Muslim forces had swept across most of the Iberian Peninsula with a swiftness that seems almost impossible until you remember that they weren't just conquering territory. They were often being invited in by local populations who saw them as preferable to the chaos of Visigothic rule. The result wasn't the Hollywood version of conquest, with dramatic sieges and heroic last stands. This was conquest through administrative competence, religious tolerance, and the simple appeal of stable government after decades of political turmoil. Sometimes the most revolutionary changes happen not through dramatic confrontation, but through offering people something they didn't even realise they wanted: predictability. Imagine waking up one morning to discover that everything familiar about your world has been quietly rearranged while you slept. The same mountains still frame the horizon, and the same rivers still flow toward the sea, but suddenly there are new rules, new rulers, and new ways of doing things that everyone is expected to learn rather quickly. This is essentially what happened to the people of Hispania as Muslim rule settled over the peninsula like a new season. But unlike the harsh winter of conquest that many might have expected, what actually emerged was something surprisingly manageable. The new rulers, it turned out, were excellent at the mundane business of actually running things. You see, the Umayyad Caliphate had learned something that many conquerors throughout history seem to miss. Destroying everything you've just conquered is rather like burning down the house you've just bought. Instead, they brought with them a sophisticated administrative system that had been refined through governing diverse populations across a vast territory stretching from Spain to Central Asia. The Christian and Jewish populations found themselves classified as dhimmi, protected peoples who could continue practicing their religions in exchange for paying additional taxes and accepting certain legal restrictions. Now, before you start thinking, this arrangement sounds wonderfully tolerant by modern standards. Remember that religious tolerance in the 8th century was rather like air conditioning in the desert, rare enough that you appreciated it when you found it, even if it wasn't quite what you'd get at home. For many people, daily life under the new system was actually an improvement over the chaos of late Visigothic rule. Trade flourished, cities grew, and the famous convivencia, the coexistence of Christian, Muslim and Jewish communities, began to develop in ways that would make medieval Iberia one of the most culturally rich regions in Europe. But here's where human nature asserts itself in ways that are both predictable and touching. People adapt, but they also remember. In countless small ways, the conquered population maintained connections to their previous identity while learning to navigate their new reality. They spoke Arabic in the marketplace but might still pray in Latin at home. They adopted new architectural styles while preserving old family traditions. They learned new skills while teaching their children old stories. This cultural blending created something unprecedented in medieval Europe. A society where a Christian merchant might do business with a Muslim banker while discussing philosophy with a Jewish scholar, and nobody thought this was particularly remarkable. It was rather like living in one of those modern neighbourhoods where everyone's from somewhere else, except with more swords and considerably less plumbing. The new rulers established their capital at Cordoba, which under their guidance would become one of the largest and most sophisticated cities in Europe. They built schools, libraries and workshops. They improved agricultural techniques and expanded trade networks. They even maintained and expanded the Roman infrastructure they inherited, which showed a refreshing appreciation for good engineering regardless of its origins. Yet beneath this surface of accommodation and progress, something else was quietly taking root. In the mountainous regions of the north, where the conquest had been less complete and central authority was weaker, small communities of Christians began to develop what we might call selective amnesia about their new reality. They remembered the old kingdom, the old faith, and the old ways of doing things, and they began to nurture the idea that their current situation might not be permanent. These weren't grand gestures of defiance or dramatic declarations of independence. They were the quiet, persistent activities of people who had decided that while they might have to accept foreign rule, they didn't have to like it or consider it legitimate. They maintained their own religious practices, preserved their own legal traditions, and most importantly told their children stories about how things used to be and how they might be again. The irony, of course, is that the very tolerance and administrative competence that made Muslim rule bearable also provided the space for this quiet resistance to develop. A harsher system might have stamped out Christian identity entirely, while a more chaotic one might have left people too focused on simple survival to think about political alternatives. Instead, the conquered population found themselves in the historically unusual position of being governed by people who are genuinely better at governing than their previous rulers, while still maintaining the psychological and cultural resources to imagine eventual liberation. It was rather like being in a very comfortable prison run by thoughtful wardens. You might appreciate the amenities while still planning your eventual escape. This quiet persistence in the northern mountains would be one of history's most patient investments, planted by people who might never live to see its harvest, but who maintained faith that someone someday would. Let's take a moment to appreciate one of history's most delightful ironies. The reconquest of Iberia began not with a grand army or divine revelation, but with what was essentially a tax dispute that got wildly out of hand. You have to admire the very human scale of it all. It's rather like discovering that the American Revolution started because someone got really annoyed about the price of tea. In the Asturian mountains of northern Spain, around the year 718, a Visigothic nobleman named Pelayo was dealing with the kind of problem that would be familiar to anyone who's ever had a disagreement with the local authorities. The Muslim governors wanted him to pay tribute and acknowledge their authority. Pelayo, for reasons that probably made perfect sense to him at the time, decided he'd rather not. Now, under normal circumstances, this kind of local disagreement would be resolved quickly and decisively in favour of whoever had the bigger army. But the Asturian mountains weren't normal circumstances. They were the medieval equivalent of trying to govern a region made entirely of natural fortresses. The terrain was so rugged that sending large military forces into it was rather like trying to organise a parade in a maze. Pelayo's initial act of defiance was probably witnessed by fewer people than typically attend a modern city council meeting. He gathered a small group of supporters. Accounts vary, but we're talking dozens, not thousands, and retreated to a cave called Covadonga. From a military perspective, the event looked like the kind of last stand that usually ends with historians writing sympathetic footnotes about brave but doomed resistance. The Muslim force sent to deal with this minor irritation was probably expecting what their commanders back in Cordoba were expecting: a brief expedition to arrest some troublemakers and restore order. Instead, they found themselves attempting to dislodge determined defenders from positions seemingly destined for such stubborn resistance. The Battle of Covadonga, fought sometime around 722, was the kind of encounter that looks insignificant in the moment, but grows in importance with each passing year. The Muslim force was defeated, not destroyed, but defeated enough that they withdrew, rather than continue what was turning into an expensive and embarrassing exercise in mountain warfare. From Pelayo's perspective, he had successfully defended his home and maintained his independence. From the Muslim governor's perspective, they had bigger concerns than chasing a few rebels through mountains that seemed designed to make military operations as difficult as possible. From history's perspective, something had just begun that would continue for the next 7 centuries. What makes this moment particularly fascinating is how ordinary it must have seemed to almost everyone involved. Pelayo wasn't proclaiming himself the champion of Christendom or announcing a divinely inspired mission to reconquer Iberia. He was simply a man who decided he preferred his traditional way of life to the new management, and who happened to live in terrain that made his preference militarily viable. The victory at Covadonga became something more than a military success. It became proof that Muslim rule wasn't inevitable or permanent. Word spread through the Christian communities that remained scattered across the peninsula, carried by merchants, pilgrims, and that most effective of medieval communication networks, gossip. But here's what makes Pelayo's story particularly relevant to your evening contemplation. He didn't succeed because he had a master plan or divine assistance or superior military technology. He succeeded because he was stubborn, he picked his ground carefully, and he was willing to accept a very modest definition of success. Occasionally, the most important historical changes begin with someone simply saying no and meaning it. The kingdom of Asturias that emerged from this mountain rebellion was tiny, poor, and surrounded by much more powerful neighbours. By any reasonable measure, it should have been a historical footnote, one of those brief moments of independence that gets absorbed back into the larger political reality. Instead, it became the seed from which the entire Reconquista would eventually grow. This episode suggests something both encouraging and slightly absurd about human nature. Sometimes the most significant changes in history begin with people who have no idea they're making history. They're just dealing with their immediate circumstances, making the best decisions they can with the information they have, and refusing to accept situations they find unacceptable. Pelayo probably went to sleep each night thinking about practical problems. food supplies, defensive positions, and keeping his small band of followers motivated and organised. He almost certainly didn't imagine that he was launching a centuries-long process that would reshape the entire Iberian Peninsula. He was just a man trying to preserve his way of life in a world that had changed around him. Imagine a garden where aggressive weeds have completely overtaken the original flowers. But then, if you look carefully in the corners and along the edges, you start to notice small shoots pushing up through the soil. The old plants haven't died. They've just been growing quietly in places where the weeds couldn't reach them. This is essentially what was happening in the northern regions of Iberia during the early centuries of Muslim rule. The kingdom of Asturias, emerging from Pelayo's successful mountain rebellion, was rather like a medieval startup. Small, scrappy, and operating with the kind of lean efficiency that comes from having absolutely no choice in the matter. The early Asturian kings ruled over a territory that was mostly rocks, trees, and people who had gotten very good at making do with limited resources. But what makes their story particularly endearing is that they transformed their poverty into a strength rather than a weakness. Since they couldn't compete with the wealth and sophistication of Muslim Iberia, they positioned themselves as the authentic keepers of the old traditions. They were the original article, the vintage Christian kingdom, aged to perfection in mountain caves and seasoned with genuine suffering. King Alfonso I, ruling in the early 8th century, perfected what we might call the liberation through depopulation strategy. He would launch raids into the territories between his kingdom and the main Muslim settlements, not to conquer and hold ground, but to convince the Christian populations in those areas to pack up and move north to his kingdom. It was rather like being a medieval real estate agent whose sales pitch was, "Come live in our beautiful mountains, where the scenery is spectacular and nobody will try to convert you to Islam." This policy had the delightful side effect of creating a no-man's land between Christian and Muslim territories, a buffer zone that was difficult for either side to control, but which served as an excellent training ground for the kind of small-scale warfare that mountain kingdoms do best. The Asturians became experts at what we'd now call guerrilla tactics, though they probably just thought of it as how you fight when you can't afford to lose. Meanwhile, Leon emerged as the kingdom's new capital, when the kings decided that ruling from mountain caves, while romantically authentic, was becoming impractical as their territory expanded. Leon offered the radical luxury of being a place where you could hold court without worrying about the ceiling dripping on your crown. The really clever part of the Asturian strategy was cultural as well as military. They positioned themselves as the continuation of the Visigothic kingdom, not its successors, but literally the same kingdom that had temporarily lost most of its territory. Their approach wasn't just propaganda, it was a comprehensive rebranding effort that would make modern marketing executives weep with admiration. They maintained Visigothic legal codes, preserved Latin literacy, and most importantly, developed what we might call the "we never really left" narrative. According to this version of events, the Kingdom of Asturias wasn't a new political entity, but rather the Visigothic kingdom in temporary exile, waiting for the right moment to reclaim its inheritance. This narrative was particularly powerful because it transformed what could have been considered a series of border raids and minor territorial expansions into something much more significant: the systematic recovery of stolen property. When Asturian forces captured a town or valley, they weren't conquering new territory. They were liberating occupied land and restoring it to its rightful rulers. The psychological impact of this approach was considerable. Christian populations throughout Iberia now had a focal point for their identity and aspirations. The Kingdom of Asturias proved that Christian rule was still possible, still viable, and most importantly still expanding. Every Asturian victory, regardless of its magnitude, demonstrated that the Muslim conquest was not the final chapter. But perhaps the most remarkable aspect of this early period was how the Asturian approach to reconquest was fundamentally different from what we might expect. Their strategy wasn't driven by religious fanaticism or ethnic hatred. It was driven by the much more practical desire to live according to familiar laws and customs. The Asturians didn't spend a lot of time denouncing Islam. They spent their time demonstrating that Christian rule could be effective, protective, and worth supporting. They were also remarkably pragmatic about their goals. Rather than declaring their intention to reconquer the entire peninsula, which would have sounded rather absurd coming from rulers of a mountain kingdom, they focused on the achievable objective of expanding their territory bit by bit. valley by valley, mountain by mountain. This patience and pragmatism would prove to be one of their greatest strengths. While other medieval kingdoms rose and fell through overambitious expansion or internal conflict, the Asturians built something sustainable, a Christian kingdom that grew stronger rather than weaker over time, and that would eventually become the foundation for much larger reconquest efforts. By the 9th and 10th centuries, Pelayo's persistent refusal to pay taxes had transformed into a situation that was beginning to cause the Muslim rulers of Iberia genuine discomfort. It's rather like watching a small crack in a wall gradually expand until you realise the whole structure might need attention. The kingdom of Asturias had been quietly but persistently expanding, and by now it was no longer accurate to describe it as a minor mountain rebellion. Under kings like Alfonso II and Alfonso III, the kingdom had developed from a desperate refugee camp into a functioning medieval state with its own economy, military organisation, and most importantly, a clear sense of mission. Alfonso III, who ruled in the late 9th century, was particularly good at what we might call expansion with style. He didn't just conquer territory, he established cities, built churches, and created the kind of infrastructure that made people want to stay, rather than flee at the first opportunity. Cities like Zamora and Toro weren't just military outposts. They were statements of permanence, announcements that Christian rule was back and intended to stay. But what's particularly fascinating about this period is that the Christian kingdoms were acquiring the same patience and strategic thinking that had made Muslim rule so successful. They weren't just fighting battles, they were building institutions, establishing trade networks, and most importantly, creating the administrative machinery that could govern an expanding territory. The really clever innovation was the development of what historians call the Reconquest ideology, a systematic intellectual framework that transformed military expansion into a sacred mission. The mission wasn't just about recovering lost territory anymore. It was about fulfilling a divine mandate to restore Christian rule to the entire peninsula. It was brilliant marketing that gave every border skirmish cosmic significance. This ideological framework had the additional advantage of attracting support from beyond the peninsula. Christian kingdoms across Europe began to see the Iberian reconquest as part of their own spiritual mission, which meant that French, Italian, and other European knights started arriving to help with what they saw as a holy war against Islam. These foreign volunteers brought more than just military assistance. They brought new military techniques, financial resources, and most importantly, they brought the sense that the Reconquista was part of a larger European Christian identity. What had begun as a local dispute over governance was gradually becoming part of the great cultural and religious confrontation between Christianity and Islam. Meanwhile, Muslim Iberia was discovering that success can create its own problems. The efficiency and prosperity that had made Al-Andalus the envy of Europe had also made it somewhat complacent. For so long, the Christian kingdoms in the north were viewed as minor irritations, and when they began to pose a genuine threat, the response was often delayed. The Umayyad Caliphate was also dealing with internal pressures that diverted attention and resources from the northern frontier. Political succession disputes, regional rebellions, and the constant challenge of governing a diverse population meant that the military focus needed to contain Christian expansion wasn't always available when and where it was needed. By the 10th century, the balance of power was shifting in ways that would have seemed impossible 2 centuries earlier. The Christian kingdoms weren't just surviving, they were beginning to thrive. They had developed their own military innovations, established secure economic bases, and most importantly, they had created a political and cultural identity that was attracting support from across Christian Europe. The psychological transformation was perhaps even more significant than the military one. Christian populations throughout Iberia now had concrete evidence that Muslim rule wasn't permanent or inevitable. Every Christian victory, every recovered city, every successful campaign was proof that change was possible and that supporting the Reconquest might be a winning strategy rather than a hopeless gesture. This shift in perception created a feedback loop that accelerated the process. As Christian kingdoms became more successful, they attracted more support, which made them more successful, which attracted more support. The momentum that had been building slowly for generations was beginning to reach critical mass. The Reconquista was transforming from a local mountain rebellion into a peninsula-wide movement with international support and religious legitimacy. What had once seemed like an impossible dream the complete recovery of Christian rule over Iberia was beginning to look like an achievable, if long-term, objective. But perhaps most importantly, the Christian kingdoms had learned something crucial about the nature of historical change. Sometimes the most effective way to transform the world is to start small, stay focused, and maintain consistent pressure over very long periods of time. They had mastered the art of strategic patience. As you sit here in the gentle quiet of evening, imagine yourself looking back across those 7 centuries that stretched between Pelayo's first defiant stand in the mountains and the final surrender of Granada in 1492. It's rather like watching time-lapse photography of a garden where flowers that were planted in spring don't bloom until the following winter, except the seasons lasted for generations. The Reconquista that began with a tax dispute had become something unprecedented in medieval history. A sustained, multi-generational project that transformed not just the political map of Iberia, but the very identity of European Christianity. What started as a simple refusal to accept foreign rule had evolved into a defining characteristic of Spanish and Portuguese culture that would influence their approach to everything from exploration to empire building. By the 11th century, the momentum that had been building for centuries was beginning to produce dramatic results. The capture of Toledo in 1085 by Alfonso VI of Castile was one of those moments when everyone involved probably sensed they were participating in something historically significant. Toledo wasn't just another city. It was the ancient capital of Visigothic Spain, the symbolic heart of the kingdom that the Christian rulers claimed to be restoring. The fall of Toledo demonstrated something that military theorists still study today: how psychological victories can be more important than purely military ones. The conquest of this city didn't just add territory to the Christian kingdoms, it proved that even the most seemingly secure Muslim strongholds could be taken by patient, determined forces who were willing to play the long game. But perhaps the most remarkable aspect of the Reconquista's ultimate success was how it maintained its essential character across those 7 centuries. The same qualities that had made Pelayo's rebellion successful, stubbornness, strategic patience, and the ability to turn disadvantages into advantages, remained central to the Christian approach throughout the entire process. The Christian kingdoms learned to cooperate when necessary while maintaining their independence, to adopt new military technologies while preserving their cultural identity, and, most importantly, to think in terms of generations rather than immediate results. They created institutions that could survive individual defeats, economic setbacks, and political changes because they were built around the idea that temporary setbacks were just that, temporary. The final centuries of the Reconquista were marked by the consolidation of Christian power under the unified crowns of Castile and Aragon. The marriage of Isabella and Ferdinand in 1469 created the political unity that could finally complete what Pelayo had begun in the mountains of Asturias. It's one of history's neat symmetries that a movement that began with one stubborn individual would be completed by the strategic alliance of 2 determined monarchs. The surrender of Granada in 1492 marked not just the end of Muslim rule in Iberia, but the completion of one of the longest and most successful military campaigns in European history. What makes it particularly remarkable is that it succeeded not through overwhelming force or brilliant strategy, but through the simple expedient of refusing to give up and consistently working toward a clearly defined goal across multiple centuries. The legacy of the Reconquista extends far beyond the borders of Spain and Portugal. The experience of successfully recovering lost territory through sustained effort created a cultural confidence that would fuel the age of exploration. The same kingdoms that had spent centuries learning to expand their territory step by step would soon be applying those lessons to global empire building. More fundamentally, the Reconquista demonstrated something encouraging about human persistence and the possibility of long-term change. It showed that even the most seemingly permanent political arrangements can be transformed by people who are willing to start small, stay focused, and maintain their efforts across multiple generations. As you consider this story from your comfortable modern perspective, perhaps the most relevant lesson is how ordinary people, faced with circumstances they found unacceptable, created extraordinary change through the simple expedient of refusing to accept that those circumstances were permanent. They didn't need special advantages or dramatic gestures, they just needed patience, persistence, and the willingness to think beyond their lifetimes. The birth of the Reconquista reminds us that some of history's most significant transformations begin not with grand declarations or revolutionary moments, but with individuals who simply decide that their current situation doesn't have to be their permanent reality. Sometimes the most powerful force in human history is just the quiet determination to make tomorrow different from today, sustained over enough tomorrows to make a difference that lasts. And with that thought, perhaps it's time to let this story settle into your evening quiet, carrying with it the gentle reminder that even the longest journeys begin with someone taking the first step. Born in 69 BCE, Cleopatra, the seventh Philopator, came from a family that had controlled Egypt for over 3 centuries. These were the Ptolemies, who were descended from a general under Alexander the Great. The Ptolemaic Empire was a peculiar hybrid by the time Cleopatra was born, a Greek-speaking monarchy situated atop a deeply Egyptian terrain. The dynasty itself was plagued by family feuds, political assassinations, and tense truces with growing Roman authority, despite the capital, Alexandria, being a global centre of scholarship. Tradition frequently portrays Cleopatra as a captivating queen who captivated influential men. However, that portrayal disregards her extensive education, linguistic proficiency, and strategic savvy. She pursued studies in philosophy, astronomy, medicine, and mathematics in the renowned Library of Alexandria. Cleopatra was raised in a society that demanded royals demonstrate their abilities, as each prospective heir faced the risk of being outwitted by cunning family members. In a court notorious for backstabbing, mental acuity was just as important to survival as birthright. For a large portion of his rule, her father, Ptolemy XII Auletes, had to balance local unrest with Roman favour. Despite the Ptolemies' claims to divine heritage, Roman power actually loomed big. To gain Roman political support, athletes paid hefty prices, which put Egypt's finances in jeopardy. As she observed these discussions, Cleopatra learned early on that money could purchase allies but could never ensure true respect. She also saw how quickly a monarch may lose their position of authority if they made a mistake that alienated those in charge. When Cleopatra was a little girl, she travelled to Rome with Auletes on diplomatic missions and saw a civilization on the verge of enormous growth. She watched the Senate's operations there as well as the moves of powerful people like Julius Caesar and Pompey. She had a first-hand insight from these experiences that few Egyptian royals had ever experienced. Cleopatra's route to the Egyptian throne was uncertain. To maintain the unity of the bloodline, Ptolemaic law encouraged sibling marriage partnerships, and her father had other children. An ancient Macedonian custom that the Ptolemies had taken to extremes, this behaviour was startling to modern ears. As a result, Cleopatra's destiny was intertwined with her brothers, one of whom would, at least in theory, share power with her. Everyone knew that a puppet sibling could be used to overthrow a more ambitious relative, and the tension in the royal family was evident. History frequently reduces Cleopatra to an exotic character who courted Roman rulers, but she was developing her diplomatic abilities from an early age. She acquired multilingual skills in addition to Greek. She reportedly knew Aramaic, Ethiopian, and probably Hebrew well as an Egyptian, which most of her Ptolemaic predecessors never tried to master. She was able to avoid having her comments misinterpreted by interpreters by speaking to courtiers, merchants, and foreign envoys in their own tongues. Her ability to communicate directly became one of her most powerful assets, enabling her to bridge cultural gaps. The domestic politics of Egypt were very complicated. As they had done for thousands of years, priesthoods held considerable power. Careful supervision was required of the irrigation system. Grain shipments fueled the kingdom's economy by feeding both Egyptians and international markets. Cleopatra was aware of the fragility underlying the opulence of the court spectacles. In ancient times, grain was valuable, and managing the Nile's resources meant managing the money needed to survive. To keep the Roman bankers happy, the priests placated, and the crop steady, a wise ruler was required. However, when her father passed away in 51 BCE, Cleopatra was still a young woman. She and her younger brother, Ptolemy XIII, were designated as joint rulers in the will. This arrangement was less about true balance and more about ceremonial tradition. Groups in the court tried to influence the young boy king against his sister very immediately. Cleopatra had to decide whether to submit to these power struggles or to stand up for herself at the risk of starting a civil war. Cleopatra's early life prepared her for her eventual decisive actions, even though most people only recall her later involvements with Mark Antony and Julius Caesar. Her background, learning at the library, observing Roman politics, and negotiating a contentious court, formed the foundation of her strategic perspective. She was adamant that ambitious Romans should not use Egypt as a prize or a province. Although the road ahead was dangerous, Cleopatra had been well prepared by her upbringing. She wasn't a passive character. She was already planning ahead and prepared to play a political chess game that would decide her kingdom's destiny. Cleopatra, who was 18 at the time of Ptolemy XII's death, found herself sharing the kingdom with her brother, Ptolemy XIII, who was only 10 or 11 years old at the time. Although they were classified as equals in their official titles, Cleopatra was aware of the covert power structures in the royal court. The young king's advisors saw an opportunity to marginalise her by portraying her as an intrusive sister who posed a danger to the boy's legitimate authority. Political scheming by a flurry of courtiers, including the powerful regent Pothinus and a general by the name of Achilles, soon compelled Cleopatra to leave Alexandria. Cleopatra was sent into exile because she would not concede defeat. Instead of disappearing into obscurity, she gathered a small troop and set up camp east of the Nile Delta to wait. She made appeals to border troops who were devoted to her father's legacy, merchants who were upset over the mayhem in Alexandria, and local allies. Cleopatra closely monitored Rome's internal conflicts during this period. Caesar's previous ally, the Roman general Gnaeus Pompey, was now losing a civil war against his erstwhile comrade. The Alexandrian court made the tragic choice to have Pompey killed when he landed in Egypt in search of resources and safety. The killing was likely done to appease Julius Caesar, who was pursuing Pompey. However, the results of this heinous deed were not what they had hoped for. Caesar personally landed in Alexandria in the fall of 48 BCE. A stable monarchy, or at least a compliant administration that would pay for his wartime expenses, was what he hoped to discover. Instead, he found himself in a country that was embroiled in a fraternal war, with Ptolemy XIII's camp fighting for control of the city and Cleopatra in exile. Caesar was apparently horrified to learn of Pompey's assassination, since he had planned to capture Pompey rather than have him killed by outsiders. Seeing her chance, Cleopatra came up with a bold scheme to meet Caesar in private and make her case. According to legend, to get past Ptolemy's guards, Cleopatra planned to be smuggled into the palace rolled up in a carpet or bag. Although some historians disagree with the precise approach, everyone agrees that Cleopatra's first-hand meeting with Caesar was a persuasive masterstroke. She portrayed herself as a legitimate queen whose brother's court had turned treacherous, rather than as a defenceless exile. She knew Latin well enough to communicate directly with Caesar, who was said to be as fascinated by her intelligence and humour as he was by her royal demeanour. Caesar, a master strategist, believed that Cleopatra was a better ally than her younger brother in ensuring Egypt's stability. The siblings must get back together and rule together again, he said. The councillors to Ptolemy XIII refused to obey because they felt their authority was in jeopardy. As tensions increased, the Alexandrian War broke out. Alexandria's streets and docks became battlefields when Caesar's army engaged in combat with Ptolemy XIII's supporters. Although reports differ on the extent and timing of the destruction, the renowned library itself may have sustained some damage during this fight. Cleopatra remained calm in the face of chaos. She collaborated closely with Caesar, providing local intelligence and resources. She understood that while she required Caesar's help, she also possessed power, because Caesar wanted a stable monarchy, and control over Egypt's grain supply was vital to Rome. They eventually routed Ptolemy XIII's army. While attempting to escape, he himself perished in the Nile. To maintain the illusion of a dynastic tradition, Cleopatra's younger brother, Ptolemy XIV, was appointed as a nominal co-ruler. However, Cleopatra held the real power. After the civil war was done, Cleopatra sided with Caesar and, according to many, fell in love with him. Caesarion, the child they would eventually have, symbolized the marriage of Egyptian ancestry with Roman ambition. Nevertheless, Cleopatra never saw herself as a simple consort. Her goal was to bring her kingdom back to life while juggling Roman interests and preserving some degree of autonomy. She lavished Caesar with hospitality, throwing lavish feasts that could only be supported by the Nile's wealth. Beneath these extravagant outbursts, however, she engaged in painstaking negotiations to secure her rule's continuation after Caesar's inevitable departure. Alexandria had been returned to Cleopatra at the end of this turbulent time. She was no longer the helpless fugitive. Instead, she had become Egypt's undisputed monarch, albeit one who was closely associated with Roman authority. She had forged a complicated alliance with the most powerful man in the Mediterranean by navigating war and conspiracies. There were new obstacles in the way, primarily how to balance Egypt's sovereignty with Rome's demands. However, Cleopatra had demonstrated that she was more than capable of skillfully navigating through situations that would shatter a less powerful ruler. Following the Alexandrian War, Cleopatra oversaw a court that combined Roman and Hellenistic elements with old Egyptian customs. She reclaimed trade routes vital to Egypt's growth and dispatched envoys to negotiate border accords to regain control over areas lost during previous crises. Beyond politics, Cleopatra prioritized cultural patronage. She provided financial support for academic pursuits, sponsored building projects, and made sure that Egypt's temples, particularly those honouring the goddess Isis, whom she came to identify increasingly with, received royal backing. She and Julius Caesar's relationship kept changing. Caesar, attracted by Cleopatra's companionship as well as political motives, stayed in Egypt longer than many Roman senators thought was wise. Their well-known Nile cruise, which was later romanticised, served two strategic purposes. Caesar learned about the area's resources and fortifications firsthand, while Cleopatra demonstrated the size of her dominion. Though some Alexandrians questioned the expenditure, Cleopatra recognised the importance of spectacle and heard tales of sumptuous feasts on royal boats. She wanted the Egyptians and Romans to understand that the Ptolemaic throne had not lost its majesty in a time when the ability to dazzle was frequently used to gauge one's level of authority. Caesar and Cleopatra, however, were unable to deny Rome's restlessness. After defeating Pompey's allies, Caesar solidified his hold on power, and his status as dictator was both admirable and vulnerable. He brought Cleopatra back to Rome in 46 BCE, but not as a simple concubine. She successfully positioned herself on the Roman stage by arriving with her retinue, which included the baby Caesarion. Conservative Romans, who disapproved of her alien status and her alleged aspirations, were scandalized by this. Caesar gave Cleopatra a privileged position that no other foreign ruler had, however, by letting her remain at a villa across the Tiber. Within the city's political circles, rumours circulated that Caesar may declare himself king and Cleopatra his queen, a notion that was unappealing to Romans who had vivid memories of overthrowing monarchs centuries before. Both xenophobic animosity and curiosity were stoked by Cleopatra's appearance, her attire, and her entourage of Egyptian courtiers. In the meantime, she researched the tribunes, the Senate, and the network of patronage that connected aristocratic families in Rome. She realised how shaky Rome's acceptance of her was. Nevertheless, she engaged in diplomatic outreach, establishing connections with powerful senators and their spouses, giving presents and organising cultural events that showcased Alexandria's refinement. But Cleopatra's primary goal was to ensure the future of her dynasty. From the Egyptian perspective, she desired Caesarion's recognition as his heir, even if it wasn't official. Caesar gave Caesarion preferential treatment even though he never legally declared him his son under Roman law. Caesar's continuous success appeared to be the key to the future. However, the tide of Roman politics was shifting, and many were disturbed by Caesar's acquisition of awards and display of monarchical accoutrements. Caesar was assassinated on the Ides of March in 44 BCE as a result of a conspiracy. Cleopatra, shocked and exposed, was in a dangerous situation in Rome. She swiftly retreated amid the confusion, returning to Alexandria with Caesarion and her entourage. According to some accounts, she thought about siding with Mark Antony or other groups in the ensuing power war. Cleopatra, however, was realistic. She understood that Romans would fight for the Republic once more, and before making any dangerous agreements, she needed to know who would win. Securely established in Egypt, she concentrated on bolstering the economy and defences of her realm, while she awaited the next Roman ruler to initiate contact. She made a deliberate decision to stay out of Rome during this rough time. If she had stayed, one side or the other might have exploited her as a pawn. Rather, she withdrew to a world in which she was truly in charge. She developed an image of herself at home as a conventional pharaoh in addition to being a Hellenistic queen. Her picture with a diadem, occasionally with subtle references to Egyptian iconography, was featured on coins bearing her name. To guarantee that the priesthood acknowledged her son Caesarion as a prince descended from God, she funded religious ceremonies. Cleopatra cemented her position among her subjects by fusing traditional Egyptian devotion with classical Greek elegance. Though she was aware that Egypt's destiny would unavoidably be shaped by the next wave of Rome's civil war, she never cut off contact with Roman politicians. Cleopatra's top objective amid the chaos that followed Caesar's murder was to maintain her independence to the greatest extent feasible. Although she had already navigated the maze, the Roman stage was about to change again, bringing new performers who would test her wits. She would have to carefully consider her options now that she could no longer rely on Caesar's favour, forming alliances and battling for time in a game where the outcome could affect the Mediterranean's future. After Caesar's death, Rome fell into civil war, creating a power vacuum. On one side were the assassins led by Brutus and Cassius, advocating for a return to republican ideals. The second triumvirate brought together three important figures: Octavian, Caesar's adopted son and heir; Mark Antony, a seasoned general and close ally of Caesar; and Lepidus, whose influence quickly diminished. In the following 2 years, these factions fought for dominance. From Alexandria, Cleopatra observed, knowing Egypt's wealth could become a bargaining chip again. Mark Antony had previously been kind to Cleopatra. He visited Alexandria during Caesar's time and enjoyed the court's hospitality. As the triumvirate faced Brutus and Cassius, Antony required resources, grain, ships and money, to strengthen his position. He called Cleopatra to Tarsus, Asia Minor, to negotiate terms. The summons was not just a polite request. Ignoring it could provoke Roman anger. Cleopatra recognized an opportunity. Negotiating from a strong position could help her gain recognition for Caesarion and assert her autonomy. Her arrival in Tarsus turned into a legendary tale. Rather than seeming like a beggar, she glided up the river Cydnus on an ornate barge, adorned with luxurious fabrics and fragrant sails. Musicians played as Cleopatra, adorned as the goddess Aphrodite or Isis based on the source, invited Antony to witness a display of opulence akin to a royal festival. Cleopatra recognized the significance of spectacle. Her dramatic entrance overshadowed rumors of Egyptian subservience. Antony realized he was not in charge of a subordinate, but was instead welcoming a king in full splendor. He was impressed and accepted her invitation to dine on her vessel, where her wit and cultural sophistication captivated him as much as the luxuries. An alliance began, political and romantic, that would shape the Eastern Mediterranean's fate. Their relationship was complex. Antony aimed to gain Cleopatra's loyalty and resources to tackle the ongoing challenges to the triumvirate. Cleopatra demanded the return of Egyptian territories lost under previous Ptolemaic rulers. She urged for formal Roman recognition of Caesarian significance, at least in Egypt. What started as a tactical partnership evolved into a personal bond. Antony spent the winter in Alexandria, enjoying the city's lively culture. He took part in festivals, enjoyed hunts along the Nile, and even created a drinking society with Cleopatra, humorously called the Inimitable Livers. Cleopatra remained focused on her political goals despite the distractions of revelry. She manoeuvred through court intrigues, handled the Egyptian bureaucracy, and protected her throne despite rumours that Antony was succumbing to her spell. These rumours extended beyond mere gossip. In Rome, Octavian eyed Antony's actions warily. Octavian ruled the West, while Antony managed the East as co-rulers of the Roman world. Antony's extravagant gestures toward Cleopatra reinforced the idea that he was abandoning Roman values for Eastern excess. Cleopatra understood the gravity of Octavian's propaganda. She had encountered Roman disdain previously. Now the risks were greater. Loss of Antony's favour in Rome could jeopardize Cleopatra's position. Antony's early campaigns in the East had some success. He reaffirmed Roman authority in rebellious areas and granted Cleopatra land in Phoenicia, Cyprus, and parts of Crete and Syria. These grants enhanced Egypt's power and filled Cleopatra's treasury. At the same time, the triumvirate unravelled. Lepidus was sidelined, intensifying the rivalry between Antony and Octavian. Cleopatra and Antony had children, starting with twins and then another son whom Antony acknowledged publicly. Children were given territories, culminating in the notable Donations of Alexandria ceremony, where Cleopatra and her children donned regalia representing their rule over vast regions of the Near East. Roman observers were shocked. The event resembled the establishment of a new Hellenistic empire at the cost of Rome. Cleopatra understood that her fate depended on Antony's military achievements. Antony found himself increasingly conflicted between the East, where Cleopatra held sway, and the Roman heartland, where Octavian was turning public sentiment against him. Cleopatra employed her diplomatic skills to secure local alliances, ensuring that if war arose, she could gather sufficient Egyptian manpower and naval power to be taken seriously. She noticed the cracks appearing. As Antony embraced his Eastern identity by adopting Greek customs and granting grand titles to Cleopatra, hostility in Rome intensified. Octavian waited patiently, gathering proof to label Antony a traitor influenced by an Oriental queen. This delicate balance endured for years, lending Cleopatra's reign a sense of renewed grandeur alongside looming storm clouds. She had journeyed from uncertain exile to commanding queen, but the horizon suggested a final confrontation that could overshadow all her previous struggles. By the mid-30s BCE, tensions between Antony and Octavian nearly ensured another Roman civil war. To mend the divide, Antony wed Octavian's first sister, Octavia, while still maintaining his affair with Cleopatra. He attempted to balance these conflicting responsibilities. However, the political alliances proved too weak, and Octavian exploited Antony's ongoing stay in Egypt as proof of treachery. In 32 BCE, after Antony divorced Octavia, Octavian claimed that Antony had turned into Cleopatra's puppet, labelling her as the master manipulator. Cleopatra, sensing Rome's growing animosity, prepared for battle. She strengthened the Egyptian coast, gathered grain, and grew her navy. Despite the strength of Egyptian forces, facing Rome's legionary machine was intimidating. Cleopatra thought that victory relied on Antony's skill in maintaining the loyalty of his legions and uniting Eastern client states under his leadership. As war approached, his support started to weaken. Several allied kings hesitated. Roman senators who once supported Antony switched their allegiance to Octavian. Driven by fear or political strategy, the propaganda war intensified. Octavian depicted Cleopatra as a foreign seductress aiming to enslave Rome, stoking xenophobia among the Roman people. In 31 BCE, the decisive confrontation occurred off Greece's western coast, near Actium. Antony and Cleopatra gathered a significant fleet, but Agrippa, Octavian's admiral outsmarted them. Historians may argue over specifics, but the result is evident. Antony's navy became desperate, lacking supplies and troubled by Agrippa's better naval strategies. In the climactic battle, Cleopatra, leading her squadron, suddenly broke away and fled to Egypt. Antony, realizing she was leaving, gave up the fight to pursue her. The fleet's fate was sealed. Lacking unified leadership, Antony's naval forces fell apart, allowing Octavian to achieve a decisive victory. Rumours about Cleopatra's escape circulated. Was it panic, strategy, or a prearranged plan if the situation worsened? Some accuse her of betrayal, while others believe she realised the battle was lost and tried to salvage what she could. Actium dealt a severe blow to Antony's cause. Afterward, Cleopatra hurried to strengthen Egypt, hoping to rebuild defences and negotiate a diplomatic deal. Octavian had the momentum on his side. He waited patiently, systematically restructuring his forces, rejecting Cleopatra's negotiation proposals unless they met his conditions. Antony and Cleopatra's relationship, once adorned with splendour, faltered under the burden of the loss. Antony experienced shame in front of his troops, many of whom abandoned him. Cleopatra confronted the truth that her meticulously built Eastern Empire was falling apart. She attempted to negotiate once more. Would Octavian allow Caesarion to rule as co-regent if she surrendered Antony? Historical records indicate Cleopatra considered various escape options, yet Octavian remained ruthless. He viewed Cleopatra as a danger and aimed to remove her from power. Caesarion, being Caesar's biological son, complicated his claim to Rome's legacy. Removing both mother and child would pave the way for Octavian's unchallenged dominance. In the summer of 30 BCE, Octavian launched an invasion of Egypt. Antony's efforts to organise a defence crumbled due to desertions and a superior Roman force. According to legend, upon hearing a false report of Cleopatra's death, Antony took his own life by stabbing himself. Mortally wounded, he discovered the queen was still alive and was brought to her. Their last meeting marked a sad end to a once glamorous partnership. Antony passed away in her embrace, forcing Cleopatra to face Octavian by herself. Octavian's victory was certain. Cleopatra's final hope was to maintain a trace of her dynasty or escape the shame of being displayed in Rome. She locked herself inside a mausoleum she had constructed, filled with her treasures and said to hold concealed toxins. Octavian aimed to capture her alive, likely planning to showcase her in his triumph as a trophy representing Rome's victory over the East. Understanding the futility of resistance, Cleopatra readied herself for a final act that would echo through history. Various accounts of her death exist, but the most well-known is the tale of an asp sneaked into her hideout, biting her arm and bringing a quick, though painful, demise. Some say she took poison. She made the decision to face death on her own terms rather than accepting it as the living conquest. Cleopatra's death marked the end of the Ptolemaic dynasty, leading to Egypt becoming a Roman province. Caesarion was captured and executed on Octavian's orders, removing any threat to his rise as Rome's first emperor, Augustus. Cleopatra's reign ended, but her legend was just beginning, destined to be recounted in ways that often masked the woman behind the myth. After Cleopatra's death, Roman accounts depicted her as a cunning temptress whose ambitions led Antony astray from Roman virtue. Poets and historians aligned with Octavian, who would become Augustus, reflected the official narrative that Cleopatra represented the corrupt East. Her final stand, the gilded mausoleum, and the tale of the asp became material for moralizing treatises and sensational storytelling. Despite the Romans' vilification, they could not deny her importance. She was the final monarch of a once mighty dynasty, and her fall signified Rome's clear dominance in the Mediterranean. Egypt transformed under Roman control. Cleopatra's administrative frameworks, such as tax systems, land management, and temple support, remained intact, with Roman officials now at the helm. Alexandria remained a significant cultural hub, despite no longer being a royal capital. Cleopatra's memory in Egypt became intertwined with the local folklore over time. Some viewed her as a tragic figure aiming to safeguard the land from foreign control. Some, swayed by Roman propaganda, held her responsible for leading the nation into war. The temples showcased images of Ptolemaic rulers in pharaonic attire, reflecting the hybrid world Cleopatra once ruled. Rome gained a vast province and a compelling narrative. The victory over Cleopatra symbolized the triumph of Roman discipline over Eastern luxury. Augustus leveraged this narrative to consolidate his power. He erected monuments to commemorate his conquest of Egypt, minted coins declaring peace restored, and influenced the Roman mindset to see Cleopatra's downfall as unavoidable. Behind the propaganda was an acknowledgement that Cleopatra was an extraordinary opponent. She matched Roman statesmen in diplomacy, commanded resources, and nearly forged a new political reality. If Actium had unfolded differently, the narrative of Rome could have changed significantly. Over the centuries, Cleopatra's reputation changed numerous times. Roman playwrights depicted her as a witch, captivating Antony with his potions and spells. Early Christian writers used her as a cautionary tale about the dangers of lust and power, emphasizing moral lessons. However, there were also more understanding perspectives. Chroniclers, particularly of Greek descent, lauded her intelligence, multilingual abilities, and cultural refinement. Alternative accounts reveal her negotiations with local elites, philanthropic gestures to the Alexandrian poor, and efforts to maintain Egyptian autonomy. These insights provided an alternative to the prevailing Roman story. In the medieval period, much classical literature remained in monasteries. Cleopatra appeared occasionally in moral tales or collections of notable women, frequently overshadowed by biblical figures. The Renaissance revival of classical learning sparked new curiosity. Scholars found Greek and Roman texts, revealing Cleopatra as a multifaceted figure. Artists drew inspiration from her dramatic life, creating paintings, plays, and poems. Shakespeare's Antony and Cleopatra portrays her with a tragic grandeur. Shakespeare partly followed Roman biases, portraying her as theatrical and manipulative, yet he also revealed her depth, showcasing the fiery intelligence that fueled her allure. Subsequent centuries witnessed additional reinterpretations. Enlightenment thinkers debated if Cleopatra was an enlightened ruler or a reckless tyrant. The Romantics saw her as a symbol of passionate defiance against a cold, practical empire. In the 19th and early 20th centuries, European Orientalist views transformed Cleopatra into the symbol of exotic allure. Painters depicted her in extravagant settings, focusing on her beauty and wealth, while overlooking her administrative skills and political acumen. Hollywood embraced this image, creating epic films that highlighted spectacle, grand sets, intricate costumes, and a Cleopatra who captivated famous Romans with alluring glances. However, beneath these depictions, historical research dismantled the stereotypes. In the 20th and 21st centuries, scholars refocused on Cleopatra's intelligence, linguistic skills, her role as a living goddess in Egyptian tradition, and her adept rule during challenging times. Recent archaeological discoveries and fresh interpretations of primary sources portray her not just as a femme fatale, but as a stateswoman facing the mightiest empire of her time. This change in viewpoint highlighted the conflict between Cleopatra's real governance, managing taxes, suppressing uprisings, directing foreign policy, and the narrative crafted by those who aimed to rationalize her defeat. Cleopatra's reputation changed with Rouge era's agendas, reflecting cultural fantasies and fears. Her true legacy, her efforts to preserve a sovereign Egypt against Rome's expansion, endures as a testament to her strategic prowess, even if overshadowed by the highlights of her personal liaisons. Cleopatra is a figure that urges us to see beyond stereotypes, highlighting that the true complexity of history is often lost in the propaganda and entertainment of the era. Cleopatra's story still captivates in our modern age. She has become an icon that transcends her time, symbolizing female power, political skill, cultural fusion, and the tragedy of lost sovereignty. To truly appreciate Cleopatra, one must view her not as an exotic siren or a mere footnote in Rome's story, but as the pinnacle of a unique dynasty navigating a rapidly changing world. Her importance stems from the careful balance she maintained from the moment she assumed power. Cleopatra forged alliances with Caesar and negotiated with Mark Antony, expanded her kingdom's territories, and maintained the reverence of Egypt's priesthoods, orchestrating a precarious dance. She encountered a Rome shifting from republic to autocracy, a superpower in transition, uncertain of its future. Cleopatra understood that to protect Egypt, she needed to navigate Roman politics while embodying the role of pharaoh, merging Greek and Egyptian traditions more effectively than her predecessors. Cleopatra's intellectual interests deserve greater focus. Growing up in Alexandria's vibrant intellectual atmosphere, she gained both scholarly and practical knowledge. She authored works on medicine, cosmetics, and possibly linguistics, but these writings have now vanished. She communicated with the subject peoples in their languages, an ability that granted real legitimacy in the eyes of those unfamiliar with Greek-speaking Ptolemaic rulers. Cleopatra engages with Roman elites in Greek or Latin, and leads Egyptian ceremonies in the local language, showcasing her cultural fluency as a political asset. Her story highlights how quickly propaganda can distort a legacy. Roman accounts depicted Cleopatra as a seductive foreign queen, overshadowing her contributions as a stateswoman. The caricature persisted over the centuries, influencing art and theatre while reducing her complexity. By piecing together scattered evidence, from coins with her profile to Greek historians' descriptions, we glimpse the real Cleopatra, a determined monarch making monumental decisions in a time of colliding global powers. Their ultimate demise highlights the weaknesses of a smaller state trapped among Roman factions. Cleopatra's relationship with Antony was both personal and practical, yet in the competitive realm of Roman politics, it served as a tool for Octavian's ambitions. The empire needed new conquests to solidify its political transformations, and the idea of Cleopatra's conspiracy with Antony gave Octavian the moral pretext to march on Egypt. However, Cleopatra managed to outsmart him, engaging in covert negotiations until Actium irreversibly shifted the balance. Even Cleopatra's death, often recounted with melodramatic flair, reflects her refusal to be paraded as a captive in Rome. By choosing to die on her terms, she denied Octavian a triumphant display, ensuring her final image was one of defiance instead of submission. This act, dramatized in art and theatre, embodies a political strategy. Cleopatra ensured she was remembered as a queen, not a captive. After that final act, Egypt turned into Rome's breadbasket, supporting an empire that would rule Europe, North Africa, and the Near East for centuries. Alexandria continued to be a centre of scholarship and trade, maintaining Greek and Egyptian cultural influences even during Roman rule. Cleopatra's children with Antony were taken to Rome and largely disappeared from history, except for one daughter, Cleopatra Selene, who married into another African kingdom and preserved a fragment of her mother's legacy. Caesarion, the son of Julius Caesar, was executed to eradicate any rival claim to Rome. Thus, the direct line of Cleopatra ended brutally, a testament to how Roman realpolitik disdained potential threats, however young or innocent. Interest in Cleopatra continues over 2,000 years later. Historians discuss her strategies, archaeologists search the Egyptian coast for her burial site, and filmmakers recreate her life in grand productions. Every retelling reveals as much about the storyteller as it does about Cleopatra. Her character reveals the complexities of power, the dynamics of gender and politics, and the resilience of a dynasty facing extinction. She bridges worlds, Greek and Egyptian, a female leader and Roman ally, a scholar and politician. Cleopatra emerged as a leader who would not allow her kingdom to be a mere pawn in Rome's strategy. She engaged in high-stakes gameplay, experiencing both spectacular victories and devastating losses. She transcended the caricatures that defined her posthumous image. The final Queen of the Nile remains an enigma who challenges us to look deeper than the simple myths, reminding us that history is often shaped by those who wield the pen, and that a life as momentous as hers deserves constant re-examination. Elizabeth Schuyler came into the world on August 9th, 1757, cradled by the rolling vistas of the Hudson River. Her father, Philip Schuyler, was a respected military leader and landowner in the colony of New York, and her mother, Catherine van Rensselaer, hailed from one of the most influential families in the region. Growing up amid such privilege might have nurtured a sense of arrogance in some, but Eliza, as she was often called, had a natural warmth that set her apart from many of her peers. Nestled in the Schuyler mansion in Albany, Eliza spent her earliest years as part of a large clan that valued public service, hospitality, and the quiet force of tradition. The estate hummed with activity. Soldiers sometimes shared camp stories by the hearth. Travelling merchants arrived to do business, and politicians stopped by on their way to legislative sessions. In this swirl of visitors, Eliza learned to mingle with all sorts, haughty aristocrats, weary militia officers, and even the occasional foreign envoy. Yet her home life had its share of complexities. The Schuyler family, though wealthy, carried the anxieties of living in a colony hovering on the brink of conflict. The tensions between Britain and its American subjects simmered. As a child, Eliza observed how her father weighed the possibility of war. General Philip Schuyler eventually became a key figure in the Continental Army, and dinner-table conversations often circled back to strategy, logistics, and the moral burden of rebellion. These discussions shaped Eliza's understanding of politics as something more than an abstract game. It was about forging a future from uncertain times. Despite such concerns, her childhood retained a sense of magic. She roamed the gardens overlooking the Hudson, daydreaming about distant places she only knew from travellers' tales. She and her sisters, Angelica and Peggy, shared a bond forged by laughter and mischief, pranks on unsuspecting cousins, midnight raids on the kitchen to pilfer sugar biscuits. Eliza was neither the bookish child Angelica was, nor as vivacious as Peggy, but she combined a quiet determination with a thoughtful curiosity. As she approached her teenage years, Eliza's mother introduced her to the more formal aspects of womanhood. Sewing circles, polite dances, and lessons in hospitality were considered essential to any young lady's future. For some, these rituals were rote, but Eliza took to them with a sense of genuine kindness. She discovered she could put people at ease, a smile here, a well-timed joke there. It was less about social climbing and more about forging a real connection. Sometime around her adolescence, the American Revolution moved from hushed speculation to living reality. Soldiers set up camp on the Schuyler grounds, forged alliances in the drawing room, and apprehension about the future permeated daily life. Eliza's father was dispatched on missions across the region, leaving her mother to manage the estate's day-to-day operations. In this environment, Eliza developed resourcefulness, noticing how the women of her family stepped up when men were off waging war. Her father's increased involvement in the war in 1777 marked a significant shift in the situation. That year, British forces threatened the Hudson Corridor, and Albany itself seemed vulnerable. While many families fled south for safety, the Schuylers remained steadfast, trusting in Philip's strategic mind. Eliza watched as her once calm household transformed into a nerve centre of patriot supporters, maps on tables, correspondences carried in and out by exhausted couriers, and the muffled clang of armaments stacked in the yard. Amid this upheaval, Eliza grew keenly aware of her position in the swirling drama of a young nation's birth. With Angelica off forging social alliances in other colonies and Peggy bouncing between acquaintances, Eliza found herself called upon to maintain a semblance of normalcy. She visited the wounded in makeshift infirmaries and prepared care packages for soldiers. Though still unmarried, she was no longer a mere child listening in on adult conversations. She was a participant, embracing the cause of liberty her father championed. As the war raged, each new day seemed to bring a surprise, shifting alliances, uncertain supplies, and heartbreak over lost battles. In that cauldron of revolution, fate was about to introduce her to a fiery young officer of illegitimate birth and boundless ambition. Elizabeth Schuyler was about to meet Alexander Hamilton, and her life would never be the same. She first encountered Alexander Hamilton in 1779, but their paths had nearly crossed earlier. He served as an aide-de-camp to General George Washington and was known among the Continental Army's inner circle for his articulate letters and keen strategic mind. Hamilton's origins, born out of wedlock in the West Indies, could have made him an outsider, but his intellect and fervour for the patriot cause earned him respect. Though not from an elite lineage like Eliza's, Hamilton possessed a magnetic quality that defied social conventions. When they finally met, it was through mutual acquaintances who gathered in the Schuyler household. Hamilton arrived with a swirl of laughter and conversation, an earnestness in his eyes that left an impression. He was no tall, gallant figure. Instead, he was compact and brimming with restless energy. Rumour had it he could dictate multiple letters simultaneously to different aides, his mind racing faster than his quill could keep up. Eliza, conversely, was known for her measured confidence, quiet but unwavering. Their conversations, at first, centred on practicalities, the direction of the war, rumours of British troop movements, and the hardships faced by soldiers. But beneath these tactical topics, a personal connection sparked. Eliza found Hamilton's ambition refreshing rather than boastful. He, in turn, appreciated her sincerity and the intelligence she did not flaunt. They spent evenings strolling through the garden, forging a bond grounded in shared hope for America's future and a mutual sense of responsibility to their respective families. Still, Eliza harboured doubts. Courtships in wartime carried uncertainty. She saw how heartbreak could follow a letter announcing a casualty or a transfer to a distant front. But Hamilton's letters, penned during his absences, were tender, infused with more than just flattery. He spoke of unity, both for the nation and between two souls ready to face life's challenges together. When he addressed her as Eliza, it felt simultaneously intimate and reverent. They married on December 14th, 1780, in a ceremony that reflected the swirl of revolutionary fervour. The bride's father, though still weighed down by the complexities of war, offered a generous celebration at the Schuyler mansion. Guests included prominent military officers, local dignitaries, and friends from across the colonies. Candles flickered as violins played, and talk of independence mingled with toasts to love. For Eliza, that night felt like a bridge between her old life and a new horizon. In the early weeks of marriage, their world seemed to pulse with promise. Yet the realities of the war intruded almost immediately. Hamilton was pulled back to his post, drafting critical communications for Washington, orchestrating supply logistics, and occasionally heading into dangerous territory. Eliza, accustomed to supporting her father's campaigns, adapted swiftly. She learned to manage household finances, keep track of important documents, and serve as a confidant for Hamilton's anxieties about the fate of the revolution. She first encountered Alexander Hamilton in 1779, but their paths had nearly crossed earlier. He served as an aide-de-camp to General George Washington and was known among the Continental Army's inner circle for his articulate letters and keen strategic mind. Hamilton's origins, born out of wedlock in the West Indies, could have made him an outsider, but his intellect and fervour for the patriot cause earned him respect. Though not from an elite lineage like Eliza's, Hamilton possessed a magnetic quality that defied social conventions. When they finally met, it was through mutual acquaintances who gathered in the Schuyler household. Hamilton arrived with a swirl of laughter and conversation, an earnestness in his eyes that left an impression. He was no tall, gallant figure. Instead, he was compact and brimming with restless energy. Rumour had it he could dictate multiple letters simultaneously to different aides, his mind racing faster than his quill could keep up. Eliza, conversely, was known for her measured confidence, quiet but unwavering. Their conversations at first centred on practicalities, the direction of the war, rumours of British troop movements, and the hardships faced by soldiers. But beneath these tactical topics, a personal connection sparked. Eliza found Hamilton's ambition refreshing rather than boastful. He, in turn, appreciated her sincerity and the intelligence she did not flaunt. They spent evenings strolling through the garden, forging a bond grounded in shared hope for America's future and a mutual sense of responsibility to their respective families. Still, Eliza harboured doubts. Courtships in wartime carried uncertainty. She saw how heartbreak could follow a letter announcing a casualty or a transfer to a distant front. But Hamilton's letters, penned during his absences, were tender, infused with more than just flattery. He spoke of unity, both for the nation and between two souls ready to face life's challenges together. When he addressed her as Eliza, it felt simultaneously intimate and reverent. They married on December 14th, 1780, in a ceremony that reflected the swirl of revolutionary fervour. The bride's father, though still weighed down by the complexities of war, offered a generous celebration at the Schuyler mansion. Guests included prominent military officers, local dignitaries, and friends from across the colonies. Candles flickered as violins played, and talk of independence mingled with toasts to love. For Eliza, that night felt like a bridge between her old life and a new horizon. In the early weeks of marriage, their world seemed to pulse with promise. Yet the realities of the war intruded almost immediately. Hamilton was pulled back to his post, drafting critical communications for Washington, orchestrating supply logistics, and occasionally heading into dangerous territory. Eliza, accustomed to supporting her father's campaigns, adapted swiftly. She learned to manage household finances, keep track of important documents, and serve as a confidant for Hamilton's anxieties about the fate of the revolution. When the Treaty of Paris officially ended the Revolutionary War in 1783, Alexander Hamilton found himself in a position to help shape America's future. After his bar admission, he established a thriving legal practice in bustling New York City. Initially, he focused on property disputes left in the war's wake, yet bigger ambitions loomed. He sensed the new nation needed a stable financial structure, a strong central government, and a cohesive framework for unity. Eliza, meanwhile, adapted to city life with the same resilience she had shown amid military camps. The Hamiltons' household was never quiet for long. Their circle of acquaintances ballooned, including statesmen, merchants, and military comrades turned politicians. The Hamilton home became a hub of spirited discourse. Eliza served as both hostess and participant. Her hallmark was a welcoming presence, ensuring everyone felt at ease, from the most polished senator to the rough-hewn frontier representative. Despite sometimes intimidating conversation about economics or legislation, she never shied away from asking pointed questions. Alexander's participation in the Constitutional Convention in 1787 represented a progressive moment. While he was away in Philadelphia, Eliza managed affairs in New York, maintaining correspondence with him. She offered moral support, reading newspapers to gauge public sentiment and relaying her observations. Though not formally educated in political theory, she grasped the importance of a balanced government. She often wrote that the promise of liberty would flounder without practical safeguards. When Hamilton returned with the proposed constitution, debates raged. Federalists championed a robust central government, while anti-federalists feared tyranny. Hamilton, a leading Federalist, penned the majority of the Federalist Papers, explaining the Constitution's merits. Late nights of writing blurred until dawn. Eliza recognized his fervour, doing what she could to ease his workload. She edited drafts lightly, made sure he ate, and even coordinated with his co-authors, John Jay and James Madison. Although her name never appeared on the pamphlets, her unseen labour and emotional support proved invaluable. As the Constitution was ratified, Hamilton stepped into a new role, the nation's first Secretary of the Treasury under President George Washington. He tackled the public debt, proposed a national bank, and laid out an economic blueprint that would stir controversy for years. Throughout this whirlwind, Eliza managed a rapidly expanding family. More children arrived, each named with care. She also tended to her father's affairs, as Philip Schuyler had joined the new US Senate. Eliza adeptly juggled her responsibilities, balancing the realms of motherhood, social diplomacy, and philanthropic engagements. One of her quieter achievements involved the creation of an orphanage. In the aftermath of war, many children roamed the streets bereft of parents. Eliza's heart went out to them. She tapped into her connections, rallying other women, from prominent families to organised resources. Though Hamilton's name was more associated with financial policy, it was Eliza who championed charitable efforts, seeing in them a reflection of the new republic's moral obligations. She believed social welfare was not a luxury, but a fundamental sign of civilized values. Meanwhile, the couple's personal life was a tapestry of devotion, intense arguments, and fleeting reconciliations. Hamilton's political enemies targeted him relentlessly. He was accused of favouritism, monarchy-leaning sympathies, and financial improprieties. Eliza stood by him, convinced of his integrity. Yet stress loomed. Long hours at the Treasury, combined with the scorn of detractors, sometimes left Hamilton edgy. Family dinners occasionally turned into strategy sessions, with Eliza offering a calm perspective. At other times, he withdrew into brooding ruminations. Then came scandal. In 1791, Hamilton embarked on a disastrous affair with Maria Reynolds, eventually revealed in 1797. Eliza learned of it in disjointed pieces, the betrayal hitting hard. The affair was no trifling rumour. It was a reality that threatened to unmoor her marriage. And yet, in her heartbreak, she chose not to abandon him. Some historians interpret her reaction as moral fortitude. She believed in redemption, especially for the father of her children. Others see it as a pragmatic move, given her limited options in that era. Regardless, her decision underscored a resolve forged by adversity. She insisted that Hamilton come clean publicly, which he did through the infamous Reynolds pamphlet, revealing private matters in humiliating detail. The scandal tarnished Hamilton's reputation, but Eliza never wavered in supporting him. Their union, tested by the court of public opinion, emerged battered yet intact. She retreated from society's glare, focusing on her children and philanthropic ventures. In private, she and Hamilton worked toward mending the trust between them. Her stance was rooted in a belief that individuals, and the young nation, could be redeemed from failings, provided they confronted their missteps openly. By the end of the 1790s, Hamilton had resigned from the Treasury. Political battles consumed him. Federalists and Democratic Republicans fought bitterly. Eliza, quietly reflective, saw the shape of things to come. A new century beckoned, but personal storms had left scars. Still, she pressed on with her philanthropic dreams and unwavering commitment to her family, convinced that the American experiment and her marriage both warranted every ounce of perseverance she could muster. As the 1800s dawned, Alexander Hamilton's political career entered a contentious phase. He engaged in newspaper feuds, criticised John Adams' presidency, and tried to sway elections behind the scenes. Eliza watched, worried that his relentless ambition might alienate even his allies. She urged moderation, but Hamilton's temperament demanded he push forward, certain that his vision for the nation outweighed short-term unity. Meanwhile, Eliza deepened her involvement in New York's charitable circles. She helped organise relief for impoverished families, often visiting tenements with a small retinue to distribute necessities. Her presence in these rough neighbourhoods surprised many. Dressed modestly but unmistakably from a higher social sphere, she approached each household with empathy, inquiring about their hardships and connecting them with local artisans or job possibilities. In her mind, the spirit of the revolution hinged on ensuring that liberty was not purely for the privileged. At home, life was busy. The Hamilton children, by now a lively brood, required guidance and moral grounding. Eliza's father had retired from the Senate, and her sisters were scattered among marriages and estates. Letters flew back and forth among the Schuyler siblings, exchanging gossip and confidence. Angelica, living abroad, lamented the distance, while Peggy struggled with health issues. In these letters, Eliza was a pillar, pragmatic, affectionate, and ever eager to uphold family bonds despite the swirling chaos of politics. Hamilton's disputes escalated. He penned damning critiques of Aaron Burr, once a political ally but now a rival. Burr, equally ambitious, felt slighted by Hamilton's influence and remarks. In 1804, Burr, on the verge of losing New York's governorship, intensified tensions by accusing Hamilton of undermining his campaign. As accusations swirled, Burr issued a challenge, a dawn duel to settle their honour. Eliza, upon learning of the challenge, pleaded for Hamilton to find another resolution. She implored him to consider their children, to think of the scandal that had already tested their marriage, to weigh the heartbreak that another public confrontation would unleash. Hamilton assured her the affair was a matter of principle. He confessed personal reservations about duelling. It contradicted his moral convictions and religious beliefs. Yet the unwritten rules of honour among gentlemen at the time left little room for retreat without being branded a coward, torn between personal ethics and societal codes. Hamilton resolved to meet Burr across the Hudson River in Weehawken, New Jersey. The night before the duel, Hamilton wrote letters to friends and family. Eliza found him in a sombre mood, his usual fiery determination replaced by introspective melancholy. He gave her instructions about the children's education, finances, and even personal regrets. She tried desperately to dissuade him, offering every argument from his political future to their family's stability. But the machinery of the duel was set in motion. In a final gesture of love, they prayed together, tears unspoken but understood. On the morning of July 11th, 1804, Hamilton and Burr faced each other at Weehawken. Eliza waited anxiously at home, racked by dread. The details of the duel remained debated, but the outcome was tragically clear. Hamilton was mortally wounded, shot in the lower abdomen, and transported across the river. Eliza rushed to his side, finding him in a friend's house, drifting in and out of consciousness. He lingered for more than 24 hours, enough time for them to exchange final words. He expressed regret for the turmoil he had caused, and she, through tears, assured him of her unconditional love. Hamilton died on July 12th, leaving Eliza a widow at age 47, with 7 surviving children and another extended family to support. The entire city of New York was shocked. A funeral procession took place, overshadowed by the scandalous nature of the duel. Burr fled, publicly vilified. Eliza's grief was immense, a mixture of sorrow and anger at a code of honour that demanded lethal resolution, at the political climate that spurred such violence, and at the cosmic cruelty of losing her husband just as the nation was stabilising. In her anguish, she sought solace in faith and family. The immediate aftermath required practical decisions. Hamilton's debts loomed large, some due to his lavish lifestyle and unprofitable investments. Eliza, reluctant though she was, tackled the financial intricacies head-on. Rather than retreat into mourning, she found a clarity of purpose. She would safeguard her husband's legacy, provide for their children, and carry on with the charitable missions that held a special place in her heart. If Alexander Hamilton died ensuring his place in history, Eliza would live on to shape how that history remembered him. In the weeks following Alexander Hamilton's funeral, Eliza confronted a daunting to-do list. She sorted through unpaid bills, discovered unfinished essays and treatises in his study, and faced the prospect of raising her children in a social climate that still buzzed with rumours about the fatal duel. The Schuyler family offered emotional and financial support, but Eliza felt compelled to manage her affairs independently. She liquidated some assets, negotiated with creditors, and carefully planned a modest lifestyle that would preserve dignity yet remain financially feasible. One of her first initiatives was to gather Hamilton's letters and writings. She sensed that his political enemies might attempt to distort his legacy. Determined to present an accurate account of his contributions, she approached friends and colleagues for additional correspondence, anything that could shed light on Hamilton's thought process and character. These efforts planted the seeds of what would eventually become a significant archival trove. Though she had no formal training in historical preservation, all she knew was that the story of his role in founding the new nation needed to be told honestly, free from the rancour that surrounded his final years. Her philanthropic spirit surged as well. She returned to the Orphan Asylum Society of New York, later known as Graham Windham, dedicating more hours to its expansion. The orphanage had grown since its inception, and children of various ages depended on stable funds and guidance. Eliza believed her personal grief could fuel a deeper compassion for those who had lost families under equally harsh circumstances. She organised fundraisers, leaning on acquaintances from Hamilton's Federalist circles and from her father's old networks. Donations trickled in, enough to expand the orphanage's facilities. At home, she took solace in her children's presence. Some older ones, like Philip Jr. and Angelica, stepped into supportive roles, though they too reeled from their father's violent death. Eliza's maternal instincts extended beyond mere comfort. She actively cultivated their education and moral development. Hamilton had always advocated for robust learning, so she ensured her sons and daughters had access to tutors and libraries. The younger children gleaned from her an abiding sense of hope despite life's traumas. Friendship with Dolly Madison, the charismatic wife of President James Madison, rekindled after the duel. Though Madison had once been Hamilton's political rival, Dolly admired Eliza's fortitude and philanthropic drive. The two women exchanged letters on everything from child-rearing to the complexities of shaping national identity. During visits to the capital, Eliza dined among statesmen who revered her husband's intellect yet had once clashed with him. Her presence in these circles underscored that while Hamilton was gone, his ideals and family remained part of America's evolving story. Over time, Eliza found a measure of peace. She read extensively scripture, philosophy, and even Hamilton's essays on finance. She became a discreet mentor to young women, advising them that loss did not have to define one's entire existence. In that process, she uncovered an internal wellspring of power. No longer defined merely as a general's daughter or a statesman's wife, she was forging her identity as a protector of children, a keeper of her husband's legacy, and a quiet, stabilizing figure in a nation still shaping its post-war identity. Yet she confronted constant reminders of the duel's aftermath. Burr's reputation had collapsed, but he lingered on society's fringes, and occasionally rumours of his presence in New York circulated. Some supporters of Hamilton yearned for Eliza's public condemnation of Burr. She responded by emphasising forgiveness, not for Burr's sake alone, but for her own spiritual health. Still, she admitted to close friends that the wound ran deep, and any mention of Burr reopened old pain. In 1806, tragedy revisited her life when her sister Peggy died. Though they had not spent as much time together recently, losing a sibling reignited her sense of mortality. Each family loss spurred reflection. Why does fate entwine sorrow and joy so tightly? She found partial answers in her faith, which had grown more earnest since Hamilton's death. Eliza turned to church communities for comfort, simultaneously offering her organisational skills to parish events. Slowly, the Hamilton household stabilised. Debts were gradually paid off. The children advanced in their studies or commenced livelihoods. Eliza's philanthropic projects flourished, earning her quiet admiration across class lines. Life was by no means carefree, money was tight. Social slights stung, but she navigated each challenge with calm determination. By middle age, she stood as a testament to endurance, weaving heartbreak, duty, and service into a tapestry that gave her a renewed sense of mission. As decades rolled on, Eliza entered a reflective phase of life. She remained in New York, though the city changed around her, evolving from a post-revolutionary port into a bustling metropolis. She occasionally visited her beloved Schuyler mansion in Albany, now quieter and steeped in nostalgia. Each time she walked the garden paths where she once courted Alexander, reminded of both the innocence of youth and the seismic shifts that had sculpted her fate. During the War of 1812, when the US again clashed with Britain, Eliza worried for her sons, some of whom served in the conflict. Memories of the revolution merged with fresh anxieties. She found the national mood reminiscent of her childhood: uncertainty, pride, and the determination to defend independence. Though she was no longer at the forefront of patriotic fervour, she contributed by donating to relief efforts for soldiers' families. The Orphan Asylum Society also expanded its reach, taking in children orphaned by this new war. Family events punctuated her life with both grief and celebration. Her father, Philip Schuyler, passed away in 1804, mere months after Hamilton's death. Her mother, Catherine, died in 1803, so Eliza found herself increasingly the matriarch of a sprawling clan. Grandchildren eventually came into the picture. She watched them with pride, telling stories of their heroic grandfather. These tales often alluded to Hamilton's intellectual prowess, omitting the specifics of his downfall. Eliza believed that preserving his better qualities would inspire younger generations. A notable shift occurred in the 1820s when John Church Hamilton, one of her sons, began collecting material for a biography of his father. Eliza became an essential collaborator, providing letters, anecdotes, and clarifications. Her memory was sharp despite advancing age. She recalled specific conversations, recounted legislative battles, and recalled the exact inflection in Hamilton's voice when he debated a point of law. Many historians would later marvel at her recollections, which filled gaps in the archival record. It was as if she carried a living library of Hamilton's life in her heart. Yet that collaboration was not free of emotional toll. Revisiting the events leading up to the duel forced her to confront old wounds. Tears occasionally halted her storytelling, especially when she recounted the final hours of Hamilton's life. John Church pressed gently, wanting to capture every detail for posterity. Eliza, sensing the greater purpose, persevered. She recognised that telling Hamilton's story might help the nation appreciate the foundations he helped lay, structures like the Treasury Department, the National Bank, and the concept of federal credit. In 1828, she travelled briefly to Washington, D.C., invited by friends who remembered her philanthropic achievements. The capital had grown since her earlier visits. Monuments dotted the landscape, celebrating founding fathers. She experienced a bittersweet pride passing tributes to men Hamilton had worked alongside: George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, and James Madison. Some pointed out the conspicuous absence of Hamilton's own monument. She shrugged it off, insisting that the measure of a person's influence lay not in stone effigies, but in living institutions. With the passage of time, she also became more candid about the Reynolds scandal, though still discreet. In private conversations, she admitted the pain had never vanished, but she framed it as a testament to the flawed humanity even brilliant people carry. Her capacity to forgive reflected a deep spirituality. She attended church regularly, praying for unity in a country that seemed perpetually on the brink of new conflicts, nullification crises, debates over slavery, and the push westward. Living well into her golden years, she gathered a tight circle of confidants. Often, they found her mending clothing for orphan children or proofreading a letter for John Church's next manuscript draft. She rarely sought acclaim for her charitable work. If praised, she gently redirected attention to the cause itself. For her, the real triumph lay in ensuring children had a chance at life, just as the nation's founders had tried to secure opportunity for future generations. In 1832, she experienced another heartbreak when her oldest son, Philip Jr., passed away after a struggle with illness. Each loss reminded her of time's relentless march, yet her faith and familial bonds kept her grounded. She wrote that her love for God and for the late General Hamilton fortified her soul against despair. Approaching 80, Elizabeth Schuyler. Hamilton was more than a relic of a revolutionary era. She was a living narrative of strength, weaving personal tragedy and national memory into a single tapestry of compassion and hope. Elizabeth Schuyler Hamilton lived to see Andrew Jackson's presidency and the beginnings of the Industrial Revolution. She watched America morph into a nation both deeply reflective of its revolutionary roots and straining toward modernity. Railroads spread, factories arose, as this political scene erupted with fresh tensions over states' rights and potential expansion. By now, Eliza was considered a venerable figure, one of the last living links to the nation's founding generation. In her final years, she resided in a modest home in Washington, D.C., partly to be nearer some of her children. The city had matured since the muddy, partly built capital she once knew. She took quiet walks with visitors, reflecting on how her husband had helped shape the financial systems that fueled such growth. Political leaders occasionally sought her out for anecdotal insights, hoping to glean from her personal glimpses into Hamilton's strategies and relationships. She obliged politely, though she often reminded them that real progress required fresh ideas, not mere nostalgia. Her commitment to philanthropy never waned. Even in advanced age, she attended Orphan Asylum Society meetings when possible, offering guidance on fundraising and resource management. Younger trustees listened intently, aware that the Society's founding mother was still sharp despite her frailty. In many ways, the orphanage had become a symbol of her life's work, caring for the vulnerable, preserving hope amidst adversity. Ensuring the completeness of John Church Hamilton's father's biography was one of her most cherished final projects. She reviewed the final drafts, contributing details she'd previously withheld or forgotten. She emphasised Hamilton's unwavering dedication to the Union, his progressive stances on federal power, and his unrelenting push for financial stability. Some editorial disagreements arose, particularly around the Reynolds affair, but Eliza insisted on honesty tempered by grace. The published volumes, though not immediate bestsellers, gradually shaped public understanding of Hamilton's legacy. As her health declined, her family closed ranks around her. Letters from grandchildren poured in stories of their studies, their marriages, their small triumphs. Eliza's once robust figure had become frail, but her mind held firm. She reminisced about ballrooms in Albany, the swirling war councils at her childhood home, and the day she first locked eyes with a brash young officer in revolutionary garb. Occasional visitors found her reading the Federalist Papers by candlelight, as if reacquainting herself with Hamilton's voice. She also kept a well-worn Bible, reflecting a faith that had buoyed her through heartbreak after heartbreak. Prayer, to her, was less about ceremony and more about continuous conversation with a higher power that had guided her from war to widowhood. In these final dialogues with God, she found peace, certain that her labours, both familial and charitable, held meaning beyond mortal life. Elizabeth Schuyler Hamilton died on November the 9th, 1854, at the age of 97. Her passing marked the end of an era. Obituaries praised her dedication to preserving Alexander Hamilton's legacy and championing charitable causes. Publications recounted her devotion to the Orphan Asylum Society and her unwavering presence during the tumultuous birth of the Republic. While she never held public office, her influence was palpable in the communities she served and in the narratives of America's founding. She was buried near her husband in the graveyard of Trinity Church in Manhattan, reuniting them in eternal rest beneath the city skyline he had once helped transform. For decades, the memory of her kindness lingered in the stories told by those who knew her, a woman who had endured scandal and duel-driven tragedy, only to emerge as a symbol of grace. In the decades following her death, interest in Hamilton's financial genius grew, spurred by economic expansions and civil conflict. Historians found in Eliza's carefully guarded letters a trove of insight into the man behind the policies. Her philanthropic legacy endured, with the orphanage continuing to serve children well into the modern age. Over time, as the nation wrestled with the complexities of its founding ideals, the figure of Eliza gained renewed appreciation. She was not merely the devoted wife of a founding father, but a quiet architect of social welfare and historical stewardship in her own right. To this day, visitors at Hamilton's gravesite often spare a moment for Elizabeth Schuyler Hamilton. Her story underscores how the quieter characters of history can profoundly shape a nation's ethos. In the early 19th century, the United States was still refining its identity, grappling with international pressures. Chief among them was the persistent clash with Great Britain, which never fully receded even after the Revolutionary War. By the year 1812, tensions had once again escalated. British warships roamed the Atlantic, seizing American merchant vessels and impressing sailors into the Royal Navy. Britain justified these actions by citing its endless struggle with Napoleonic France, but Americans saw them as blatant infringements on neutral rights. Politicians in Washington, D.C., argued that national honour demanded a resolute stance. Yet not all Americans agreed. New England merchants, dependent on overseas trade, feared that a war would wreck their livelihoods. Frontier farmers from the West and South, meanwhile, were more bellicose. They complained of British influence over native tribes, alleging that British agents provided weaponry to indigenous groups resisting American expansion. Famed orators in Congress, labelled war hawks, pressed for military action, insisting that only force could end maritime harassment and secure national credibility. James Madison, the fourth president, presided over a charged political scene, a quiet, deliberative. He weighed options carefully, but the clamour for war grew. In June 1812, Madison sent a war message to Congress, highlighting impressment, trade restrictions, and alleged British incitement of native violence. A narrow majority in both houses voted for war, marking the first time that the United States formally declared it. The nation's newness and untested military raised questions. Could the young republic muster the unity and resources to challenge the world's leading naval power? On paper, the British hardly viewed the US as a primary threat. Napoleon's armies in Europe had captured their attention. Nonetheless, the British recognised that if the Americans invaded Canada, the region might be lost. After all, Canada was lightly populated, and the British presence there hinged on loyal militias. British leaders believed that, despite the American impetus. The conflict wouldn't supplant Britain's prime focus on the European front, so they stationed smaller garrisons, trusting that the disorganised American approach would yield limited success. Across the Atlantic, in American port cities, many tried to maintain commerce, but with British blockades looming, merchant captains found themselves restricted or forced to sail under constant threat. The administration in Washington saw the conflict as a chance to rid the continent of lingering British power. Some leaders fantasized that capturing Canada might be straightforward. They assumed Canadians would readily join the American cause. However, that assumption proved naive. Canadian loyalty to the Crown, especially among certain pockets, was stronger than Americans had anticipated. Meanwhile, the war's outbreak also reverberated among native nations, particularly in the Great Lakes region. Some tribes formed alliances with the British, considering them to be less harmful than the land-hungry American settlers. Leaders like Tecumseh strove to form a broad indigenous confederation that might halt further American encroachment. For them, this war was another chapter in a long-standing struggle to defend their homelands. The British, short on manpower, readily welcomed indigenous allies, albeit with uncertain commitments once the war ended. Public opinion within the United States remained uneven. Southern and western states tended to favour hostilities. In contrast, many New Englanders, reliant on Atlantic trade, found the conflict ruinous. Some states half-heartedly contributed militia. Political friction within the US threatened to hamper effective prosecution of the war. Nevertheless, the formal declaration spurred initial bursts of patriotism in certain regions. Local militia parades and oratory about defending liberty repeated the rhetoric of the Revolutionary era, though critics derided the war as Mr. Madison's war. As the summer of 1812 progressed, American forces readied invasions across the Canadian border, aiming to quickly seize territory. The War Department, however, was ill-prepared. The regular army was small, officered by a mix of Revolutionary War veterans and political appointees. State militias varied widely in discipline. Supply lines were shaky. Still, generals promised swift victories. Observers from Europe, half attentive while embroiled in Napoleonic campaigns, watched with mild interest, suspecting the conflict would remain localized. The War of 1812 began in this precarious, multifaceted environment. The Americans believed they could avenge maritime wrongs and perhaps expand into Canada. The British, confident but distracted, expected to defend Canada with minimal resources. Indigenous nations, caught in the crossfire, saw an opportunity to resist American expansion. As the war commenced, few realised the transformative effects it would have on North America's diplomatic and cultural landscape. Early in 1813, American strategists believed they could redeem the humiliations of 1812 by launching renewed offensives into Canada. However, the same structural flaws persisted: volunteer militias, uncertain supply lines, and leadership lacking experience in large-scale campaigns. Generals like Henry Dearborn planned coordinated thrusts along Lake Ontario and the Niagara frontier. Yet cooperation between commands remained shaky, and British defenders, aided by local militia and indigenous allies, effectively countered many moves. On Lake Erie, Oliver Hazard Perry supervised a frantic shipbuilding effort at Presque Isle, present-day Pennsylvania. The plan was bold: construct a small fleet to wrest control of the lake from the British, thereby isolating their garrisons in western Upper Canada. In September 1813, Perry's squadron faced the British at the Battle of Lake Erie. Amid chaotic fighting, Perry's flagship took heavy damage, prompting him to row to another vessel and continue the fight. The result was a striking American victory, culminating in his laconic message, "We have met the enemy, and they are ours." This triumph severed Britain's supply route and forced them to abandon Detroit. Simultaneously, William Henry Harrison led an American army into Upper Canada. Bolstered by Lake Erie's strategic advantage, Harrison advanced, culminating in the Battle of the Thames in October 1813. The death of Tecumseh there shattered the indigenous coalition in the region. Although some tribes would continue resistance, the unified front Tecumseh championed has dissipated. American morale soared at these regional successes, mitigating memories of the prior year's catastrophes. Yet not all fronts prospered. Along Lake Ontario, the Americans captured and burned York, future Toronto, angering Canadian locals but failing to achieve a decisive hold. Furthermore, the attempt to hold or take the Niagara region vacillated as leadership changed. The incompetent or quarrelsome interplay among American generals let opportunities slip away. British regulars, though outnumbered, capitalised on interior lines and local knowledge. They also enjoyed better coordination with indigenous forces. On the Atlantic side, the US Navy's larger warships occasionally triumphed in single-ship duels, but Britain's blockade grew tighter. American merchant vessels found it perilous to venture out. Privateers operating from smaller ports tried to slip through, capturing British merchant ships for bounty. Despite being a significant threat to Britain, these privateers were unable to lift the blockade. Coastal towns faced hardship as imported goods became scarce, fueling discontent. In New England, especially, anti-war sentiment solidified. Some Federalists saw the conflict as a Southern war, suspecting expansions in territory only benefited southwestern agrarian interests. Amid these realities, 1814 brought a watershed shift in the global context. Napoleon's defeat in Europe freed British resources to pivot to North America. The British planned major offensives. One, a southern thrust aiming to capture New Orleans. Another, a mid-Atlantic invasion to strike the Chesapeake. They also stepped up attempts to secure control of Lake Champlain, a route to New York's interior. The intensification alarmed the Madison administration, which realised that if these drives succeeded, major US cities could fall or states might bolt from the Union. Also, central in 1814 was a series of negotiations that began in Ghent. Belgium, American delegates, including John Quincy Adams and Henry Clay, faced British counterparts. These talks progressed slowly, shaped by events on the battlefield. Initially, Britain demanded concessions like a recognised indigenous buffer state in the Old Northwest, while the Americans insisted on status quo ante bellum. Each side hoped for a military advantage that would improve bargaining. Throughout the summer, the negotiations seesawed, overshadowed by intensifying hostilities. An overlooked aspect was the southwestern frontier, where Andrew Jackson confronted Creek warriors allied with or influenced by the British. Jackson's Tennessee volunteers waged fierce campaigns in the Creek War, culminating in a decisive victory at Horseshoe Bend. The resulting treaty forced vast land cessions from the Creeks, revealing how the War of 1812 also served American expansion at an indigenous expense. Jackson's reputation soared, positioning him for greater national prominence after the conflict. Thus, by mid-1814, the war was nearing a pivotal moment. The British planned to unleash their superior fleets and veteran troops now freed from European entanglements. The Americans, battered and divided, pinned hopes on local successes and the resilience of militia. Diplomatic channels flickered, but no one was sure how soon or on what terms peace would arrive. The stage was set for dramatic clashes that would shape not just the immediate fortunes of the two countries, but the future map of North America. Observers recognized that the war's outcome might finally clarify whether the United States, after 3 decades of independence, could fully stand among global powers or remain overshadowed by older empires. Late 1814 saw Britain escalate. One prong targeted the Chesapeake. Its success at capturing and burning Washington, D.C. in August shocked Americans. The British sought to quickly follow up by attacking Baltimore, a crucial port. If Baltimore fell, Britain might cripple the region's commerce and break American resolve. Yet Baltimore's defenders prepared vigorously. Citizens erected barricades, sank vessels to block harbour approaches, and reinforced Fort McHenry. British warships commenced bombardment on the night of September 13th, unleashing salvo after salvo into the fort. Despite the onslaught, the fort held. When dawn arrived, the American flag still billowed, witnessed by Francis Scott Key, who penned the Star-Spangled Banner. This morale-boosting outcome forced the British to withdraw, neutralising their Chesapeake campaign. Another British thrust aimed at Lake Champlain. An army advanced from Canada, hoping to slice into upstate New York and isolate New England. On September 11th, 1814, American naval forces under Thomas MacDonough won the pivotal Battle of Plattsburgh Bay, outmanoeuvring the British squadron. With their naval support lost, the British land invasion faltered, forcing a hasty retreat. This second repulse, alongside Baltimore's defence, shattered British hopes for a swift resolution by capturing major towns. Meanwhile, the southwestern frontier remained a separate theatre. Andrew Jackson's victory over the Creeks had freed him to concentrate on potential British moves along the Gulf Coast. British strategists planned a grand assault on New Orleans, imagining that controlling the Mississippi's mouth would hamper American expansion. Jackson, aware of the vital importance of the city, assembled a force of militia, volunteers, freedmen, and even a group of Barataria pirates under Jean Lafitte, forging a makeshift but spirited army. But that confrontation awaited final culmination early the next year. In the midst of these unfolding battles, negotiations in Ghent progressed. Sensing that neither side would gain from prolonged conflict, British diplomats seized earlier demands for territory or indigenous buffer states, while Americans, stung by the burning of their capital, recognised that an indefinite war threatened ruin. By December, a draft treaty emerged, endorsing the principle of status quo ante bellum. Both nations would revert to pre-war boundaries. Outstanding issues like impressment or maritime rights were not addressed, rendering the war's original triggers unsolved. Nonetheless, the desperate weariness on both sides pressed them to sign the Treaty of Ghent on December 24th, 1814. However, word of the treaty needed weeks to traverse the Atlantic. None of the signatories realised a major confrontation loomed on the Mississippi. British forces landed near New Orleans in mid-December 1814. Jackson rushed to fortify the city's approaches, digging entrenchments along the Rodriguez Canal. On January 8, 1815, the British launched a frontal assault, certain their disciplined ranks could overwhelm Jackson's ragtag defenders. Instead, entrenched Americans unleashed devastating volleys of musket and artillery fire, decimating British columns. The attack collapsed, British casualties soared, while American losses were modest. Jackson's victory catapulted him into national stardom. Ironically, this epic battle occurred after the signing of peace. When news of the Treaty of Ghent finally reached North America weeks later, both countries ratified it promptly, halting further bloodshed. For Americans, the war concluded on an emotional high thanks to the improbable success at New Orleans. They hailed the conflict as a second triumph over Britain, ignoring that the treaty omitted the maritime issues that sparked the war. For Britain, the war had always been a side theatre overshadowed by the Napoleonic Wars, so ending it with minimal concessions was acceptable. Only indigenous nations truly lost out. With Tecumseh's confederation broken and no recognised buffer territory, the war thus spurred the unstoppable wave of American expansion westward. In the aftermath, Federalist opposition collapsed, tainted by war-rumoured secession talk at the Hartford Convention. The party withered, ushering in the so-called era of good feelings. The war also stimulated a sense of national identity, forging heroes like Andrew Jackson, William Henry Harrison, and Oliver Hazard Perry. The mythos of the war overshadowed the chaotic mismanagement and half-baked strategies that marked its early phases. Instead, popular memory latched onto the star-spangled defence of Fort McHenry, the ragtag victory at New Orleans, and the notion that the United States had defended its independence once again. From a broader perspective, the War of 1812 significantly shaped North American geopolitics. Canada, having rebuffed invasion, consolidated its distinct identity, reinforcing loyalty to the Crown. The United States, for its part, experienced a surge of nationalism, ironically reinforcing Union sentiments despite the war's rocky start. The conflict also revealed structural weaknesses in American finance and logistics, prompting post-war reforms. Freed from foreign entanglements, the US turned more confidently toward internal development and westward expansion. Indeed, the war's messy conclusion paved the path for subsequent growth that would define much of the 19th century. Historians continue to debate the War of 1812's deeper significance. Some label it a minor war, overshadowed by the Napoleonic giants in Europe, while others see it as a critical second test of American sovereignty. The reality, perhaps, is that both are true. On the grand scale, Britain was more consumed with Napoleon, but for the young United States, the conflict marked a crucial juncture, Did the new republic have the cohesion to withstand external assault, or would it fragment under pressure? One often overlooked outcome was the impetus for American industrialization. British blockades cut off European imports, prompting domestic manufacturers to step in and supply textiles and finished goods previously sourced from abroad. This unintended stimulus laid early foundations for the Industrial Revolution stateside. Once peace resumed, those infant industries demanded tariff protection, spurring sectional debates over free trade versus protective measures, a theme that shaped national politics well into the mid-century. The war also spurred the creation of new symbols of identity: the battered but surviving flag at Fort McHenry, the poem by Francis Scott Key that morphed into a national anthem, and even the iconic image of Dolly Madison rescuing crucial state papers. These narratives turned the War of 1812 into a story of pure strength. For many Americans in subsequent decades, it stood as proof that courage and cunning could offset inferior numbers or resources. That cultural legacy overshadowed the administrative bumbling and the partisan rancour that nearly crippled the war effort. For indigenous nations, the war's end accelerated their dispossession. Tecumseh's dream of a native confederacy collapsed with his death. British forces, no longer needing a bulwark against US expansion, provided limited post-war assistance. Tribes that had allied with Britain faced retribution or land seizures as Americans advanced. In the South, Andrew Jackson's post-war ascendancy led to further treaties pushing native groups west. Thus, the War of 1812 served as a key moment, paving the way for widespread white settlement throughout the Mississippi region and beyond. As for Canada, it developed a sense of shared heritage by resisting American invasions. French and English-speaking Canadians united under the Crown to repel the foreign threat, sowing seeds for a budding national identity distinct from Britain and the US. Figures like Laura Secord, who carried warning of an American raid, or the dead General Isaac Brock, became local heroes. The war's memory underscored that Canada would not be simply swallowed by the larger republic to the south, a dynamic that remains a point of cultural pride. Meanwhile, the returning US soldiers found themselves in varied conditions. Many frontier militias simply melted back into civilian life. Officers like Andrew Jackson or William Henry Harrison parlayed their war reputations into political capital, eventually capturing the White House. The post-war political environment recognized the potency of war heroes as leaders. The Federalist Party, tarred with disloyalty, soon dissolved, leaving the Democratic Republicans dominant, though internal factions would later spin off into new parties. James Madison completed his presidency in 1817, claiming the war had proven the constitutional system could endure an external threat. However, not all scars vanished. New England's economy, battered by blockades, pivoted more strongly toward manufacturing. Southern cotton expanded rapidly, ironically, fueled by the sense of security that no immediate British incursion threatened the coastline. The war's ephemeral alliances with French exiles or Spanish forces in Florida also factored into ongoing jockeying for territory. Within a few years, the US negotiated further expansions, culminating in the acquisition of Florida from Spain in 1819. These expansions, ironically, were partly greased by the sense that the US had won the War of 1812, even if the official treaty indicated no formal victory or concession. Thus the conflict's legacy blossomed in multiple directions. For some, it was an afterthought overshadowed by the Napoleonic saga. For others, especially Americans, it was a second war of independence that validated the constitutional experiment. For indigenous nations, it triggered sorrowful fragmentation. For Canadians, it stamped a rebellious, proud identity that shaped future confederation. And for the wider Atlantic world, it removed a potential thorn, allowing Britain and the US to gradually pivot from enemies to trading partners. Of course, the complexities of war never vanished neatly. Subsequent decades saw tensions remain, especially in the boundary disputes in the Great Lakes region, eventually resolved by more peaceful diplomacy. The War of 1812 thus quietly ended an era of direct Anglo-American conflict. In the century that followed, both nations found more pressing concerns elsewhere, forging an uneasy but enduring peace. Over time, the war receded into historical memory, overshadowed by other milestones, yet its impact on shaping North American political, cultural, and economic trajectories remains indisputable. From a modern viewpoint, the War of 1812 often suffers from overshadowing by the American Revolution or the Civil War. yet it introduced important transformations in how Americans conceptualized their government's role, how local militias interface with federal authority, and how the broader continent responded to shifting power dynamics. For a generation that came of age after 1776, the war proved their own defining moment. Many states saw newly minted heroes or identified local episodes of valour, forging a tapestry of war stories that fed local pride. Among lesser-known anecdotes is the role of enslaved men who escaped to British lines, particularly in the Chesapeake region. The British offered freedom to those who joined their cause, akin to certain practices during the Revolution. Many seized the chance, enforcing British logistical efforts or forming labour battalions. Following the war, some relocated to British territories such as Nova Scotia or Trinidad, forming diaspora communities known as Americans. The phenomenon highlighted the contradictory nature of a war fought over liberty, while slavery persisted, adding another dimension to the moral tensions of the era. Another overlooked thread is the role of women on the home front. Dolly Madison's rescue of the White House portrait is famous, but countless unnamed women toiled under blockades, farmed while husbands marched, and nursed wounded militiamen. Some women, with entrepreneurial flair, turned to weaving or local manufacturing to fill voids left by the disrupted import market. Their contributions, though seldom documented, were part of the shift toward a more self-sufficient domestic economy, proving that crises can spur inventive responses in local communities. Meanwhile, the impetus for building infrastructure grew. The war exposed how the poor roads hindered troop movements and supply lines, prompting calls for federal investment in internal improvements, canals, turnpikes, and eventually railroads. Although these developments advanced mostly after the war ended, the War of 1812 experience laid bare the necessity for connectivity. As a result, the federal government gradually leaned into more involvement with the infrastructure, an idea championed by national Republicans who wanted to unify the states through improved trade routes. Diplomatically, the post-war settlements signified a slow thawing in Anglo-American relations. British statesmen, preoccupied with maintaining post-Napoleonic Europe's order, found it pragmatic to reduce friction across the Atlantic. The Rush-Bagot Agreement of 1817 demilitarized the Great Lakes, a pioneering arms control pact that diffused future tensions. Over time, the Canada-US boundary stabilized, fostering an unusual phenomenon, the world's longest undefended frontier. This shift from hostility to mutual accommodation in North America stands as a direct outgrowth of the war, even if overshadowed by the dramatic episodes of 1812 to 1815. For indigenous peoples, the war's end spelled heartbreak. Britain no longer needed to bolster native confederations, so they withdrew support. The momentum of American expansion resumed, unstoppable. A patchwork of treaties forced tribes onto smaller lands or westward. The war had briefly offered a chance for unity under Tecumseh's leadership, but that vision perished at the Thames. The subsequent displacement of tribes in Ohio and Indiana soared, part of the broader national policy that would eventually culminate in the forced removals of the 1830s. Culturally, the war fed a romantic notion of American pride in adversity. Painters produced works depicting the Constitution's duels at sea or the British retreat from Baltimore. Poetry and ballads commemorated local militia triumphs. Over decades, these popular accounts coalesced into a somewhat sanitized narrative highlighting victory at New Orleans and the heroic stand at Fort McHenry. The fiascos, the bungled invasions of Canada, the burning of Washington slipped into lesser emphasis. This selective memory pattern shaped how textbooks presented the war for generations, culminating in a sense that the US overcame formidable odds to defend its independence once more. Thus, the War of 1812 was not solely about the immediate triggers of maritime rights or frontier tension. Its significance unfolded over decades, influencing economic policy, forging new heroes, weaving new cultural motifs, and setting boundaries for indigenous communities. Even with no territorial gains codified, the intangible results were profound. The conflict established that the US could wage war without fracturing, albeit narrowly. It paved a path for internal expansion and signalled that a truly post-colonial North America was emerging, with the US and Canada forging distinct identities. Looking back, these legacies underscore that wars, even ones overshadowed by larger global events, can reshape continents in subtle but enduring ways. The War of 1812 might seem distant, yet its themes echo in contemporary life: how a young nation handles international bullying, the friction between defending principles and managing everyday commerce, and the tensions of forging unity among disparate regional interests. Observing how that the US then navigated blockades, invasions, and internal disputes can offer perspective on the modern crises, where resource constraints and political divides remain just as real, albeit in different forms. One instructive aspect is the leadership dynamic. President Madison, initially reluctant, found himself backed into a war by vocal congressional voices. The war's early failures exposed the cost of insufficient preparation and partisan bickering. Only by mid-conflict did the administration coordinate effectively with local militias, naval contractors, and privateers. This shift from disorganisation to partial synergy teaches how policymaking, once confronted with real adversity, can pivot. Many modern observers glean that advanced planning, while ideal, often collides with political hesitance, yet adversity can spur belated but decisive collaboration. Another dimension is the interplay of personal and strategic agendas. Ambitious generals, such as William Hull or later Jacob Brown, had their reputations at stake. Politicians in Congress angled for local advantage or re-election. The war's path was shaped by these individual aims, sometimes to the detriment of cohesive national strategy. Similarly, in today's environment, personal ambition can sabotage or realign collective efforts, showing that cohesive leadership must harness personal drives rather than deny them. The conflict also underscores how external catalysts can unify an otherwise fractious society. Despite ongoing disputes, the burning of Washington united many who previously criticized the war. The subsequent defense of Baltimore turned despair into resilience, bridging divides, at least temporarily. This phenomenon appears repeatedly in national histories. A tangible external threat can galvanize unity, overshadowing internal differences. However, sustaining that unity after the crisis abates is another matter, a lesson well illustrated by the meltdown of Federalist support post-war and the ephemeral era of good feelings. From a moral vantage, the war showcased how indigenous alliances can be manipulated by great powers. British promises to protect native lands or the American pledge to incorporate friendly tribes often found little fulfillment once strategic ends were met. The ephemeral nature of these alliances led to tragic outcomes for indigenous communities. Modern discussions about the rights of marginalised groups caught in geopolitical crossfires resonate with the story of these nations' exploitation as pawns. While times differ, the principle that real autonomy seldom emerges from foreign patrons remains relevant. In the realm of memory, the War of 1812 reveals how selective retelling can overshadow complexities. Francis Scott Key's rocket's red glare soared in the national consciousness, overshadowing episodes where US invasions failed or inflicted harm on civilians. Today, educational curricula often reduce the war to a handful of famous vignettes: burning of Washington, the Star-Spangled Banner, Andrew Jackson at New Orleans, neglecting the messy intricacies. This phenomenon, common in historical narratives, underscores the importance of seeking more profound perspectives beyond iconic highlights. Another parallel to modern times is the war's reflection on global commerce. Then, as now, major powers tried to control trade routes, imposing blockades or sanctions. The US had to navigate a dual challenge, sustaining internal unity while resisting external economic pressure. The war's outcome hinted that a nation with robust internal markets and flexible production can endure even when cut off from usual trade. This resilience dynamic remains at the core of contemporary discourse around self-sufficiency and global supply chains. Ultimately, the War of 1812's legacy remains multifaceted. It united Americans around a renewed sense of identity, advanced some individuals politically, and inflicted irreparable damage on indigenous confederacies. It highlighted that the young republic, though battered, could stand as an independent entity, shaping a distinct brand of national pride that propelled expansions west and cultural evolutions at home. Yet the moral questions, particularly regarding indigenous and enslaved populations, reveal deeper costs. For midlife readers who are balancing personal ideals with real-world complexities, the War of 1812 emphasises that every grand enterprise, from commercial policy to warfare, hinges on negotiations of principle, ambition, and compromise. During this delicate balance, societies often uncover their potential for harmony as well as the potential for future strife. When the final guns fell silent and the Treaty of Ghent was ratified, The War of 1812's immediate outcome could be summarised as a military stalemate but a psychological victory for the US. The impetus behind the war, ending British impressment and maritime restrictions, remained largely unresolved in the text of peace, but global shifts, including the final defeat of Napoleon, rendered those maritime issues moot. Britain no longer felt the same compulsion to detain American sailors. Gradually, normal trade resumed. Domestically, the war left behind a changed political and economic landscape. The Federalist Party collapsed, tainted by its near-treasonous Hartford Convention. The Democratic Republicans established a single-party dominance despite the emergence of internal factions. James Monroe succeeded Madison and ushered in the so-called era of good feelings, where partisan bickering lulled temporarily. Simultaneously, the war stoked calls for a more robust national infrastructure, roads, canals, a better banking system to prevent future logistic nightmares. Many of the same states that had balked at federal authority during the war now grudgingly admitted the necessity of coordinated planning. Of the war's personalities, Andrew Jackson emerged as the archetypal hero. His triumph at New Orleans overshadowed earlier fiascos. Popular ballads hailed him as the unstoppable Old Hickory. This catapulted Jackson toward the presidency in the following decade, shaping a new wave of populist politics that departed from the more patrician style of Jefferson or Madison. Another figure, Dolly Madison, remained a cultural icon for her bravery during the White House evacuation, exemplifying how smaller personal acts can become legendary in a war overshadowed by battles and sieges. Meanwhile, the war's end did not bring peace to indigenous nations. With Tecumseh's coalition shattered, American expansion surged west, leading to treaties that often forced tribes off ancestral lands. The war's ephemeral alliances, wherein the British used tribal forces to hamper US invasions, vanished once the conflict concluded, leaving tribes vulnerable. This pattern repeated throughout the 19th century, culminating in a systematic push across the continent that overshadowed earlier illusions of indigenous-led confederations. For Britain, the war was a minor chapter. Most British historical accounts mention it as a side conflict overshadowed by the Napoleonic Wars. The eventual forging of an amicable British-American relationship in the 19th century meant that the War of 1812 quietly retreated into the background of British consciousness. The Joint Rush-Bagot Agreement of 1817 prevented future naval build-ups on the Great Lakes and fostered the concept of a demilitarized boundary that remains remarkable in global terms. For Canada, defending against American invasions underlined a budding sense of distinct identity. Residents of Upper and Lower Canada had, to many Americans' surprise, not welcomed the idea of annexation. This loyalty to the British Crown found fresh impetus after repelling repeated US attacks. Over time, Canadian historians pointed to the War of 1812 as a foundational moment. The volunteer militias, the alliances with Indigenous fighters, and the persevering local leadership formed the nucleus of later Canadian unity. Commemorations throughout the 19th century celebrated heroes like Isaac Brock, forging national myths that shaped the country's future. In the broader context of US military tradition, the war highlighted weaknesses that spurred professionalization. The humiliating collapses of militias taught that raw volunteer forces needed better training and discipline. Naval successes, on the other hand, proved the potential of a well-crafted professional navy. Post-war, the Navy's leadership gradually expanded, adopting new ship designs and forging a tradition that would eventually propel the US to maritime prominence in the next century. The Army, though overshadowed, also instituted reforms in leadership selection and supply management. As the decades passed, the war's memory nestled into national lore. The Star-Spangled Banner, originally penned as a poem, eventually became the national anthem by the early 20th century, immortalizing that moment at Fort McHenry. Veterans of the war, overshadowed by the larger generation of Revolutionary War patriots, formed their associations, though their recollections were less frequently lionized. It wasn't until the war's centennial in 1912 that a wave of commemorative events revived interest. Historians passed diaries and official records, unveiling the war's complexities, how it advanced certain domestic industries, spurred expansions, inflamed indigenous dispossession, and permanently altered the shape of Canadian identity. For Canada, it reinforced a distinctive path under the Crown. For Britain, it ended an irksome sideshow that proved Americans wouldn't revert to colonial dependence. And for Indigenous peoples, It signaled the lethal truth of an expanding American republic. The war's finale, overshadowed by the surreal timing of news, delivered no single glorious victor, but shaped the next century's cross-border realities in ways subtle yet enduring. The American Civil War didn't happen overnight. It was the result of tensions that had been building for decades. Tensions rooted in profound differences between the North and South. At the heart of it all was the issue of slavery. In the South, slavery wasn't just an institution, it was their economy. Cotton fields stretched as far as the eye could see, and the labour of enslaved people made the South incredibly wealthy. But it came at an unbearable cost. The humanity of millions denied, their voices silenced. In the North, things were changing. The Industrial Revolution was taking hold, and with it came growing calls to abolish slavery. People were starting to speak out more, questioning how a nation built on the idea of liberty could allow such a system to exist. This wasn't just a difference of opinion. It was a clash of values, one that only grew louder as time went on. Then there was the question of states' rights. Southern leaders believed they had the right to govern themselves without interference, especially when it came to slavery. They feared that the federal government, growing stronger by the year, would strip them of their autonomy. On the other side, many in the North believed that a united country required a strong central government, one that could uphold the principles of freedom and equality. The country tried to hold itself together through compromise. The Missouri Compromise, the Compromise of 1850, these were like bandages on a wound that just wouldn't heal. Each new agreement seemed to deepen the mistrust between the North and South. By the 1850s, things were nearing a breaking point. Laws like the Fugitive Slave Act demanded that even people in free states help capture runaway slaves, and that outraged abolitionists. Books like Harriet Beecher Stowe's Uncle Tom's Cabin brought the horrors of slavery to light, stirring emotions on both sides. Then came politics. The Republican Party was formed, with a platform that directly opposed the expansion of slavery. When Abraham Lincoln was elected president in 1860, it was the final straw for the South. His victory wasn't just a political loss, it felt like a direct threat to their way of life. Southern states began to secede from the Union, forming the Confederate States of America, and just like that, the country reached its breaking point. The differences that had been simmering for so long finally boiled over, leading to a conflict that would redefine what it meant to be an American. As you think about these divisions, take a deep breath. Picture the people living through this time, the fear, the hope, the uncertainty. Let the weight of their struggles soften as you relax, knowing that history is full of lessons about resilience, progress, and the power of moving forward. By the spring of 1861, the tensions that had been tearing the nation apart finally reached a boiling point. In Charleston, South Carolina, a small Union garrison stationed at Fort Sumter found itself surrounded by Confederate forces. The fort had become a symbol of defiance for the Union and a test of legitimacy for the Confederacy. Both sides knew that what happened there could set the tone for what was to come. After weeks of tense standoff, Confederate forces under the command of General P.G.T. Beauregard demanded that the Union troops surrender the fort. When Major Robert Anderson, the Union commander, refused, the Confederate forces opened fire on April 12, 1861. For 34 hours the cannons roared, lighting up the harbour with fiery streaks and deafening booms. The soldiers inside Fort Sumter endured the bombardment as best they could, but with no reinforcements and supplies dwindling, Major Anderson had no choice but to surrender. The fall of Fort Sumter was more than just the opening act of the Civil War. It was a spark that ignited the passions of both the North and South. News of the attack spread like wildfire, stirring anger and determination on both sides. In the North, President Abraham Lincoln issued a call for 75,000 volunteers to suppress the rebellion. The response was overwhelming, with men from towns and cities across the Union stepping forward, ready to fight for the preservation of the nation. In the South, the bombardment of Fort Sumter was seen as a declaration of independence. More states, including Virginia, North Carolina, Tennessee and Arkansas, joined the Confederacy. The divide was now complete, the lines drawn between two very different visions of America. The early days of the war were marked by a sense of optimism on both sides. Many believed the conflict would be brief, with one decisive battle bringing it to an end. Young men marched off to war with confidence, their families cheering them on with flags and songs. But beneath the surface, the reality of what was to come was far graver than anyone could imagine. As you think about the beginnings of this war, allow your mind to soften its grip on the tension. Picture the soldiers standing on the shores of Charleston Harbour, their breaths visible in the cool dawn air, their thoughts uncertain but resolute. Imagine the cannon fire fading into silence, replaced by the gentle rhythm of waves lapping against the shore. Let this moment remind you that even in the face of division, hope and resolve can endure. As the war moved from the hopeful marches of its early days to the grim reality of prolonged conflict, the battles became larger, bloodier, and more devastating than anyone could have imagined. Names like Antietam, Gettysburg, and Vicksburg became etched into the collective memory of a nation forever changed by the horrors of war. In September 1862, the Battle of Antietam unfolded in Maryland. It was a single day of unimaginable carnage. Soldiers clashed in cornfields and along winding roads, with cannon fire and musket shots tearing through the air. By the end of the day, more than 22,000 men were dead, wounded, or missing. The ground was soaked with blood, and the scale of the losses left an indelible mark on those who survived. But out of this tragedy came a turning point. President Lincoln used the Union's strategic victory at Antietam to announce the Emancipation Proclamation, redefining the war as a fight not just to preserve the Union but to end slavery. Then came Gettysburg, the battle often seen as the turning point of the war. For 3 days in July 1863, Union and Confederate forces clashed in the rolling hills and fields of Pennsylvania. The stakes were enormous and the fighting relentless. On the third day, Confederate General Robert E. Lee ordered a bold assault known as Pickett's Charge. Thousands of Confederate soldiers marched across an open field under withering Union fire. The charge failed, leaving the Confederate army battered and retreating. Gettysburg marked the beginning of the end for the Confederacy, but the cost was staggering. More than 50,000 casualties in just 3 days. Further south, the Union Army achieved another critical victory at Vicksburg, Mississippi, securing control of the Mississippi River. The campaign was grueling, with soldiers enduring sweltering heat, constant skirmishes, and the hardships of siege warfare. When Vicksburg fell on July 4th, 1863, the Confederacy was effectively split in two, a devastating blow to their cause. These battles revealed the full weight of the Civil War, not just in numbers but in the profound human cost. Families mourned the loss of fathers, brothers and sons. Soldiers bore the scars of battle, both physical and emotional. The countryside was littered with the remnants of war, broken cannons, torn flags, and fields that once grew crops now filled with unmarked graves. As you reflect on these moments, let your thoughts rest lightly on the courage of those who lived through these battles. Picture the quiet after the storm, the fields growing still, the sun setting over the hills, and the long shadows stretching across the land. Let this image of stillness and resilience bring a sense of calm to your own thoughts, reminding you that even in the darkest times, there is always a path to healing. While the Civil War raged on the battlefields, the lives of those who remained at home were transformed in ways that were just as profound. Families were torn apart, communities reshaped, and everyday life became a constant balancing act between hope and hardship. In the North, industry boomed as factories shifted their focus to produce weapons, uniforms, and supplies for the Union Army. Women took on roles they had never imagined, working in factories, managing farms, and volunteering as nurses. Clara Barton, who would later found the American Red Cross, became a symbol of this era, tirelessly caring for wounded soldiers and earning the nickname the Angel of the Battlefield. But even as the war effort created new opportunities, it brought heartache, with families anxiously awaiting news from the front lines. In the South, the war brought devastation. Cities like Atlanta and Richmond were transformed into hubs of Confederate military activity, but as Union forces advanced, they left a trail of destruction in their wake. Fields that once grew cotton and tobacco now stood fallow or burned. With so many men away fighting, women and children were left to manage farms, often without the resources they needed. Food shortages became common, and Confederate currency quickly lost its value, plunging families into poverty. Both sides experienced the emotional toll of war. Letters became lifelines, offering glimpses of love, worry, and resilience. Soldiers wrote about the hardships they faced, while their families wrote back with words of encouragement and longing. These letters carried the weight of entire relationships, connecting lives separated by hundreds of miles. In addition to the physical and emotional struggles, the war also brought questions of identity and purpose. Enslaved people in the South began to seize opportunities for freedom as Union forces advanced. Some escaped to the North, while others joined the Union Army, fighting for their own liberation and the promise of a new life. The Emancipation Proclamation, announced in 1862, gave their efforts a powerful voice, transforming the war into a fight not just for unity but for justice. Amid all this upheaval, communities found moments of solace. Churches became places of gathering and prayer, offering comfort to those who had lost so much. Music, too, became a source of strength. Patriotic anthems, sorrowful ballads, and spirituals filled the air, reflecting the hopes and fears of a nation at war. As you reflect on the home front, allow yourself to feel the weight of these quiet acts of resilience. Picture a mother sewing by candlelight, her stitches steady even as her heart aches with worry, or a soldier reading a letter from home, finding strength in the words of love and hope. Let these moments of humanity remind you of the enduring power of connection, even in the face of immense challenge. By 1864, the Civil War had entered its fourth year. The hope for a quick resolution had long faded, replaced by the grim reality of a war that seemed to have no end. But momentum was beginning to shift. The Union, under new and determined leadership, launched a series of campaigns that would bring the war to a close, though not without immense sacrifice. General Ulysses S. Grant had risen to command the Union forces, bringing with him a relentless strategy of total war. Unlike his predecessors, Grant was willing to engage the Confederate armies directly, knowing that the Union's superior numbers and resources could eventually wear them down. His overland campaign in Virginia was brutal, with battles like the Wilderness and Cold Harbor leaving tens of thousands dead. Yet Grant pressed on, earning the nickname Unconditional Surrender for his unwavering resolve. In the Deep South, General William Tecumseh Sherman carried out his infamous March to the Sea, cutting a path of destruction from Atlanta to Savannah. Sherman's goal was to break the South's will to fight by targeting not just its armies, but its infrastructure and resources. Railroads were torn up, factories dismantled, and crops burned. The devastation was immense, but it succeeded in crippling the Confederacy's ability to sustain the war. As Union forces closed in, Confederate morale began to crumble. Desertions increased, supplies dwindled, and the reality of defeat loomed. In April 1865, General Robert E. Lee's Army of Northern Virginia, the backbone of the Confederate forces, found itself surrounded near the village of Appomattox Courthouse. With no hope of escape, Lee met with Grant to negotiate surrender. Their meeting on April 9, 1865, marked the end of the war's major fighting. The terms Grant offered were generous, allowing Confederate soldiers to return home with their horses and personal belongings. His intention was to heal the nation rather than humiliate its defeated half. It was a moment of quiet dignity, the beginning of a long and difficult process of reconciliation. Yet, even as the war ended, its cost was staggering. More than 600,000 lives had been lost, and much of the South lay in ruins. President Abraham Lincoln, who had guided the Union through its darkest hours, would not live to see the fruits of his efforts. Just days after Lee's surrender, Lincoln was assassinated by John Wilkes Booth, a Confederate sympathizer, plunging the nation into mourning. The war had answered two critical questions. The Union would endure and slavery would not, but it left behind deep scars, both physical and emotional, that would take generations to heal. The Reconstruction era that followed was fraught with challenges, as the nation struggled to rebuild and redefine itself. As you reflect on the end of this monumental conflict, let the weight of its lessons rest gently in your thoughts. Imagine the quiet after the surrender, the weary soldiers returning home, the fields gradually returning to life, and the first rays of hope shining through the darkness. Let these images remind you of the strength it takes to rebuild and the enduring resilience of the human spirit. When the guns fell silent and the soldiers returned home, the United States was a changed nation. The Civil War had been a crucible, testing the very foundation of the country and reshaping its identity forever. Though the fighting was over, the legacy of this monumental conflict continued to echo through the generations, shaping the path forward for a fractured but hopeful nation. One of the most profound outcomes of the war was the abolition of slavery. The Emancipation Proclamation had begun this process, but it was the 13th Amendment, ratified in December 1865, that formally ended the institution that had defined so much of the nation's conflict. Millions of formerly enslaved people began new lives, but the road ahead was steep. The promises of freedom were met with resistance, and the Reconstruction era revealed just how deep the division still ran. The war also redefined the relationship between the states and the federal government. No longer would the question of secession hang over the Union. The victory of the North solidified the idea that the United States was not just a collection of states, but a single, indivisible nation. It was a hard-fought truth, one that cost countless lives but ultimately preserved the Union. Yet the scars of war were everywhere. The South faced immense physical and economic devastation. Cities had been reduced to rubble, and entire communities were struggling to rebuild. The loss of so many men left families broken and towns forever changed. Even in the North, where victory was celebrated, the weight of the sacrifices made was impossible to ignore. For the soldiers who fought, the war left an indelible mark. Some returned home to rebuild their lives, carrying memories of camaraderie and courage. Others bore wounds, both seen and unseen, that would shape the rest of their days. Memorials began to rise in towns across the country, honouring the fallen and reminding future generations of the cost of conflict. The Civil War also left a legacy of storytelling. Veterans shared their experiences, songs from the era became part of the cultural fabric, and writers like Walt Whitman and Ambrose Bierce captured the emotional depth of the war in poetry and prose. These stories served not only to remember, but to help a nation heal, to bridge the gaps between North and South, and to offer lessons for the future. As you reflect on the legacy of the Civil War, let the enormity of its lessons settle softly in your thoughts. Imagine the strength of a people rebuilding from such a devastating chapter, the resilience to start anew, the courage to face an uncertain future, and the hope that guided them toward a brighter horizon. Let these reflections fill you with a quiet its roots lie in the escalating tensions between the United States and Japan. In the early 20th century, Japan emerged as a dominant power in East Asia. Through rapid industrialization and military expansion, it asserted its influence. By the 1930s, Japan's imperial ambitions clashed with the interests of Western powers. Among these, the United States sought to maintain its influence in the Pacific. In 1937, Japan's invasion of China began its aggressive campaign for territorial control. This conflict brought atrocities, including the infamous Nanking Massacre. The international community condemned Japan's actions. In response, the United States imposed economic sanctions. Vital resources like oil and steel were cut off. For Japan, these sanctions were crippling. Its military and industrial capabilities were under threat. The Japanese government saw the sanctions as an existential crisis, and so they began to prepare for war. On December 7th, 1941, Japan launched a surprise attack on Pearl Harbor. This devastating strike crippled the US Pacific Fleet in Hawaii. The goal? Eliminate American naval power in the Pacific. This would give Japan free rein to expand its empire. While the attack dealt a significant blow, it galvanized the United States. Within days, America declared war on Japan. This marked the nation's full entry into World War II. After Pearl Harbor, Japan's military advanced rapidly. Territories like the Philippines, Singapore, and parts of Indonesia fell to their forces. The Japanese seemed unstoppable, dominating the Pacific with unrelenting campaigns. But in May 1942, cracks began to show. The Battle of the Coral Sea became a turning point. This costly engagement marked the first time Japan's expansion was checked. The United States stopped Japan from capturing Port Moresby in New Guinea. This preserved a critical Allied position. Despite this setback, Japan remained confident. Its military leaders, particularly Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto, planned a decisive battle. Yamamoto's strategy was ambitious. He aimed to lure the US fleet into a trap by attacking Midway Atoll. Midway was remote but strategically vital. Its proximity to Hawaii made it a key target. If captured, Midway would allow Japan to extend its defensive perimeter. It might even threaten the American mainland. Unbeknownst to the Japanese, the United States had a crucial advantage. American cryptographers, led by Lieutenant Commander Joseph Rochefort, had broken Japan's naval codes. Through intercepted communications, US intelligence uncovered the plan. The attack on Midway, codenamed Operation MI, was no longer a secret. Armed with this knowledge, Admiral Chester W. Nimitz took action. As commander of the US Pacific Fleet, he devised a bold counter-strategy. Rather than falling into Yamamoto's trap, Nimitz planned to ambush the Japanese fleet. In preparation, Nimitz assembled his forces. The US Navy had 3 carriers available: USS Enterprise, USS Hornet, and USS Yorktown. The Yorktown, damaged during the Battle of the Coral Sea, was a critical piece. Repaired in record time, it returned to action just in time for the fight. These carriers, along with their escorts and aircraft, represented America's best hope. This was their chance to turn the tide in the Pacific. On the morning of June 4th, 1942, the battle began. Japanese aircraft launched waves of attacks on Midway Atoll. Bombs rained down, targeting airstrips and defences. The defenders, though heavily outnumbered, fought valiantly. Anti-aircraft fire and fighter planes took a toll on the attackers. Yet Midway suffered significant damage. Even so, the Japanese failed to achieve their primary goal, neutralising Midway's air power. As the Japanese prepared for a second wave, the Americans struck back. Carrier-based aircraft launched a bold counterattack. The first waves of US torpedo bombers faced devastating losses. Their slow, outdated planes were no match for the agile Japanese Zero fighters. Many brave crews were lost, but their sacrifice distracted the Japanese defences. This left the enemy fleet vulnerable. At a critical moment, American dive bombers arrived. They found the Japanese carriers, Akagi, Kaga, and Soryu, completely exposed. The ships were refueling and rearming planes. Their decks were crowded with explosives. The American bombers struck with devastating precision. Direct hits ignited explosions and fires. Akagi, Kaga, and Soryu were consumed by flames. This was a catastrophic blow to Japan's naval power. The 4th Japanese carrier, Hiryu, launched a counterstrike. It managed to severely damage the USS Yorktown, but the Americans regrouped quickly. They launched a final attack, sinking Hiryu by the end of the day. All 4 Japanese carriers were destroyed. This marked a turning point, not just in the battle, but in the war itself. The fighting continued for several days. The Japanese attempted to regroup and retreat. By June 7th, it was over. The United States had achieved a decisive victory. Japan's primary carriers were sunk. Their ability to project power in the Pacific was crippled. The loss was catastrophic for Japan. Over 3,000 sailors and airmen were killed. Their fleet suffered irreparable damage. The Battle of Midway marked a turning point. Japan, once seemingly invincible, was now on the defensive. The United States began a bold campaign of island hopping. Strategic locations were captured one by one. Step by step, they pushed closer to Japan. Midway reshaped the nature of naval warfare. The battle proved the central role of aircraft carriers. It signaled the end of the battleship era. Beyond its strategic significance, Midway is remembered for its human cost. The courage of American pilots was extraordinary. They faced overwhelming odds with determination. The resilience of sailors aboard the Yorktown and other ships was inspiring. Their sacrifices showed the strength of the human spirit, even in the face of adversity. Today, Midway Atoll is a wildlife refuge. Its calm waters and quiet shores stand in contrast to the chaos it once endured. This peaceful place is a testament to those sacrifices. It reminds us of the price paid for peace. The story of Midway teaches us many things: the power of strategy, the importance of intelligence, and the unity needed to overcome the greatest challenges. As you rest tonight, reflect on this story. Picture the vast Pacific Ocean. Imagine its waves, now peaceful and still. Think of the bravery of those who fought for a brighter future. Let their sacrifices bring you calm and hope. The impact of Midway did not end with the sinking of Japan's carriers. Its effects echoed across the Pacific and beyond. For Japan, the loss was a strategic disaster. 4 carriers were destroyed: Akagi, Kaga, Soryu, and Hiryu. These ships were the core of the Imperial Japanese Navy's striking force. Their destruction ended Japan's ability to conduct large-scale offensives. The loss of experienced pilots and aircrew was another blow. Unlike the United States, Japan struggled to replace its forces. Its industrial capacity and training programs were limited. The expertise of the aviators lost at Midway was irreplaceable. This left the Japanese fleet at a growing disadvantage in later battles. For the United States, Midway was a game-changer. Victory allowed the US to shift from defense to offense. The Pacific, once dominated by Japan, began to change. American morale soared. The victory proved Japan's expansion could be halted and reversed. For the first time, the Allies had a clear path forward. The island-hopping strategy followed soon after. Allied forces targeted key Japanese-held islands. They bypassed heavily fortified positions, choosing strategic locations instead. Each island captured brought the Allies closer to Japan's home islands. Japanese supply lines were cut off, isolating their forces. One of the first campaigns to build on Midway's success was the Battle for Guadalcanal, which began in August 1942. This grueling 6-month campaign saw the United States gain its first major foothold in the Pacific. It marked the beginning of Japan's long retreat. The lessons learned at Midway, particularly the importance of air superiority in carrier-based operations, were applied repeatedly in the battles that followed. The psychological impact of Midway was equally profound. For Japan, the defeat shattered the aura of invincibility that had surrounded its navy. The loss of the carriers that had spearheaded the attack on Pearl Harbor was a blow. It was a blow not only to Japan's military capabilities, but also to its national pride. The morale of Japanese troops and citizens began to waver. the realization set in, victory might not be achievable. For the United States and its allies, Midway was a source of inspiration and determination. The victory demonstrated that careful planning, intelligence, and courage could overcome even the most formidable adversaries. It strengthened the resolve of Allied forces and galvanized the American public, who now saw a path to ultimate victory in the Pacific. The Battle of Midway also highlighted the evolving nature of naval warfare. The era of the battleship, long considered the dominant force in naval strategy, was over. Midway confirmed that aircraft carriers and their air groups were the new kings of the sea. Control of the skies became the determining factor in naval engagements. This shift would influence military doctrine for decades to come. The role of intelligence in the battle cannot be overstated. The work of American codebreakers, who deciphered Japan's naval plans, provided a critical advantage. This allowed the United States to prepare and execute its ambush. This achievement underscored the importance of information and communication in modern warfare. It set the stage for the development of sophisticated intelligence operations in future conflicts. As the war progressed, the impact of Midway became increasingly evident. The Japanese Navy, once a dominant force, found itself unable to mount large-scale operations. Meanwhile, the United States, with its unmatched industrial capacity, continued to build and deploy new carriers, planes, and ships. By 1944, the balance of power in the Pacific had shifted decisively in favor of the Allies. Today, the story of Midway is remembered not just as a battle. It is a testament to the resilience, ingenuity, and bravery of those who fought there. It serves as a reminder of the sacrifices made by the greatest generation, and the lessons of courage, strategy, and unity that shaped the outcome of the war. The site of the battle, Midway Atoll, is now a place of peace and reflection. Designated as a national wildlife refuge, it is home to a rich diversity of marine and bird life. A far cry from the chaos of war that once engulfed its waters, the atoll stands as a symbol of renewal and a tribute to the resilience of nature and humanity alike. As you reflect on the events of the Battle of Midway, imagine the vast, quiet expanse of the Pacific, its waters calm and still under a starry sky. Let the courage and determination of those who fought fill you with a sense of gratitude and inspiration. Their sacrifices remind us of the strength and resilience within each of us and the enduring hope for peace. After the decisive American victory at Midway, the Imperial Japanese Navy found itself in a precarious position. With the loss of 4 carriers, over 300 aircraft, and their experienced crews, Japan's ability to project power across the Pacific was irreparably weakened. The battle also exposed critical flaws in Japan's strategic planning and overconfidence. Despite early successes in the war, the Japanese High Command underestimated the United States' industrial capacity, intelligence capabilities, and the sheer determination of its forces. Midway was a psychological blow to Japan. The once dominant Japanese Navy now faced a growing and increasingly confident American fleet. This loss of momentum had a cascading effect on Japanese strategy. Without the naval supremacy they had relied upon, Japan was forced into a defensive posture, scrambling to protect its remaining territories and resources. Meanwhile, the United States capitalized on its victory to push forward with its island-hopping campaign. This strategy involved bypassing heavily fortified Japanese strongholds in favor of capturing strategically significant islands. Each island seized became a stepping stone toward Japan itself, providing bases for air operations, supply lines, and staging areas for future assaults. One of the first major campaigns following Midway was the Battle for Guadalcanal, which began in August 1942. Guadalcanal was a grueling and protracted campaign, lasting 6 months and testing the endurance of both American and Japanese forces. The lessons learned at Midway played a crucial role in this battle, particularly the importance of air superiority and naval coordination. Guadalcanal marked the first significant offensive by Allied forces in the Pacific and further demonstrated Japan's inability to sustain its initial advances. The importance of logistics and industrial capacity, highlighted by Midway, became even more apparent as the war progressed. The United States, with its vast industrial resources, was able to replace ships, aircraft, and personnel at a pace that Japan could not match. For every carrier Japan lost at Midway, the US was building multiple new carriers, along with the planes and crews needed to operate them. This overwhelming production capacity allowed the Allies to maintain pressure on Japan across multiple fronts. The Battle of Midway also influenced the development of naval warfare tactics and technology. The battle demonstrated the importance of aircraft carriers as the centerpiece of naval strategy, relegating battleships to a secondary role. The lessons learned at Midway shaped the way future naval engagements were fought, with an emphasis on air power, intelligence, and mobility. Intelligence gathering, which had played such a pivotal role at Midway, continued to be a critical factor in the Allied war effort. The success of American cryptographers in breaking Japanese codes allowed the US to anticipate and counter Japanese moves throughout the war. This advantage helped secure victories in battles such as the Philippine Sea and Leyte Gulf, further eroding Japan's ability to wage war. As the war drew closer to Japan's home islands, the effects of Midway became even more pronounced. The loss of carriers and pilots at Midway created a gap in Japan's naval and air capabilities that it could never fully close. By the time of the Battle of the Philippine Sea in 1944, often referred to as the Great Marianas Turkey Shoot, Japanese pilots were so inexperienced that American forces decimated them with relative ease. This imbalance in skill and resources can be traced back to the setbacks Japan suffered at Midway. The legacy of Midway extends beyond its military and strategic implications. It became a symbol of resilience, ingenuity, and the importance of unity in the face of adversity. For the United States, the victory at Midway represented a turning point in a war that had begun with the devastating losses at Pearl Harbor. It demonstrated that the American spirit, coupled with innovation and strategy, could overcome even the most formidable challenges. The men who fought at Midway left a lasting impact on history. Their courage and sacrifice are remembered not just in the annals of military history, but also in the hearts of those who understand the profound cost of war. Many of the pilots, sailors, and officers who served in the battle went on to play key roles in subsequent campaigns, carrying with them the lessons and experiences of Midway. Today, the site of the battle remains a place of quiet reflection. Midway Atoll, now a national wildlife refuge, is home to diverse marine and bird life, a stark contrast to the chaos that once engulfed its waters. The peaceful serenity of the atoll serves as a poignant reminder of the cost of war and the enduring hope for peace. The story of Midway is one of triumph and tragedy, of strategy and sacrifice. It is a reminder of the resilience of the human spirit and the importance of standing firm in the face of adversity. As we reflect on this pivotal moment in history, let us remember the bravery of those who fought, the lessons they taught us, and the enduring legacy of their actions. Picture the calm waters of the Pacific, the waves gently lapping against the shores of the atoll. Imagine the bravery of those who took to the skies and seas, their sacrifices shaping the course of history. Let their legacy remind you of the strength and resilience within us all. Thank you for joining us tonight on History and Sleep. May the story of the Battle of Midway bring you reflection, perspective, and a deep sense of gratitude. Sleep well, and may your dreams be filled with the quiet strength of those who came before us, and the enduring hope for a better world. Sweet dreams, and drift off to sleep with rain.